it could have been anyone. There could have been someone in that park car to the side. We don't know. But until we as a community are better to call stuff out, things are gonna stay the same. But we're not ready to call it out. We're not ready to call things what they are. We try to hide things.
And the thing is now, even when continue. Even when some of the parents of these people know what they're doing, they still protect them. Oh, my son is innocent. My son is innocent. They never done anything wrong. The parents need to start calling it out to set an example so everyone can say, yo, wrong is wrong. What happens to you, that's on you. We need to call it out. Every time when the police does something, oh, he's an innocent lad. He's never done anything wrong. And we know it's BS.
Well, but this is kind of where I want to bring the conversation to this point now. Because now I'm not jeopardizing any legal cases or whatever. And I swear to God, I fully understand. And I'm not a person of high moral standing. Yeah, in the eyes of society, I've definitely been in the exact same scenarios as Chris Kaba. So I can't judge him.
We need to start calling
us older than him. And I'm now saying, look, let's talk about some truth, right?
We need to start calling a spade, a pig. We cannot keep running around and say, oh, he's innocent, when we know that last week he probably robbed this person, clapped that man, board up that man, singing it in a drill song. Then when police come, oh, he's an innocent. We need to start calling it out.
Exactly. Does anyone disagree with what Shady's saying now?
No, I 100% agree.
Someone's trying to speak. Who is it that keeps saying, can I speak?
Me, Kojo.
Kojo, go on, bro.
All right, there's 2 points I want to address. Firstly, we need to stop acting like police weren't licking us down before there was crime in the black community. In the 40s, 50s, and 60s, where the crime rate in the black community was literally 0%, the black men were still getting let down by police officers. So it's nothing about us being quote unquote criminals. Like, the whole reason the Notting Hill Carnival started was because of a black man was unalive unlawfully. So even before we had a subset of our culture that's been criminals, we've always been getting let down. And secondly, Shady, the only group of people that say, oh, he was innocent, is normally the victim's mother. And you now have to go to a mother and look at her in the face and tell her that she is wrong. Half of the time, the community don't say he was innocent. Half of the time, the ops are happy, they're celebrating he's gone. Half of the time, his guys know who he was, so they're going to ride out. The only group of people that said, oh, he was innocent, that's his mother, his auntie, and his grandma, and his little sister. Unless you've got the testicular fortitude to go to a black grieving mother and look at her dead in the eye and say, you're lying, you don't think your son was innocent. Unless you've got the balls to go... Wait,
bro, you're talking about balls, yeah? And that's the problem. We don't have the balls to call out the BS that's in our own community. But when any other race do it, we try to play the racism card.
It's not even that hard.
Ladies, it's the mothers that are saying he was innocent. It's not the community, it's the mothers.
It could be the man on the moon that's saying it.
That's what I'm saying.
No, you're not running away. You mums need to talk the truth about your youths.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Not the community, it's the mother.
No, because it's never the dads. The dad's no man was on crud.
Exactly.
The dad's no man was on crud. Or the dad's not around. Either way,
you have to be cruel to be kind, you know. Sometimes this is what this muddy cuddling is started. Like, nobody wants to speak about.
Yeah.
Jesus, if people didn't turn their backs on me when I was acting like a little dope, yeah, when I was doing shit thinking I was a gangster when I was only 16 and shit, if my mother didn't turn her back on me, if I didn't go into care, I'd still be doing that shit. You know what I mean?
So you say tough love, right? Tough love.
That's love.
Yeah. No, I got kicked out at 18. That's why I am how I am and why I speak how I speak.
Let busy go. Busy, what happened?
Like, I got kicked out at 18. My mum,
you was an old man when you got kicked out, bro. You was an old.
Watch this.
You was old, cat, 18, and you lived the whole life in your mum's yard. Big up, mum.
We need to remember as well, yeah. Like, our parents are human beings as well. Like when we're coming from the hood, my mum lost her mum 2 months after my birth. My nan named me passed. I'm growing up in depression. So when I'm turning to certain ages and doing what I still drop tears over friends that died 14 years ago. What pain is my mum feeling whilst I'm doing this madness on these same roads that Chris Kaba just got licked on? Like, my mum's going through it. So when she's kicking me out, people will say, you shouldn't do that to your kid. You should da-da-da-da. But remember, our parents are humans as well. They're trying to figure it out. When I think about how my mum was a young mum, 1 second, please. When I think about how my mum was a young mum, she's not even grown. When my daughter turned 14, and I realized that my mum was a year younger than me when she had me compared to me, and I thought, hold on, mum, you were young. I'm thinking she's a grown-ass woman. So a lot of the time, the parents, like, they're gonna be like, my kid was innocent, and I guarantee you, my mum wouldn't. If that happened to me back then when I was moving like that, my mum would know that I'm not innocent, and she would probably reach out to the people saying, "Right, you got to come out of this fucking life," because I've seen it escalate. You get me? So
I've just got 2 brief points.
After Kojo, I want to get Anonymous and EA in on the conversation.
I've just got 2 brief points. Number 1, is the 9 out of 10 times is the mothers that are saying it was a good child. Unless if Shady and Foodie, unless if they've got the bravery to go to a grieving black mother, sit her down, look her in the face and say, you know what, woman, you're lying, your son was... Unless, if you ain't got the energy to go to confront a grieving black mother, then all this is just hearsay. Number two, my main point is a lot of people in the comments are saying, he was a criminal, he deserved it. If that's the case, let's use the logic. There are over 19,000 prisoners in the UK. If that's the logic, let's go to each prison cell and put a bullet in between their ear. If that's the case, if being a criminal justifies you being unalive, let's go to Wandsworth, let's go to Scrubs, let's go to Fulham, let's go to all the prisons in England, line them up and put a bullet in their head. Because that's the energy you're getting.
But the prison systems in itself are set up to have you repeatedly fail because it's one big money.
But if being a criminal justifies you being unalive, let's go to every prison in the UK and gather all 90,000.
But nobody said that, you know. I don't know what you got.
But there's a lot of people saying, he was a dirty criminal, good riddance. So in a way, people in this chat and I guess on this app are do seem like they're saying, you don't deserve to live if you break the law.
Is it saying that, or is it saying
all prisoners?
No. Is it saying that, or is it saying live by it, die by it? How about things like that?
Is it saying criminal is code for black man?
Oh, well, that's a whole other subject.
In some cases, everyone's right just this second. In some cases, everyone's right. Remember that there are different people with different ideas and views of how the thing should go.
Some people thought that Austrian painter was a good guy. Some people thought the Austrian painter was a good guy. So
this is what I don't get, So people have all this much hate for black people after all these many hundreds of years, But you do realize it wasn't just black people that were enslaved. It was Irish people too. We were called redlegs because we couldn't.
You're always trying to get in on this slavery action.
No, but all I'm saying is, why don't they hate us?
It's yours
Why don't they still have hate for us? Why do they?
It's yours. Have it. Fucking hell. Can we have anything for ourselves, please?
What I'm saying is, why do they still hate on you guys, but not us? We were slaves also.
And you know why? One, you guys were indentured servants, and we were enslaved people. Secondly,
Becky, how would I know you were Irish if you didn't open your mouth? Becky, how would I know? Becky, that's the thing. Stop being intellectually dishonest. How would someone know you were Irish if you don't open your mouth?
Good question.
True.
Exactly. So stop being stupid, Becky.
No.
That's probably stupid because you were saying a lot of fucking stupid shit up here. You're walking.
There's no need to you need to calm down, brother. You're so intelligent and you're a good conversationalist.
Someone who knows everything, nothing at all.
You need to come over to the dark side.
Remember that case.
I'm like, sister, give me a minute. We need to talk. You need to come over to the dark side, spend more time where we speak to people from different places. And because I feel like you're on edge, you're ready for battle and I know where you're coming from. But like, relax, cuz you can have your views, But you
Someone
don't
who
need
knows
to.
everything
I just
knows
came off a
nothing at
7-day
all.
ban. Sorry, I just came off a 7-day ban, so my blood is
Yeah, so don't try and bring that over here, cuz.
My
That
bad,
bad.
my bad.
Alright, man. Big
Don't
up.
work
Alright,
with
listen.
me. Trust
Hold
me,
on.
you started,
Hold
but
on,
I'll
hold
finish
on.
it.
Yeah, EA, talk to me, please, brother. And welcome to the show.
Afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
Yeah, so I just kind of wanted to go on the point. The guy didn't deserve to die at the end of the day. That's the first one I'd like to say. Should have been held accountable by the courts, what have you. But us as black people need to take accountability as well. I feel like this guy, Chris Kaba, went to jail a number of times. Yeah, we just need to take accountability for our actions.
Brother,
Yeah,
as you said, this guy didn't deserve to be unalived, yeah?
yeah.
You got somebody in this chat called B. Yeah, B. And their actual response was generally from their heart, their response was, yes, he did. Like, I mean, like the mindset, and this is the thing, the mindset of the people out here is so warped. It's like, who are you to decide that this man deserved to die? I might be saying, okay, possibly he was like a gangster or a roadman, a gunman, involved in different things, but to turn around and say he deserves to die, that shows you there's a level of hatred in the heart.
Me personally, the only criminals that should be put to sleep like
we know,
that.
you don't need to say it.
Yeah.
We know. As soon as you say that, we know where you're going with it. And I agree with you. However...
And anyone who disagrees and thinks people with petty crimes shouldn't die. Jesus, oh my God, we all do petty crimes every day. Do you have a TV license? Do you have tax on your car? You know what I mean? We all fucking do crimes every day. I know I commit a crime almost every day. You know what I mean? We all do. Jaywalking, fucking, you know what I mean? Every day we commit crimes.
Tell us more of the crimes you do every day.
I'll tell you
later. Big up Becky, man. Big up Becky. Yeah. Not everyone commits. Yeah, but you are you accusing Chris Kaba of committing of unaliving someone? What are we doing? You know? Western society has softened your mind, bro. In Africa, what? In Africa or the Caribbean, this guy would be dealt with. I did make that point yesterday. I said we come from very conservative countries, believe it or not, because I'm not sure whether the British public knows that, you know, many countries in Africa and the Caribbean are extremely conservative with their views, and criminals are dealt with in the harshest way possible. Some may even say
exactly.
Some may even say inhumane. Some may even say jungle justice. But it's not an easy life for a criminal when you're in Africa. I'll tell you that for free.
I have a best friend who's Brazilian, yeah? If you rob, even if you're starving and you rob bread, they're cutting off your hands. So you can't rob nothing again. Even if you're hungry and you want to take some bread or something, you want to rob something small to eat, they're cutting your hands off so you can't rob again.
Hold on. So Miss L Liv says, this is so insensitive after his family are having to deal with such bad news last night. So you telling me that basically his family's on TikTok watching Jedi's live? If they are, please hit the link. But let me remind you of something. When the whole nation, when the whole black community was ready to ride out for Chris Kaba, regardless of whatever, it was the family that said we're falling back and we're gonna go down the proper route, and we're not, and they fell off the radar. You can't tell the public how to react. This is a public issue. And when Chris Kaba was running around with his thing, his family weren't there to stand in the way of anyone he was aiming at. So when we talk about insensitivity, we've already started the show by saying condolences to the family.
Always.
But we've got to talk about this because this don't just affect. Hold on, this don't just affect Chris Kaba and his family. So all this you're not making no damn sense. Yeah?
Someone just said his mother should have raised him properly, but trust, you were out doing shit that your mother didn't know what you were doing.
That's just a troll, man. That's just a troll. That's just trolling. My mom never told me to go out and do no crimes. My mom really tried her best to make me not do.
When you're a teenager, you go out with your friends and you do stupid shit. Some people do even more stupid shit than others.
I'm telling you that It's Me, Becky life story is coming out soon, only on Jedi Online. I'm going to interview her. We're going to find out everything. Because, like, in my mind, she's been on so much crud Like, I want to know Becky's story, man. She's
Yeah,
been
you
into
really
things.
don't.
Yeah, I do. I actually do. I genuinely do. Like, I'm being sincere. So maybe we can make that happen.
Can I just say this whole case? It's kind of reminiscent to me a little bit of the Mark Duggan case.
Okay, I don't see any similarities. You break it down to me.
Well, in terms of you've got armed police encircling a supposedly unarmed black man, and then the police officer who shot and killed that person being found innocent again. It falls down to me on an idea of maybe it is some form of maybe profiling. Obviously, it does have a firearms mark on the car. The police have got to be cautious. The car wasn't moving. The car was stopped when that police officer shot him, and it had. If you ask me, from what I saw on the video, there was no way that car could have progressed any further. We could have, I've seen it many a time. I watch all these police interceptor shows and all of that kind of stuff. Just smash the window and drag the guy out. You don't have to shoot him in the head, or even if you don't shoot to kill, a wounding shot, or like somebody mentioned before, a warning shot. And also as well, I'd like to respond to something that EA said before. He said something about the black community needs to take accountability for their actions. But as I mentioned before, I do agree with that. Everybody should be held accountable for their actions of the past, whether it be a white BBC presenter, whether it be Philip Schofield, or whether it be a black man who was on that street life kind of thing. But it also falls down, especially with the black community, like we've already said before, to the social economic class system where black people are held back not only by the environment but by systemic racism within governments. I see it all the time. Like I said, I'm from a small town up north. Everybody is casually racist. Everybody. I'm talking, you go to the pub and, we see these news stories and you hear, the middle-aged men, they're sat there talking about it, saying, oh, well, it's another black face on the news, would you believe it? But we're not thinking deeper into why has his life turned out that way?
You make great points. I know no one's going to argue with you, because anyone that wants to argue with you don't have the intelligence. Making great points, man. Thank you. Yeah.
And what he was saying, like, I also was just thinking there as well, the way he said he could do like an injury shot or something. They have rubber bullets, and trust me, you get shoot one of them, you get hurt.
Well, it hurts you, but will it stop you from?
Well, they have rubber bullets
engine?
where they can shoot over your head and lets off this like hot dust, and it goes in your face. You breathe it in, everything, and you won't want to fucking try to drive a car. You crash.
Oh, for real? Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's no. I'm sure in today's day and age, there would have been non-lethal options to bring this pursuit to an end. I don't think it's really that hard to fathom. People just showing their lack of empathy because they're like, yeah, well, it's like, no, but you don't. If an officer does not have to resort to lethal force to end the scenario, then he shouldn't.
And the thing is, and Jedi, what people need to understand, that vehicle became a non-lethal weapon as soon as it got stuck. As soon as it got stuck, that stock vehicle holds as much threat as a cotton bud. Honestly, that vehicle ceased to become a threat once it became. And if you look at the video, Chris even tried to reverse the vehicle because he realized
the video.
1 minute.
It's everywhere, Becky.
Okay,
Yeah, just Google it. It's there. Yeah.
Look at the video. He tried to go through on 2 occasions. It got stuck. So he even tried to reverse. So he did the opposite of trying to drive towards the police officer. Chris Kaba was retreating from the scene. I don't know how.
And let's not forget the dynamics of the road as well. The back road that it was on. It's so easy to get trapped in there without anyone having to get popped on.
Hey Jedi, if the guy delayed by extra 20 seconds, Chris would have just been dragged out the car. He would have been. If he'd failed to shoot for 1 minute, Chris would have probably tried run away, dragged out the car, probably tried punch one of them. It would have been a.
It seemed to me that at that point, the pursuit had come to an end.
It came to an end, man.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
Standstill. He was literally a sitting duck. He had nowhere else to go. He tried to reverse it. Once you reverse it, you're stuck on the other side. What is he gonna do? Just keep bashing on the other cars and playing. And
I'm just gonna be real. You're not gonna get me not to talk about something. You've gone to the news. You've done interviews. You've gone to the news. You've done interviews. You've done public displays. You've called public calls for support when you've gone to do protests. So you can't now tell me I can't discuss it. You can't tell me I can't discuss it. And plus, before Chris Kaba's family, yeah, I've been a victim, or I've been, let's say, I've been involved with gun crime and losing people to gun crime a decade before this Chris Kaba thing happened. So I've got a vested interest, right, in South London police killing young men. Yeah, I've got a vested personal interest myself, let alone the fact that my mum was killed and shot to death. So I can talk about what I want. Respect to the family, respect to Chris Kaba's family, but we're discussing a public matter. And I don't want to hear this fake.
Is the video just a dash cam thing?
Sorry?
Is the video just a dash cam video?
No, body cam.
The Daily Mail posted it on TikTok earlier today.
There literally is everywhere. You can see it anywhere. It's not graphic, so you can watch it on any YouTube, whatever. It's anywhere.
I think I have it here, but I'm not sure. Look, this don't look like it's moved.
And that was such an instant. That was such an instant on a live. I haven't seen a man like you. 1 minute you're literally hearing a car engine. Once you hear the bow, like everything stops. You could tell that was a shoot to unalive. Like this wasn't this was a shoot to unalive. And a lot of these guys here, these are trained marksmen. They could hit a fly from an antelope's ear from a mile away. Like these guys, a lot of them are former military. A lot of these guys are former military. He could have got his. You can shoot.
No, but you're not wrong though. You're not wrong. They're marksmen.
And it's not just how good you can do as well. It's all about the critical thinking. Like I said, you can see that he hasn't got like the side one. You need to be on point. He hasn't got nothing. Just wait. Do you get it? And so, like I said, they would have said he has got something. Get him. They would have said that, but they're not critically thinking on top of how they should be using the machine as well.
Hey, Jada, you know you could shoot someone in the chest without unaliving them. You do know that, right?
Yeah, but
there's so many places. There's so many places. There's places. Yeah, there's like free. There's free unalivement points. There's like center mass. All these places. There's free unalivement point where it's an instant unalivement. But there's so many.
It all depends on the bullets. It really all depends.
There's so many places you could shoot a man in his torso.
No, but listen, you can shoot a man.
All right. Let me give the microphone to MB.
Listen, you could shoot a man on the leg and think he won't die.
Sorry, Becky. MB.
Yo, you good?
Yeah, man. Wicked. Talk to me, please, family.
I mean, I disagree with the car was stopped because it wasn't. He was trying to reverse back and there was officers behind him at that point and he's trying to get out of the situation. The car wasn't put to a stop. So
when you say trying to reverse back, what do you mean by that?
He's been stopped, isn't he? And then he's tried to get out of the situation. But then he has been stopped because he's rammed the police cars, but he's trying to get out of the situation that he's in, which is why he's reversed and then gone forward again.
Okay, so he reversed?
Yep.
And then went forward?
He's trying to, his main aim is to ram through the two police cars.
No. You said that was he shot while he was reversing?
No, but he's rammed forward. He's reversed back.
He reversed back. He wasn't shot.
I'm watching it right now.
One second. Becky, give me a minute. He reversed back. He wasn't shot. He went forward. He wasn't shot. At the time when the shot went off, was the car in motion?
Yes, but my point is he's trying to get out.
Sorry. Go and watch it. At the time of Chris Kaba being shot, was his car in motion, brother? No, it wasn't. No, so that means, hold on, wait.
If you're asking a question,
let's go for it slowly. What do we call it when a car is not in motion? What's that called again?
Stalled.
Stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the vehicle's not been stopped. He's still got the ability to be able to reverse back and go forward again.
The ability. Was the car in motion when he was shot?
No, but you're not letting me answer.
Stationary then.
Can I turn my cam on and show the video?
You're not
What we
letting me
doing
answer the
now? We
question.
can't play videos that we can't.
You're asking me a question, but you're not letting me answer.
Okay.
So the
If
second...
his car was not, let me just put it this way.
Go on.
Car was not in motion. It was stationary when he was shot. So you're saying that he was reversing into man, but that's not when he was shot. When he was reversing, he wasn't shot then.
The second that he was shot, the car was not in motion in the sense that it wasn't moving forward or backwards.
He's right. I'm watching it right now. He's right. They had a car. He crashed into. He went forward, crashed. Then another car quickly went behind him. He tried to reverse, but because that car was there, he couldn't. And then the police shot him.
So what was the threat then?
His main goal in that situation is to try and ram through the two police cars in front of him to get out of the situation, which is what he's reversed.
You know what? Sorry to cut you, brother. Yeah, watch this. You haven't seen, like earlier, I put up a map of how this road is basically situated, yeah, and how easy it is. If they're chasing him and know that it would have took 2 seconds to get around that and put a van there, whatever you need to put there so this car can't ram through. There's so many things that you probably would have had to jump out and jump gardens. Them times there, I've jumped them same gardens in my lifetime. Them vans there, I've literally, he would not be able to get out of there. So all this, they could have done this, they couldn't have, a lot of people are saying this blindly, not even knowing what the road looks like, or when you're not thinking that some big wide open bit where everyone's in danger. No, bro, he was actually in the one of what, like, part of the worst little, it's about 2 ways out of these, like, many, like, back roads. 2 ways out.
I've seen the road where he was. That's not my point. My point is that they've used their own tactics to try and put him to a stop, right? Whether they're the right tactics or not.
There was more tactics that they could have used after that.
Yeah,
sorry.
100%. I'm not saying they haven't. I'm just saying they've used their own tactics to try and put him to a stop, right? When the shot was taken, he was stationary because he wasn't in motion going forward or back. His main aim is to reverse back to gain that motion to go forward to ram through the 2 cars in front of him.
MB. Okay, MB, let me ask you. MB,
but listen, even ramming a car, even reversing, so you could ram cars out of the way. Should a man have his life taken away from him for that?
No.
Okay. Secondly, slow down, because I like to slow.
You got to let me
1 minute, brother. 1 minute. You've answered the question.
No, I haven't.
You said no. You said no.
Listen, it's situational.
You said no.
The police officer that shot him is in front.
I've asked you, if you're trying to ram 2 cars out of your way, should you have your life taken? You said no. I'm trying to move on.
It's situational.
Well, you said no, so your situational argument is redundant.
The police officer that shot him, right, is in front of the 2 cars he's trying to ram.
Could the police officer have moved?
Yeah, but his main aim is to stop him.
Could the police officer have moved?
Well, possibly, yeah. But
so then it's not a necessity for that police officer to kill this man. If the police officer had nowhere to go, if he had no way out and he was cornered, I'd understand. It's you or me. You're obviously going to ram into me and take my life. I'm taking you out. All the police officer had to do, was step out of the road. But instead, he chose to stand his ground. Someone described it as drawing his line in the sand. And when you draw your line in the sand and you're in charge of an automatic weapon, a lethal automatic weapon, you've decided that rather than you moving out the way, you'd rather take my life. I'm wedged in. Now let me just add this. The reason why Chris Kaba was reversing was to get momentum to try and smash through the fact that he was already wedged in at the front. The police car behind him drove up to close down the space to give him less room to maneuver. Now, the car was not stationary. I should have been a lawyer. I swear to God, every time I have conversations, I think, you know what, Jess, you're so good at pointing out the logic. You should have been a lawyer. You're wasting yourself because this is so simple. There's other means to stop cars and get people out of their car. All you got to do is block it in.
Do you know what I tried to do beforehand?
Tell me.
To stop the car.
Tell me.
They've used spike strips. They've tried to T-pack the car. They couldn't do any of that.
They didn't do that. I watched it.
They tried to use spikes. Is that true?
That's the first time I heard of that.
On every
Everyone slow down. Everyone slow down. Everyone slow down.
Listen,
Slow down. MB.
just let me talk.
Where'd you get this information about the? Where'd you get this information about
It's on Sky News.
spikes?
I'm going to post the video on my page now, okay?
All right.
I have
listen to what
I
I'm
have
saying.
the dash cam.
All right. All right.
Yeah, but
Big
you
up.
have-
Now
you
you
have
got the
the
video. Big up everyone. Big up. Listen.
That was such
MB.
a lie, man.
You're
There wasn't
saying, no, listen. Everyone stop the shouting out, man. Do my head in. MB, tell me about this Sky article that told you that they put strict spikes
Listen,
up.
they have the firearms marker on the vehicle already. So
Yeah.
they've tried to previously stop the vehicle, which didn't work, which is why they've gone down to this street where they've then tried to T-pack the car, which is what they've done. They've tried to stop the vehicle, and then he's tried to get out of that situation. The reason that he's in front of the car with his gun drawn is because they've been authorized to use firearms because of the markers on the vehicle. He's
But
also
authorized doesn't mean that it's rightful. So you can be authorized to do something.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
You can be authorized to do
Of course you
something,
can.
and then
If
it
needs
comes out
be.
that.
Of course you can.
Oh,
I'm
brother,
not saying that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
all
yeah.
I'm saying is
You
the
don't
way
do my
that
head in. I can't take all the noise.
the way
Who's
that
got the background noise? Let me find out who's got the white noise, because that's fucking doing my head in. It's you. It would be you, MB, wouldn't it? The person I'm fucking talking to. Right. MB, I just want you to slow this down, bro. Right? Because I don't see any articles talking about they've put spike strips out. So I'm just trying to find it out, bro. I'm just trying to find out the information. Tell me about the spike strips. You said they tried to stop him earlier. Are you talking about earlier that day? Because when that van came, or that car came up under firearms markers or whatever, that was the night before. Am I right or wrong? That was the night before. Am I right or wrong? MB, you're on mute, by the way. All right, it's silent. Cool. Anybody else that wants to add?
Yeah, so
Sorry.
Just see
No,
the rhetoric. Wait, sorry. You could just see the rhetoric coming from the comments, like, "Oh, he's in a box." But a lot of people don't care about the logistics. All they care is about, all right, this guy, they've said he's an alleged criminal, yada yada yada, and now he's been unalived. And that's what they care. They don't care about what we care about in this live is showing you that it's factually showing you there were different options that officer should have taken. That's all we're doing here. But a lot of people, they don't care about that point. They
Exactly.
They just care about putting odd comments, oh, he's a criminal, he's in a box, blah, blah, blah. It just shows you they're coming here with an agenda. Like, our argument here is to show that a better legal alternative should have been taken. And that's what we're trying to say. But we have people at MB who is saying, no, they wouldn't have. This was but MB, you're basically saying unaliving him was the best solution they would have done. Is that what you're saying, MB?
You're on mute, MB, and I can't unmute you. Okay,
no.
Yeah.
MB, are you telling me that unaliving Chris Kaba was the only solution?
No, of course not. But I'm saying
it's done. Then this conversation's
but
finished.
bro,
Then.
you're not letting me answer.
Listen, MB, you're not listening to logic. You just want to speak for the sake of speaking. If you're saying that,
you know what you need to stop doing, MB? You get asked a question, you answer yes, no, and then when the person says okay, then you're like, oh, you didn't let me finish.
That's my personal.
Listen, brother, listen. Let your no's be no and your yeses be yes, bro.
Bro, that's my opinion, right? But I'm saying it's situational, right? So he's standing in front of this car, which is about to run him down, which is a lethal weapon, by the way. He's in a
about
vehicle.
to run him down.
Listen. He's in a vehicle, which is a lethal weapon.
Just don't add your facts into it, MB. Life
Shout
doesn't
too
work
much.
like that.
Go on, you shout too much.
Listen.
Make a
bro.
good point.
He's in a vehicle, which is a lethal weapon. Okay, he's at risk of being run down, and you can say, just move to the side. You can say, just move to the
Yeah, but
side.
you don't step in front of a lethal weapon.
It's not as
that's
easy.
being controlled.
But that's their tactic.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't. You don't. No. You
Yes,
do
it
not
is.
step in front of a lethal weapon. Yeah, if you feel like you're in fear of being harmed by it. No one's being asked to do that, right? You got to secure yourself. So what's happened is, unless you know that this guy is armed and needs to be neutralized, which you have no evidence based on that,
He's armed because he's in a vehicle. That's my point.
No. That doesn't mean no, because then you just don't stop people in cars. You're going to accuse them all of being armed. It don't work like that.
So Andrew Harper, a few years ago, when he got ran down and he lost his life, who was a police officer who tried to stop some guys who robbed someone's car, stop their vehicle. He got ran down and he lost his life. Right?
No, he got ran down and he lost his life. That was wrong.
Yeah.
But did he choose to stand in front of the moving vehicle? Or did they aim at him?
No, he had to stop the vehicle and he ended up getting dragged down the road like 2 or 3 miles.
Listen to what I'm saying. Did he stand in front of the moving vehicle, or did he throw himself at the vehicle and try to hold on while the vehicle was moving?
I think it was on the passenger door, yeah, and they drove away.
There you go then. There you go. You stand on the passenger door. If you decide to attach yourself to that passenger door and these people see it and they want to drag you along, all right, they're going to get convicted.
He's just trying to drag them out of the vehicle. He's not holding onto the door.
Listen. You're going to get convicted for unaliving that officer. But that officer also did something that is against regulation, that is against the policy, which is hold on to the car or whatever. What are you holding on to a car for?
No, he's trying to drag them out of the vehicle.
You're trying to drag them out of the car.
Yeah.
They started driving off. Yeah, they started driving off. You didn't want to let go. You died. They're going to go to jail for that. Fair enough. But that's not the same as standing in front of a car that's wedged in. The guy's trying to reverse so that he can get some momentum to try and push forward.
To drive into you.
Officers all around the car trying to smash the window. Yeah? The car is stationary. You've decided to take the shot. In my opinion, that's wrong.
I can't find one thing about side strips. MB.
I mean,
MB. I can't find nothing about sides.
He's driving. He's
Bring
driving.
up the article about the spike strips and all that as well.
He's driving.
All of that, because then until you do that, whatever you say is invalid. Because you just come up here and chat.
He's driving a lethal vehicle at someone.
You know,
but listen.
And I can tell how not clued up you are on shooting, by the way, because you say about shoot, you can shoot someone in the shoulder.
Listen to me, man. Listen to me.
You can shoot someone in the shoulder, and it's not going to.
Anyone that's not talking, please go on mute.
If you can shoot, you could have shot him in the shoulder. You could have shot him in the shoulder, right? Okay, like someone mentioned earlier. That's not going to stop him from driving the vehicle.
Can you stop for a minute?
The only way. Just let me
stop for a second. Don't come off mute. Don't come off mute.
Bro, every time you ask a question, you butt in. Every time you ask a question, you butt in.
I'm not answering you a question. I'm trying to speak, and I'm asking you to stop. I'm not answering you a question. Yeah. What I'm saying is, you've already said that the car was stationary. So all this, oh, a car's just driving at you. You've already said the car's stationary, and this officer has jumped in front of a stationary car and then decided to be fearful for his life. Instead of jumping outside of the range of the stationary car, he stayed in front of it and killed a man.
But my point isn't that the car was stationary the whole time. The second where the shot was taken, he was stationary, right? But he's trying to reverse to gain momentum. But when
he was moving, he wasn't shot.
Do you know how quick you need to react in that 1 second?
Are you listening to what I'm saying to you?
Do you know how quick you need to react in that 1 second while he's stationary?
When he was moving, he was not shot.
No, he was stationary before.
When he was stop now. Let me talk. When he was moving, when the car was moving, this Kaba was not shot. When the car was stationary, he was shot.
It's a reflection on yourself.
He's trying to. But he's attempted to ram like once or twice previous to him being shot.
He never attempted. He did ram. Yeah. And was not shot for ramming.
Once or twice. So they're going to let him do it again.
But he hasn't done it again because he's wedged in now.
No, but he's not. He's not
wedged in. That's why he wanted to reverse in the first place. Because he was wedged in.
He's trying to ram through the cars.
Blue channel. You got background noise. The TV or whatever is loud.
He's attempting to ram through the cars, which is
you're not making sense. You keep using the same dumb words. He's rammed the cars already.
Yeah.
He's already rammed the cars. Now the car behind him has came up and given him less room to reverse. He needs momentum.
He's still attempting to do it though. Can you agree or not? Is he still attempting to get out?
I'm bored now. You lot playing dumb. He's attempting. What stopped him? What was stopping him? He was already ramming the cars. He was not getting shot. When his car is stationary and there's an officer in front of him and his car is wedged in, he needs to reverse to try and push forward again.
So what you're saying? So what you're saying is he should have been shot whilst he was being rammed.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying he should have been shot in a non-lethal way by an officer that had a clear, unobstructed view of him, instead of the officer that stood in front of him and then feared for his own safety, so took another man's life.
Okay,
instead of him moving himself from the front of the vehicle, he decided he was going to stay at the front of the vehicle and take a man's life. And I'm saying,
but the only way
to me is a decision.
The only way to incapacitate that vehicle is by doing what he's doing. If he shot him in the shoulder, it's not going to stop the vehicle.
I never said anything about you.
It's not going to stop the vehicle.
You're not responding to what I'm saying.
I am.
Looking for a way to excuse the police officers.
I'm not at all.
You are. No, you're not responding.
Bottom line is.
All right, let me go to someone else anyway. Thank you, MB. Let me go to someone else.
Jedi.
Let me go to someone else. Hold on. Let me go to someone else. Blue Channel, welcome.
I personally believe, like, I know, like, Chris Kaba doesn't really have a lot of legs to stand on personally, due to the fact that if this was in any other country, I think if it's like, listen, I'm from Jamaica, right? They would have killed him in less than 5 seconds, mate, for the stuff that he's getting himself in trouble with. Do you know what I'm saying?
By Jamaica rules.
And if I was in Mexico, I could leave with a 13-year-old. What's your point? And if I was in Mexico,
shouting, my man's talking, and you're just Kojo, man.
I'm not saying anywhere in the world, and you got these stigmas about you. You're doing crime and stuff like that. When these things happen to you, I think Chris Kaba is just the wrong example. You know what I'm saying? Anyone else, it would have been a better example. But because it's him and his background, is not the best example to be backing up.
Why?
You know what I'm gonna say?
Why?
Due to the fact that is like, all right, he was there, he was labeled with having a gun at the time. Do you know what I'm trying to say? You're driving in the car, whatever.
Sorry.
How did you?
One second, brother. 1 second. Let's try not to spread untruth, right?
Go on.
He wasn't labelled with having a gun at the time. He was labelled of driving a car that was involved in a firearms incident the day before.
Same thing, really. Same thing.
It ain't the same thing, bro.
All right.
Because if they think that you're an active shooter and you got the gun on you now, it ain't the same fucking thing, bro.
Yeah. I personally believe they thought he was an active shooter. That's why they wanted to. That's why they wanted to stabilize him as soon as possible. I'm a black person myself. I wouldn't want to hate my other brother dying on the streets. Like I'm actually sad for the whole situation, but I just don't think Chris Kaba was the best example of this. What
you're saying is he didn't have the best character or the best previous history. Let me say something though. I don't know. Are you judging whether a man should live or die based on, or whether it's rightful to take? Listen. Yeah. Are we judging whether it's rightful for a man to lose his life based on his criminal past or not?
You know what is, yeah? For the amount of people that live in the United Kingdom, that one incident is really like 0.001%. So these things are always gonna happen in a population of how many million? Do you know what I'm trying to say? It's one incident out of it. How many? There's gonna be a fuck up. There's always going to be a fuck up, right? But at the end of the day, like, come on, man, like, people just need to use their brains a bit and just stop jumping around and acting silly. I don't think Chris Kaba was the right example. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm a black person myself. I hope Chris Kaba's family, can, grieve properly about this, but it's just not the right example. That's just my rule. That's my reality. That's how I feel about it.
Big up.
They're coming for you now. Now you said that. Yeah, I hope you ain't got no criminal convictions, bro.
I do.
All right, because if anything happens to you, I'm going to be on the live stream saying, well, Blue Channel's not the best, car. He did couple robberies still. Now, 1 second. Nah.
But I've changed my life.
No.
I've changed my life.
What you've done and what I can make it look like you've done is two different things, right? So what you've been convicted for is one thing, but what the accusation is going to say about you is going to be a different thing. Are you looking to treat man differently because of his criminal convictions?
You know what? Jedi, see at that time when he was driving, he should have stopped, bruv. He should have stopped right there and then and stopped.
Okay.
Just stop. You're driving like you don't know what's gonna happen after that. You might die, and that's what happened. He died. Stop. They said stop. The guns are out. Stop.
All right.
Simple as that. It's simple.
Fair enough, man. Who wants to respond, man?
Let me respond very quickly. What blue channel? You see your sorry, sis. You see your channel, your actual channel.
Yeah.
As much as you're very opinionated on this, and you're allowed to be.
Yeah.
What's your channel and your platform doing in the deterrent of our younger brothers
it's not
making the
about
right
that.
decisions?
I promote entertainment.
So you promote the
that
same
what you're on,
fuckery?
yeah?
No, because that's reality.
Let me check your let me check your page.
My one is
no,
not.
but
His
it's
page.
current.
I'm getting his page now.
Yeah, I'm
It's
checking his
art,
page
it's
still.
art.
I'm not trying to hear man them come up here talking that and they're not doing anything
not-
to. Cause you saying you're saying you changed your life. So I'm
Yeah.
about to see how you're putting that message across. So I've changed my life, and you can check
I'm
my
not
page. I'm
social.
all about the
Listen,
change.
mate.
You got
Listen,
him.
mate.
You got him. He's
Listen,
panicking.
mate.
He's
I'm not
panicking.
a
You got him.
social. I'm not a social. I'm
No,
not
you're
into-
part of the community, though, no?
I'm a part of the community, but I'm not trying to stand. I'm not Martin Luther King, mate. I am not Martin
Neither
Luther
am I.
King.
Neither am I.
Yeah?
But you got we're
I'm
very
just saying-
opinionated on our
I'm
younger
very
brothers without
opinionated.
doing anything to make the change. We're not
I'm
trying to be
say
part
to
of the
you,
change.
I want things to change, but I just think Chris Kaba is the wrong example. If it was an innocent you on
It's
the
the
road,
example that's being used now.
listen, I'm saying for the amount of the population that we have in this country, there's always gonna be fuck ups. Do you understand? There's always gonna be fuck ups, and that was the fuck up, innit? But at the same time,
Brother, you're the fuck up because you're not doing nothing to help them either. We're supposed to be standing up and being a fucking what am I doing? Go check my page, my brother. Go check my page. Go have a field day, my brother.
You just sound like you're on drugs, brother. You're just talking madness. Like you say, what am I doing? What am I doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
I said,
bro?
go check my page. Like I'm gonna do with yours. I'm gonna see if you're doing anything to deter it.
What you should
There
be
you go.
saying.
You're part
what
of the
you should be
problem.
saying-
You're
listen,
part of the problem.
what-
You're not
listen,
here
listen,
for our
listen.
young brother,
What
young
you should be
generation.
saying-
Personally, I don't think you was part of the life.
What you should be saying.
What's on his page? I want to know.
Personally, I don't think you was part of the life like that. I think you was on the outskirts.
Wait, 1 second. Busy, 1 second. Blue
What
channel.
you should be saying is
Blue
we
channel.
need
Let
to
me
stop
ask you
the
just
criminal.
question.
Yeah.
Like you say entertainment. What's on your page? What's your page about, brother?
All right, cool. I'm
Young Philly and that.
music. I do all music, entertainment, things that are funny, whatever. It's just like a hobby I do. I work, bro. I work in enforcement, mate. And you know what I'm saying? So I work. I've got a normal job, mate. Do you understand? I work for the council myself. Do you understand? I'm a big man. I pay my own rent. Do you understand? So at the end of the day, you gotta take the things that are reality. Reality and entertainment is two different things. I can be Wesley Snipes in the morning and be acting and still go home to my fucking family, mate. What are you talking about? I can be a boxer tomorrow and still be a family man. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
What we doing? Posting Tiny Boost, yeah? What we posting Tiny Boost and the bros them, yeah? Alright, one sec.
I can post what I want.
Of course you can, but don't come up here telling anyone about the choices that they made and you're not trying to tell them how to choose other choices. So a young brother watching your page will get encouraged to do exactly what fucking Chris Kaba's doing, brother.
You're an idiot. You know why you're a clown, yeah? Because I'm saying you should be trying to prevent the youth from going down this road in the first place.
You know what?
From happening in the first place. You're not even preventing it from happening. You're saying it's all right.
Hold on. I don't know why when I say hold on, stop talking. I will just mute you. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, yeah, I love you lot's exchange, right? It's gonna open up a new dimension of conversation, and I want to go down this road because I want us to test each other and say where are we at morally? What are we actually saying? What was my man a shooter? Are we defending the shooters or not? So I can take each side of the fence. What you notice is I'm here to be a moderator. I'm gonna throw stuff into the conversation to keep it active and keep us dynamic. It's not necessarily all just my point of view, but I think Busy definitely has got a great point of view. It's like, yo, you do seem a little bit judgmental, Blue Channel, a little bit. You're giving your perspective and we love that. But man saying, hold on, if you're promoting shooters or man that rap about being shooters and that, then this whole lack of compassion, this lack of entertainment. Hold on. This lack of compassion and empathy for so-called gang members is a bit perplexing because you watch and get benefit from them. You started a channel where you showcase their content.
I like the
You're not
music.
even removed from it. Like
I like their music. I like the music.
And
I
the
like the music. But
Did you
I've
listen
got to
to
be
this?
Arrest my
smart
case,
enough.
man. Arrest my
Did you
case.
listen to
I've got to be
Hold on,
smart
hold on.
enough
Did you listen to 6-7?
differentiate the two.
1 second. Did you listen to 6-7?
Yes, but I've got to be smart enough to differentiate the two. I've got to understand that art and entertainment is. I've got to differentiate these things. I've got to be smart enough to not actually live out these things that they're talking about. It's as simple as that.
Let me say something, Blue. Yeah, with all the argument to the side, yeah. No shit, yeah. Watch this, my bro, yeah.
All right, cool.
Watch this now, yeah.
Die hard, and I'm gonna kill 10 people tomorrow.
Of course.
I gotta be smart enough to differentiate the two things. Use your
Yeah,
brain,
but
people.
Each other. Let's listen to
Watch
each other.
this. Watch this, Blue. Yeah. All the arguments and profanities out the way. Yeah. Watch this now. Yeah. If a younger brother goes onto your page and sees that you like this music and whatnot, and you've got Tiny Boo, we all know that Tiny Boo's hasn't really changed his message that he puts across since before he went inside and whatnot.
He does a lot of things that he does.
No, but let me finish, please, brother. Let me think. This is when it just starts to like everyone will think that we're arguing and we're both grown men. Yeah. Watch this now. So a young brother, you know what you're just about to say to me, but a young brother watching it, that's so what's a word when they will see that and be influenced. They're very like so. This the reason for my passion. I haven't finished, and I will finish very soon. Yeah, but the reason for my passion with this is because I am writing a book to deter them away from this. I am doing this and that. I do actually talk. I'm not scared to shut down my peers either when it comes to them doing things that are detrimental to what's going on. But a young brother looking at your page will look at that and be just as enticed to act like these people as they are when they go on Shade Borough and that.
You're right. But you're actually a bit right about that. But guess what? We live in a world where entertainment is out there for everybody. It's for you and your own brain to differentiate the two. I'm not here to educate you and be your father or your mother. You have to differentiate that for yourself. Because even if I don't do it, there's boxing out, there's Die Hard, there's all kind of these movies out here.
I feel like you're part of the problem, bro.
What makes me gonna be the person to change your child?
I feel like you're not my child. I'm okay with that. I'm good with that. I'm talking about the society's children. No, you're asking a question. It don't matter about my child because I am talking to you. It's the same way I talk to my kids when they're acting up.
I'm saying this Chris Kaba thing. I'm just saying he's not the best example. That is it. That's all I'm saying. He's
what, the best example of what though? When you say
if he was a clean cut black brother from wherever, and he was just driving one day, the police just thought he was doing something mad. He wasn't doing nothing mad, and he got shot. I'll be like, nah, this is crazy. This is mad. Man. This is mad.
Blue channel.
Okay,
Blue
so how does it? Okay, wait 1 second. How does it not matter though? First
because you know how they see us anyway, bro.
No, not you. I'm asking Kojo. After Kojo, I want to hear from Shani. But I just want to understand, Kojo. Wait. How does Johnny, who's just a college youth or whatever, rare uni youth, and Itch, how did they get the same amount of sympathy and whatnot? How is that how's that work out in your mind, knowing you know what you know?
Can I ask you? This is simple. Chris Kaba, the moment he got unalived, he was still an innocent man. If he wasn't an innocent man, if he was not an innocent man, he would have been sitting in prison because that's where not innocent people stay.
And that's where they was going to send him.
That's
where they was going to send him if they caught him.
Brother, I'm being real. Just let the man talk, man.
At the end of the day, when that before and after that bullet ripped through his cranium, he was an innocent man. Because if he was not an innocent man, he'll be in prison. Even though, let's say they do hypothetically in a scenario, they do arrest him and they didn't unalive him, he will still be an innocent man to prove it innocent. Now, if you flip it back to little TJ that works his 9 to 5 in Primark, goes uni and gets unalive, he's the same as Kaba in that instant. According to law, he's the same as Kaba because those are both two innocent individuals at that time. For all I know, that innocent youth that is a 9 to 5 civilian, I don't know if he's 1 minute, let me land, bro. That 9 to 5 civilian, for all I know, I don't know if he's molesting his little sister at home.
Yo, coach, what are you doing to my channel,
Kojo? Guess what? The world doesn't work that way.
To my channel, coach, man.
Guess what, Kojo? The world does not work that way.
It don't matter. He asked me a question. Blue, he asked me a question. I answered
Your words, hold up your words, brother.
Respectfully, the
Nothing
world doesn't work
justified.
that way.
Nothing
The world doesn't
justified.
work that way. When you got a stigma
There's
against
some
you,
ignorance
they
going
use
on,
it
man.
against you.
Listen, Blue Channel, listen, Blue Channel and Kojo. Respectfully, brothers, you lot are very similar in terms of your passion and your willingness to jump on and be brave and speak your mind. And I respect that. But we got to do this thing where if you hear someone talking, you know they were talking before you, just back down. Just like back down. Okay, let me jump in after. When two people are just chatting like la 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 la. Let Kojo land, because Kojo was speaking.
Hold up your words, brother. Hold up your words for the platform's sake, please.
Please.
My bad.
Sorry, everyone.
All right, let me land now. Let me land. At the end of the day, yeah. If you now compare that hypothetical good black youth to Thingy, at the end of the day, you ask me a question. In my eyes, they are both innocent men. Because at the end of the day, before Chris Kaba was unalive, he was an innocent man. Because if he wasn't an innocent man, he would have been in prison. And let's say they didn't unalive him and they arrested him for whatever, he's still going to be innocent to proving guilty. Same applies to the innocent black youth that gets his head licked down. At the end of the day, they're both innocent, and it doesn't justify. It doesn't. Well, my main point, whether Chris Kaba was a bad man or whatever, and whether the good boy was a good youth, it doesn't justify having a bullet ripping your cranium. It does not justify it. So whether bad man or no bad man, it doesn't justify anything. This is an innocent individual that got unlawfully unalive, bro.
Kojo, can I say for one thing? Remember that white guy, he went to Spanish and he robbed the Rolex and he got killed? Remember that on the news? Like, I'm just bringing up something. He went to Spain. He got killed out there.
Say unalive, bro. Say unalive.
He got unalived and he got killed out there. But the people...
I see. How can I take you serious when I say unalive and you say the K word half a second?
Listen, when he got alive...
Blue. How can I say blue? Blue. How can I take this conversation serious? When I say
let me speak. Yeah?
You lot relax,
when Jay Slater got unalived in Spain, people were saying he had a bad stereotype on his name. So it doesn't work that way. When you got a bad stigma on your name, people have less care for you, bro. Just like the police had less care for him. He was acting like a bad man. He was expected to have a gun on him, and that's what he did.
It's half and half. You can't say that.
In Jamaica, this happens all the time.
Bro, Blue Channel. Blue Channel, you just lied.
In Jamaica, you get down.
Blue Channel.
I'll be real. You know what? The panel, we need a break from Kojo and Blue. We need a break, man. We just need a break. You man are just shouting at each other. You just need a break from that. Switch up the energy. Let's go to Shani, and then after Shani, Kevin. Welcome to the show, Shan.
Big up, gents. Big up, everybody. Long time listener.
How's the Legion?
First time caller.
How's the Legion?
I just wanted to say that I don't really know much about Chris Kaba, right? And I haven't read much about him at all. But I remember last year when this happened, I remember the imagery. And obviously, there's a picture behind you right now of him. And this is the imagery that's been put out there. And I just felt so sorry for this person's family, his mother, him. I just thought they've taken this poor innocent man, you know. My opinions haven't really changed because I think Kojo makes a point in saying that he wasn't found guilty of anything. So he's still technically innocent by the UK law. People are speculating and saying that he did this a couple of weeks prior or whatever, but that's not been put out to us like very clearly in the public, and he's not been convicted of any of that. So we just have to put that down to speculation. I don't think this is anything to do with race, but I do think you could have a race argument within this, right? So I can see why and how people could bring race into it. When it comes to him being unalived, I think my opinions there are still very much the same as they were originally.
Can I stop you for 1 second?
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing the chats are going nuts. Yeah. Is that you?
Oh, I'm mute. Yeah,
cool. You kids are listening to hip hop, yeah? Children's hip hop. No, I'm only pausing you for 1 second just to ask you. do you still consider this man to be an innocent man? Because I noticed that's how you started. You said your views ain't really changed. People are like going crazy, like, what? Really innocent? Do you still think?
Yeah, because he hasn't been convicted of anything, right? It's just he's been unalived because he's in a car that was involved in a crime. But who's been convicted of that crime? Has anyone else been convicted of the crime?
It was just alleged. It was just
Right.
alleged.
So then that man is an innocent man. However, we can have a look and say, oh, he did this in the past, he did that in the past, and so on and so forth. But he needs to be convicted of these things, first of all. If he's got convictions of these things, if he's a criminal, yeah, that's fine. But this is a completely different case right now. He's been unalived because he didn't stationary his vehicle when they wanted him to. And that's all that is. He didn't stop when they wanted him to stop. And so they unalived him. When you watch the video, you can hear them saying, take the shot. So there was a pause between him ramming into the front one and going a little bit backwards into the second one. And a police officer told the other one to take the shot. Then they took the shot. Then they're saying, shots fired, shot fired. And the other police officer saying, where, who, where? And he said, round at the front. That's all you get in the video. Okay. So it wasn't planned. They didn't all plan to unalive him and right there and then. But that one officer made that decision to do so. Do I think that officer should have been convicted of I do. And the reason why I think he should have been is because he does have training, right? Yeah. And he does have training and I don't think this situation should have been a lethal situation. I don't think that people should have come out or anyone should have come out of this situation without a life. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't think anybody in that situation should have come out unalived. It was very much able to be handled. I definitely think so, especially because he didn't have a weapon.
Let me just say this, yeah. We have 754 people in this live. I need you guys to tap the screen. If you don't tap the screen, we can get more visibility. That helps my channel. You might not care, but I do put on a lot of conversations, debates, live streams of this nature where everybody's welcome to give their for and against sides. It's not an echo chamber. So if you've been enjoying this stream so far, then please, 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 please support by tapping the screen and getting the likes up. I don't know what people want me to do a poll for. I don't know. There's no dancing going to be going on today, so I don't know what you want the poll for. Poll for what?
Whether or not it was justified or unwarranted.
Remove yourself from my live stream, please. Yeah. But yeah, carry on, please.
So someone said about a poll whether or not it was justified and warranted, just to see what your listeners are thinking. But people are just saying there, just on the back of that a car is a weapon. Okay, fair enough. But when the car was stationary, when the car was stationary, that's when they had a beat. They did have a beat. So people were like, "Oh, it's just they just quickly acted." If you watch the video, there's enough time between the car being still and for that officer to make a different decision, which he didn't. He made the one that he did. There was a beat there to then assess what was going on, and other police officers never made a shot, especially ones that were on the side of him, who would have had a better view. They would have had a better view of whether or not he had a weapon, right? The ones that are on the side. But the one in front took that decision to unalive him. So it really is just a case of, you can call the car a weapon, but he didn't have a weapon that would have harmed. Sorry, they could have called a car a weapon, but he actually halted his weapon when he had his two hands on the wheel and the car was stopped. He didn't use his weapon. It's the same as him having a weapon in his hand, and then when they told him to drop it, he dropped it, and then they decided to unalive him after that. Do you see what I'm saying? So the weapon that they're talking about being the car was stopped, but they still unalived him when the car was stopped. His weapon was de-armed, let's say.
Yep.
Just my opinion.
One hand on the steering wheel, guys. One hand on his wrist, one hand on a steering wheel.
Go on, please.
All right, this comment, listen, you remember when the English boys were protesting, and all us black people wanted to stand up for Asians and illegal migrants and Arabs and all these people. If you look at the comments here, not one, you don't see no Asian brothers standing for us, no Arabs standing for us. I've seen an Algerian flag talk about, oh, he deserved to die. I've seen Asian brothers, Arab brothers, Muslim brothers condemn this black man. So next time they want to tell us to come and march for them for free Palestine or march for them against the EDL boys, look at their true colors really showing. So next time they say, oh, brothers, come march with us. Look how I've seen Algerian flags, I've seen Muslim brothers, I've seen Asian boys condemn this guy. So next time they say, oh, come march with us, come march with us.
Lie, yeah, I did notice some of that, but I don't know how you're gonna take that. And you need to be very careful because social media can really manipulate you. For instance, if I start a profile with a Algerian flag or Palestinian flag, I might convince somebody that doesn't do their due diligence that I'm of that community. And then I can say anything I want and create tension from like my phone screen. Do you know what I mean? So
I hear that, but
you need to be careful, bro. But I do hear you. Anyway,
Ask what the relevance of that though is.
I'm about to put in a survey, a poll. The smiley face means that you agree with what happened, and you think it was lawful or right or whatever. And then the crying face means that you disagree, right? I'm about to send it into the chat now, so just so you know what each emoji means. So,
can I say something quick time?
Yeah.
I saw a comment about a couple of minutes ago saying that he had a Balian gun residue on his sleeve. So does that equate to a lethal weapon in the car? No. Does that mean he should have been shot? No. At the end of the day, it comes down to the fact that the police in this country, we're not talking about living in Jamaica or Nigeria or anywhere else. We're in the UK. We're in England. The police have got a duty of care. The police are not the judge, jury, and executioner. The police are there to take suspected criminals and put them through a process of a court where a jury decides if that person is guilty or not. They're not there to decide whether this person lives or not. There should have never been a case of, unless there was a physical weapon pulled, the car itself, that's an irrelevant argument because purely just because of the fact the car was stationary. There should have been in no way that turned into a man losing his life and everybody saying, oh, he's not innocent. That's fine. That's what your opinion is. If you are on the jury, then you can decide whether that man is innocent or not. But you're not. You're just on a TikTok comment section. So we can't sit here and say, oh, he's not innocent, he was in a gang and stuff like that. Does that mean that everybody who's been roped into the street life should be shot and executed?
Right.
Like I said, if that's the case, there's 90,000.
Go
yeah, like I said, thank you, Nut, for making my point. Because I've been seeing all along the whole rhetoric that a criminal justify getting a bullet in between the cranium. You know what? Alhamdulillah, if that's the case. Can I ain't a criminal? So I don't care.
Sorry. Can we just clarify one more thing? Nut said he may have had gunshot residue on an item of clothing. That is not the same as saying he had a gun in the car. He had no weapon on his person, you know. He wasn't in possession of a weapon.
Yeah,
right? And they're saying that they may have been a balaclava with gunshot residue on it. Did you say?
Apparently, he had a balaclava in his pocket and gunpowder residue on his sleeve, I believe.
Okay.
It's quite interesting. All these people that are saying that he deserves to be unalived and everything like that, do they really want to live in a society where the police get to decide right there and then if you...
Half of them are trolling. Trust me.
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm meaning the people that...
Let the lady talk, man.
So the people have voted to say that, you know, it's fine that he's cleared. That was more than obviously people that are feeling that he shouldn't have been unalived. But the point is, sorry, my question was, do the people that think that he should have passed away from this really want to live in a society where the police can decide right there on the streets whether or not you live or die without having had your day in court?
Exactly. So, I mean, Jada, and I want to ask one more question. If I like to ask the question to the panel and the 810 people watching. If Chris Kaba was your family member, how would you feel about this situation? Would you be so quick to condemn him? Because we're so comfortable sitting in the comfort of the Western world in front of our laptop and our little fancy iPads and our little Costa coffee, condemning people from across the screen. But if Chris Kaba was your son, was your boyfriend, was your cousin, was your uncle, was your father, would you be so quick to condemn him? You know what I'm trying to say?
You know what it is, yeah? I was just thinking about it just a while ago, Kojo, yeah? See, before these police go out, yeah? They're in the boarding room, right? They're like, this is Chris Kaba. He might have a gun on him. He's a known of the part of the 6-7 gang. He's from Brixton Hill. People cautious, guys. When we get out there, people cautious. He might have a gun on him. So, see, when you have that thought in your head, guess what happens? Panic. Fear.
That means you shouldn't do that job. You shouldn't do that job.
When you have panic
you
and
do
fear,
that job then.
and when you have panic and fear, these are the things that happen because you're perceived as a bad person, and this is what happens to you. You're stereotyped, and you get shot because that's what they think about. That's the perceived notion of that's how they think about you.
I hear that, bro. I hear that. Then that means they're not mentally or psychologically sound enough to do that job.
We are human beings. We're not robots.
I Blue. 1 minute, yeah. I Blue. Can I tell you something? Yeah, we're not robots, but you see firemen.
Shout, Kojo.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Blue. Yeah, you said they're not robots, but at the end of the day, yeah, you see firemen running into fire, bro. These guys are human beings. I've never seen a fireman. Oh, you know what? It was a bit too hot, you know, so I was scared. Or, oh, you know what? That building was a bit too high. I couldn't know. You're trained for a job. You get paid for it. If you're feeling scared, tell your surgeon. You know what? Today I don't feel like I could be able to do. Then communicate. Then.
Everyone, wait.
The difference between fire and human beings. Fire is predictable. Human beings are not. That's the difference.
Wait now.
That's the difference.
Pause for a minute. Pause. Let's stick a pin. Yeah. Let's stick a pin in this part right now. Let's take a breather.
Yeah.
Let's take a breather. That's nice, isn't it? That feels nice on the ears. Deep breath. Okay, we got some panelists that ain't got to speak yet. We got Anonymous and we got Kevin. So which one of you two want to speak first, man? Let's go to Kevin. Kevin, talk to me.
Yeah, thank you so much for raising me. Yeah.
Welcome, man. Welcome. Thank you for the memberships, everyone doing the heart me's and sending in the gifts. Thank you. It's been so busy. I've not been able to speak on it, but I appreciate it. I see you lot. Keep tapping the screen, everyone. Kevin, talk.
I think people are focusing on the fact that he was a gangster, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what the police did, if it was wrong or not. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And I think everyone emphasized on him being a gangster because he was a black man. Because, like, to be fair, yeah, we've been glorifying the mafia just because they are white. Is it true? Like, it's not a lie, isn't it? We glorify the mafia. Pablo Escobar, and stuff like that. But they were all criminals. You understand? Yeah. But that's if there was a black Pablo Escobar, bro, that would have been different case.
He would have still got shot.
Yeah, we still got shot. No, but listen, that's not the case. I'm talking about like people in the comment, and then you guys are talking about
guys.
Black man. Oh, we need to do better for the community. We need to do this. We need to do that. But we're not the only one that having problems, even the white people, but people don't talk about it. Do you understand?
You know why? Because we put our underworld out there. Everyone has an underworld, but guess what? Our black people put our underworld to the public. That's the difference between the Asian and everyone else. The underworld is underneath them. Our underworld is at the surface.
No, it's not that. It's not that. Listen.
Underworld
the guy came. The guy.
All right, let this guy have a little free reign. He's just jumped on though.
Listen, the guy came with the statistic about who's making the statistics. The white man. Do you understand? He puts there wherever he wants. Do you understand? I think the only thing that we have to do is stop investing in this country. They will respect us. If we stop playing for them, stop buying their things, they will start respecting us and not putting us down like the way they're doing it. I'm telling you, because there's no way they're going to do that to an Asian. Do you understand?
Exactly what I said. You know why? Because as I said, our underworld is at the surface, so that's why they will stereotype us because we put ourselves out there as them people. It's all on the music, it's all on the code, it's how we kind of perceive ourselves on the screen, right? So that's why they treat us in that way. Chris Kaba
especially when we got channels glorifying
Yes,
it. But
yes,
carry on.
exactly.
Yeah, all right, cool. Whether I'm glorifying it or not, mate, it's happening.
He's got you. You need to now listen to me. You need to really think about this thing, you know. What Busy's been saying to you and your stance. You need to weigh them up, look in the mirror, and see. Look,
you know what? Well, I have a balance on my channel. I talk about all different things, innit? It's just not straight crime. I talk about positive things that's happening in the community too. Do you understand?
That's true.
I'm
That's
a human
true.
being.
That's true.
Is that true? Did you see that, Busy? Yeah,
I do.
Little bits and bobs. Still, there is bits and bobs. There is a mixture.
Is he only doing that bits and bobs so that he can post up the fuckery, though?
No, I'm not the
Maybe
one
so.
level.
That's
I'm
the way
trying
I
to keep
see
a
it.
balance. I'm trying to keep a positive and a negative balance.
All right, fair enough. Listen, I ain't judging you, but I do think Busy's on your neck with that fucking.
No, I hear him. I hear him. You know,
but it ain't even personal.
It's
it
not
ain't even
personal.
personal. I've got something about
personal.
I hear what he's saying.
I've got something against all the channels that put up and glorify any way, shape, or form. I've got something. It's not that personal for you as a person.
I hear you, and maybe I should do better in posting more positive stuff.
Let's move forward.
You get me?
Let's move forward. Anonymous, talk to me.
Yeah, hi everyone. Yes,
hi, welcome.
Basically, I'm just trying to see it on both ways. Okay, so I saw.
You trying to do what?
No, I'm just going to say my bit. Basically, I saw the clip from yesterday on Sky News, and first of all, you know, we got to see it as like, all right, it was charged by the jury of his peers. So as much as I thought it was guilty, you know, he was charged. His jury of peers. Yeah, they acquitted him. But basically, to start off with a lot of people saying he was going back and forth, he was trapped like a rat. He wasn't going nowhere. Yeah, he might have reversed, it might have moved forward. He wasn't going nowhere. He was trapped, you know. And so yeah, that's the first thing. And basically, there's a lot of people here saying, you know, Chris Kaba was a criminal, all this, blah, blah, blah. The first thing that always happens when it's a black person, they go on Google, they do their best to get the worst out of this person. Same thing happened with George Floyd. No, I'm not condoning any violence, you know, sorry, I'm not advocating violence or anything, but the same thing happened. You know, they look for the worst thing. A lot of people are saying he's from 6, 7, or I don't even know, but I never heard of that. It was never said on the news or anything. People Googled it and done their own good research on it. Okay. And again, going back to that incident, okay, there was no, from what I watched, there was no sirens or anything to kind of pre-warn him. So, okay, look, pull over. MB, who said about the spikes, is totally incorrect. There's no spikes because you saw his car moving. It wasn't wobbling around. There was no spikes at all. They literally, you know, personally, what they done, I guess, is the right thing. They boxed him in. That's what they would do. Just like when you go to a house, you don't knock on the door. They barge the door down to catch you unexpected. Yeah. So that's what they done. But do you know Charles Mendes? Do you remember that? The Brazilian guy at Stockwell.
Yeah, Stockwell Station, yeah. We spoke about it today as well.
Exactly. A similar thing where he was just shot point back and they used rubber bullets, you know. But the marksmen there, you know, I think they're not, you know, they're trained for all situations. However, you know, you still can't, you know, every situation is different. But like I said, and the way they showed it on the a bird's eye view and the pictures of each person, he could have done better. He didn't have to shoot him dead.
Okay.
You know? He could have shot him.
You felt like from what you saw, the officer may have had other options.
Definitely had other options because, like I said, he was trapped like a rat. He wasn't going anywhere. People are saying the car's a weapon. The car went back and forth. It didn't have no missiles on it or anything. He wasn't going nowhere. You know, they could have they did break down the back windows. They could have taken him down without having to shoot him, you know. And, you know, he wasn't shot because he was a gang member or whatever, because it was the car that was pulled in, not the person in it. You know, it was the wrong person, but the car was pulled up.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying it was the car, not the person.
Yeah.
Hiya, sorry. You're saying it's the car and not the person.
Yeah.
So why didn't he just pull over then? Why didn't he just stop, pull over, and go along with what the police were saying?
Was he given an opportunity to pull over, or did they just put him in straight away?
Watch the video. There's quite a few
sirens
videos out there.
wasn't on.
The sirens were sounded for him to pull over. So I understand, and it's horrible that someone's died, but the police at the same time didn't know it was him in the car. They didn't know that it was him in the car. They asked the car to pull over. It didn't pull over. They tried to box him in. When they worked out it was him in the car, he is known for being violent. He is known for being, you know, it's awful that someone's died, but the police officer in that moment was trying to decide what was the best thing to do.
Why was he not in jail then if he was not known to be a bad man?
He was under police investigation, I believe, by quite a few different forces. It came out today that he was quite high up in the gang that he was in, and it's awful. Don't get me wrong. No one should die for crimes they committed. They should go to prison. They should go and stand in court. However, that police officer on that day had a split decision. He had to make a choice in his head. Was that person in that car going to hurt other people? Or was he going to, just stop and go along with what was being asked of him? And the problem is, this lad...
Looking from the video, did you see any way he was going to hurt someone? Or are you basically saying the weapon was the car?
Of course the car's a weapon.
When they
showed
it,
cars kill people.
But did you see how he was trapped in? No one was there. Did you see how he was trapped in? He was moving... If he was moving back and forth, he was not escaping from that.
I understand that. But did you?
The only way he was going to escape. The only way he was going to escape was getting out.
I understand that bit, but at that time they then had an idea who was in the car, and he was known for having weapons on him. Yes or no?
No. Look, we're not talking.
Can I ask you a question?
We're talking about the incident itself. We're not saying what he was known for, whatever. We're talking at that split point. Whatever happened that day, not what he was known for before. Yeah. It was on that day, that evening. That's what we're talking about, not what happened before.
I want to ask her a question.
Because she's basically saying, what she's saying is what people have been saying 6 hours ago. This is all that you're just regurgitating the old tired, flaccid rhetoric. At the end of the day, he had a bullet put in his cranium when the car was stationary. A stationary car is not a lethal object.
PTSD is a real thing, you know.
But
you see, when it comes to police stopping you, I'll still feel it to this day. Obviously, I ain't got nothing on me, but I wouldn't even run. But at his age, I probably would, even if it's just natural.
I understand that, but you need to understand, Kojo, especially you, should understand a car is a weapon, no matter which way you look at it. If it's driving at somebody, it's a weapon. If it's driving at people on the street,
Zoe, can I ask you a question?
Zoe, was that car a weapon on that day where it was boxed in?
Yes.
How?
It was before it was boxed in. Yes, it was.
No, I'm saying at that moment when it was boxed in, and he was moved. Okay, he moved.
But you're doing it from that one particular time. What about the lead
That's
up
what
to
we're talking about.
But that's when he got shot.
That's when he got shot. That's why I'm talking about that particular moment.
From that moment, right? Because if he would have been harmed before that, but he wasn't.
Nothing leading up to that moment is the reason that he got shot. No.
No. We're not saying that. We're saying at that particular moment.
Let me talk. What I am saying is that the officer said that he feared for his safety and the safety of his colleagues. Right? We know at the time of the shot, the car was wedged in at the front, and there was another vehicle coming up close behind.
Okay.
So he didn't really have much spec to harm anybody. The officer that was in front of him with the firearm, in my opinion, could have moved. Right? Even though the car was wedged in, I feel like only because the car was wedged in did that officer decide to go in front of him. Because I don't think he jumped in front of the car while the car was moving forward. So the car became stationary. He became wedged in, and this officer went in front of him and was aiming at the occupant of the vehicle and was given the green light to take a shot and took a shot. But I don't think that was his only course of action. Personally, there was people on the side that people saying, you may have taken a lot.
You can play it however you want to play it in your heads, and I'm really sorry, and you're not going to like this at all. However you want to play it in your heads, you can do. You can play it that he was a victim. At the end of the day, leading up to him being boxed in, please let me finish.
You should let her finish, please. Don't interrupt.
Up until the point where he got boxed in, he was not a victim at all. Those officers feared for their life. They didn't know whether there was a weapon in the car, and even stood in front of that car, you still couldn't see a weapon in the footwell. You could not see a weapon in the side of the door. You could not see a weapon down beside him. I'm sorry, but you couldn't.
There was no weapon.
But they didn't know that.
All this
Those
fearing
police
for your
officers
life.
did not
I'll be
know
honest
that.
with you, yeah. Officers are trained to an elite level, right? These
Yes,
armed
they
police,
are.
they're trained to an elite
I
level.
have a lot of friends that are police officers. I know the training they
This is
go
why
through.
this is why you're unempathetic, because you got police.
No, it's not why I'm unempathetic. I'm unempathetic about a person that decides to drive down a street, not giving a damn about anybody else on that street, who then decides to
There was
ram
no one
into a
else on that
police car
street.
to try and get away.
But
You don't know that. How do you know someone
One
would have-
second. I agree. Reckless driving, damaging people's property. I agree. Not great. The fact is, he didn't harm anybody else in this procedure. Police have got.
He was lucky, wasn't he, this time then?
Police have got procedures to limit damage by falling back and not forcing fleeing suspects into potentially life-threatening scenarios. This is something I've known from a very long time ago, from the boys in the mopeds and that, right? They know.
I agree. Like I said, I don't agree
Did
that
you
he
just say
died.
Chris Kaba was
100% don't
lucky
agree
this
that he
time?
died, but you not going that he's a
can I
poor
ask you a question?
victim.
Zoe, was it a speed chase?
Anyway,
No,
wait,
it
before
wasn't
you do that, Shelley, did you ask Zoe the question you wanted to ask?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
I was
let's
going to
go.
ask Zoe that if Zoe, if you were standing in front of the car that was stationary, would you have took a lethal shot?
I'm not a trained police officer, but knowing who I know in the police force, and knowing that in their head that they would have calculated everything to take that shot and kind of what else was going on, you can't say that it was wrong to take that shot.
That was the only option.
Can I speak?
Zoe, are you saying that was the only option?
Yeah, exactly. Zoe, are you saying that was the only option?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am saying that's the only option because they did
Zoe,
not.
can I
Let me
ask a question?
Before we go, everyone's gonna Zoe can answer your question. Let's speak to Jupiter.
Yeah.
Jupiter, welcome.
Hiya.
How you doing? Have you got any opinions on this?
Yeah, as per usual, it's going to be nuanced. I'm very similar to Zoe. I think it's unfortunate that the man lost his life. I think no one should lose their life over criminal activity. But unfortunately, he was trying to get away. Nobody knows if he had a gun in that car. The adrenaline's high. Yeah, there were so many police surrounding him. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but he lost his life. And I think that if he went to a jury and the jury found the police officer not guilty, which is the case, in this country, more often than not, you're gonna get a better decision if you've got a jury, and the jury found it in favour of the officer. And I believe that people of this country would have gone against the officer had they seen evidence in the courtroom that put the police in a bad light. Because
Can I ask a question to Jupiter?
they're not supported anymore by the white community, and it doesn't matter how much people want to make out that there's a load of racism going on in the police force, which to some extent there is. But in the outside community, with the common person, the police are not well liked anymore. There is not a lot of trust for the police. So for a jury to have found that police officer was not guilty tells you there must
That's
have been-
elite. No. Dude, I concur with your points. I hear what you're saying. I also have brought up the point that, public faith in the police and the government is at an all-time low. But I still don't think that means that if a jury was to side with a policeman's story, that means that, the peers should really be against the police, because it doesn't work like that, right? So it may just be a jury of people that are with the police and for the police. There's many people in this chat that are for the police. So I don't think it's got to that. I don't think it's got that bad where you can just pick 12 random people off the street and they're going to have a disdain for the police force, because it's not that deep.
Can I just point something out? Can I just quickly point something out? I just want to point out that Jupiter and Zoe said that they don't think that he should have been unalived. So if that's the case, why do you think that the police officer shouldn't have got charged?
Because he was in that split second. We weren't in that split second. We're not trained. We're not in that split second to decide whether something else could happen. I feel awful for the family knowing that somebody, you know, one of their loved ones have died. However, he chose that life. He knew what he was getting into, and he chose the life that he chose. He chose the crimes that he chose. He knew at the end of the day, this was probably going to be the way he died. And I'm sorry, but that is facts. Whether you like it or not, that is facts. He chose to join a gang. He chose to be involved in criminal activity, and he chose to run away from those officers, knowing damn well that at the end of that chase could be death for him.
Zoe,
I agree.
Zoe, can I put a question across here to Zoe? So obviously in that split second decision, blah blah blah. But what you're saying is he chose the life that he chose, and he chose the criminality. And if he obviously, in the eyes of the law in the UK, he wasn't a guilty man until he was proven to be, and he didn't get the opportunity to prove his innocence or be shown to be guilty because he didn't get the opportunity to go before a court. Yes, he tried to run away from the police officers. Yes, he was in a car. But if that had have been, say, for example, a white drug dealer from somewhere else, and he got surrounded, boxed in, and he was trying to get away from the police, do you think that outcome would have been different?
No. I know white drug dealers that have been shot. I know quite a few from the London area that have died, white people that have died in the same kind of circumstances. And it's funny that people aren't shouting loud and screaming loud about those people. It happened. It wasn't about the colour of his skin. And this is the one thing that irritates me more than anything else in the world. It isn't about the colour of this guy's skin. The guy was a criminal. The guy drove recklessly. He tried to evade police. He used his car as a weapon. He was known to carry weapons. And that is why he unfortunately isn't here anymore.
Can I just
nothing about his colour.
Hold on.
And everyone's screaming about the fact
That's great. That's great. Now, I'm going to say, for you lot in the chat, I've got another little vote for you, right? So it's the yellow star, the pink button, yellow star. If you think that this was racially motivated, and by racially motivated, I mean, do you think Chris Kaba was afforded less opportunity to live based on him being a black man, right? If you believe so, that this has racial connotations, then please hit with the star. And if you think no, please hit with the heart, right? So heart for no, star for yes. Was this a racial scenario? Was this a racist killing?
Can I ask Zoe something?
Can I just ask Zoe something?
Yeah.
One second, Anonymous. Let me land. Sorry, but watch this now. Yeah, Zoe, have you ever encountered the police in Brixton as a young black man? As you being a young black man? And know what it's like
to be. No, I'm not a young black man, am I? But I have got black friends.
Or from that precise area. Right. We're not doing a black friend thing right now, but I'm precisely being from that area.
I'm confused. There's actually a vote going on, a poll going on. You need to click on that vote. Don't just be putting hearts and stars in the chat.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, Zoe, What I'm saying
I understand that coloured people have it a lot harder. I'm not saying you don't, and I do feel awful for a lot of the repression that you go through with the police. However, at the same time, you cannot put everything down to being a racist incident just because a coloured man got shot.
I'm not saying that ain't what I'm saying. So that ain't what I'm saying, Zoe. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying, do you know what it's like to grow up in Brixton as a young black man and our encounters with the police officers and how we get treated?
And I do, and I honestly feel bad that you are treated that way. I'm not a young black man, am I? I'm never going to understand what it feels like for you guys, and I am sorry that you go through that. However, I have had things in my own life that means that I was put prejudice against me by the police because of family. So I understand that you've had it a lot worse. I'm not saying you haven't had it a lot worse, and I'm sorry for that.
Can I ask a question?
Go on.
Okay, Zoe, have you heard of Sarah Everard?
Yes, I have.
Okay, basically, it was her fault a policeman kidnapped and raped her because she shouldn't have been breaking lockdown rules. Can I say that?
No, it's not.
No, but you just said Chris Kaba. Wait, 1 minute. You just said it's Chris Kaba's choice. He chose that lifestyle, and that's what happened. Choosing lifestyle. So Sarah Everard basically chose to get raped because she was.
I don't support that, but yeah.
No, I'm using her logic.
Jojo, that is the most illogical argument I've ever heard in my life.
She should have stayed at home. No, she should have stayed at home.
If you agree with his statement, go to the vote. yeah, and hit the star.
I'm using her logic. She
and if
knows.
you disagree with his statement.
No,
go
that's
to the
not.
vote.
No,
Go to the
that's not
vote
my
and
logic.
hit the
My
heart.
logic is the fact
She knew
that
the repercussions. Wait, she knew to the repercussions. So I'm stunning.
Wow.
Go to
I'm
the vote, hit the star if you agree with Kojo.
No,
and
yeah,
go
she
to
broke the
vote,
law.
hit
Sarah
the
Everard
heart
broke
if
the
you
law.
disagree with Kojo. There's a poll right up there.
Kojo.
If Sarah Everard, one
This
minute,
is
if Sarah
why-
Everard, one minute, let me land. If Sarah Everard didn't break the law and followed COVID protocol, she wouldn't have been kidnapped and raped. Is that what you're saying? I'm using your logic.
No,
against
that's
you.
not what I've said. That's what you said, and that's a really sick, disgusting sentence
And it's
to
very
say.
sick to think that young black man
Look,
deserves getting shot in the face.
I didn't say deserve. Not once have I turned around and
Well,
said
you
he deserved
justified
to
it
get
by
shot.
saying it did.
Basically,
No, I
said
said
what
to
he
you
did, what
that
he got
he
himself
opted
into.
for that life of crime.
And Sarah Everard
Never once
opted-
did I turn around and say any woman or any man
Sarah
deserves to be
Everard
raped
opted
or
to go out.
murdered at
No,
any
you're
point. I said
talking
he
over her.
chose.
One voice at a time.
Okay, and Sarah
Sorry.
Everard. Okay, let me continue. And Sarah Everard chose to break down lockdown laws and stroll around willy-nilly. If she stayed at home and didn't break lockdown rules and followed the law like 99.9% of the British population, she probably wouldn't have been kidnapped and raped by a police officer.
You know what, Kojo? It's a really terrible. It doesn't make sense.
No, it's
But
about breaking the law. No, it's about breaking the law. Both parties chose to break the law. Apparently, Chris Kaba chose.
But it's not this. But it's not the same because we're now privy to his lifestyle and the things that he was doing beforehand, and perhaps he had hurt somebody. And he had been going around hurting somebody. So what she's saying is, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword.
Yes, by breaking laws. Exactly, by breaking laws.
No, but it's specifically the sword. Because if you want to compare the Sarah Everard thing, then you'd have to say that she was going around graping people and kidnapping people for the crime to be equivalent. No, because you're not. But what you're doing is not listening to.
Kojo, real talk. Just take a deep breath, brother. And just listen a little bit, and then you can have a better interaction. If you're making good points, I don't agree with this current one, but you have been making some good points.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't agree with the current one. But what Zoe is saying is he did criminal activities and died he did violent activities. He participated in violent activities and he died violently. You live by the sword, die by the sword. You're now trying to compare Sarah Everard, who was a victim, right? In the sense of she didn't go around graping people and kidnapping people, but that's what happened to her. So you can't make that comparison. It doesn't make any sense.
Can I give a rebuttal?
Sure.
I'm using the same principle. She said, correct me if I'm wrong. She said, well, Chris Kaba chose to basically break the laws. And that's what happens when you break the laws. You get this repercussion. And I said, okay, Sarah Everard chose to break the law. And unfortunately, by breaking the law, that's what happened. If she didn't break the law, if she stayed at home and didn't break the law, maybe she'll still be alive today. But Chris Kaba
why that ain't the same, brother? Do you know why it ain't the same? Watch this, because the police ain't trained to all women. The police ain't trained to all women. This isn't something that they get training for or against.
And police are not trained to put a bullet.
I get what you're saying, but.
And police are not trained to put a bullet in the cranium of a man's head that hasn't been proven.
They're trained not to. They're trained to do it properly. They're not trained anything to do it.
Sorry, I think just for this conversation, I think we should just put an X through what you just said and then just move on. Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah. Just because it doesn't sound nice, doesn't look nice, doesn't work.
The words that we keep having to use to say this thing. Keep saying great.
I'm just saying.
It's like, let's leave it. I hear your point, and maybe we could have used a better example.
Yeah, fair
just
enough.
for the non-educated people on it. Let's put a pin in that one, brother. Let's just knock that one on the head.
You got a bit too sensitive. So we could talk
about.
Watch
this, yeah.
Okay, basically we could talk about a black man.
Such a thing, yeah. Kojo, relax, brother, please. Zoe,
deal with what it is,
there's
man.
such thing, yeah. As the life choosing you as well. Our parents do a lot that all they can, most of them, to make us not go in that walk of life. When we grow up in council estates, if you check the dynamics of a council estate and a prison, they look very similar. Yeah,
I
we are institutionalized into this life, so it's a thing. You have to go through things. You have to have friends going, like leaving this world and all of that for you to grow out of these things as well. Otherwise, you're stuck.
I understand that completely. I do
you get what I'm
understand
saying?
Completely.
So even with Chris Kaba, I'm telling you from now, about 4 of his oldest that's dead on that passed on where he lives are my close friends. Do you get what I'm saying? So we're growing up around unalive, and we're growing up around all these things, and it not just form of money, but it turns into protection. It shouldn't do, and it's horrible. And yet, but we can't be penalized too much for it. Like, we choose that life. We don't choose it. It definitely chooses us. We have to choose to step away from it once we've got the know-how. But I'm telling you from now, I'm saying that with myself and how many of my friends have been unalive. You see these younger generations now, their friends are unalive and by the tenfold. Do you know what that does to our mentality?
Well, I understand what it does to your mentality.
Yeah.
And
Sorry,
I don't know,
I just
Polly,
ask
do you
a
not?
question. Hi,
Yeah.
sorry. Basically, you mentioned,
Yes,
he's
Evan.
about that life. He chose what, he's a criminal. He done this. I've seen it all throughout the chat. I've learned a lot. I never knew what 6'7" was. So, but the thing is, if we talk on the night when the guy pulled out the gun, it's a yes or no. Do you think he deserved to die on that night? Don't bother with all his past, because whoever can't, when
who pulled out the gun?
The police officer.
Okay, cool.
So you're it seems like you're justifying his death by the police officer.
No, I'm not justifying his death.
Sorry,
I'm
let me just
saying
say
those
something.
police officers.
No, I'm sorry. I've been listening to what you're saying. You said, he's this, he was a criminal, he was this, he chose that life, blah blah blah. Okay, he chose everything, he done everything. I'm not condoning anything.
You are definitely justifying.
So all I'm saying is it just say it's a yes, and you can elaborate on it. But did he die because of his past, or was that why he died on that night?
I believe, and my opinion of it is the fact that his past is what caused his death that night. Yes.
The police officer was aware of him being a 6'7" and decided he was going to shoot him.
From what I read, the police officer recognized him, didn't he?
No, you've just said
recognized him as a gang member.
Died. You just said basically he died because of his past. He was shot. So you've justified it because of that. So what I'm saying is,
I'm saying that the police officer made a split decision. We aren't trained to make those split decisions, and I wouldn't ever want to have to make that split decision. No, you're asking me what did I think that he deserved to die that night?
Yeah, that's not.
I'm telling you. I'm not a police officer. I'm not trained to deal with that situation. I'm not trained to have to make that split decision. That police officer is going to live with what he did for the rest of his life. He had a belief that he was in danger. Surely that should also then be taken into account.
But like what just Busy said, you don't know. I'm not condoning anything, but you don't know his life, that he chose that life. Yeah. So for you to say that's an assumption. Just then you're saying, okay, well, you believe he was shot on that night because of that.
Hello?
You don't know that.
Hello?
I'm seeing people talk about my kids growing up on the council estate. We're not talking about Carl Shorten council estate.
De Niro, 1 second. I know you've been in there for ages.
Wait, guys.
I know you've been in there for ages, De Niro. Just hold on.
Guys, let me
De Niro.
Let me quickly
break. You've been in there for ages. Just hold on, please, brother. Yeah?
Let everyone speak, and I'm going to break down how everything was done.
I'm going to bring you in next. Give me 1 second, yeah? Null, what are you saying? Welcome.
Honestly, I didn't even know that I didn't even know that anything like this ended up happening. I knew that there was a high-speed police chase, but that was it. I never knew anything more or anything. I never looked into it. But just from hearing, I can say for a fact that officer had no business putting him down like that. That was not required. It takes more. It doesn't even take a nanos. It probably takes like half a second to think to yourself, is it really worth it doing this? Because you're not creating a solution. You're creating more of a problem by putting somebody down the way that they did. You're essentially telling yourself that you're going to be living with that for the rest of your life. You're going to carry that for the rest of your life. It's just basically a horrible human being. And IMO, that's one of the worst things that you can live with, is when you do is when you're doing something so outrageously bad that you just can't. It can't be justified by moral reasoning. I do think that the commanding officer should have at least tried to put more of it into perspective to say, hey, that was wrong, or like there should have been some reprimandments, or at the very least there should have been somebody that was more handy capable to bother say, hey, we shouldn't have done that, we didn't need to do that, he didn't have anything on him, he wasn't concealing, he had nothing on him basically. I believe that his death was very much unwarranted. But I can also see why people think that it could be warranted at the same time because of his past. I'm not even talking about his past. I'm just saying from this moment.
Jedi, apparently the family said after when they came to take the body, his watch was also missing as well. He was wearing a 10 grand Rolex watch that went missing as well.
All right, that was a mad thing. DJ De Niro.
Sorry.
Pause. So
RJ De Niro, not DJ. Man.
So let me explain it to you. You see the set police officers that were on the scene. I don't know if everyone knows, but I'm well aware of the tactic that they use. It's called T-pack, and that means they stop you or the vehicle that's moving, so you can't go nowhere. So as you can see in the video, you can see that there was a car ahead of the car when he turned onto that road, right? And then there's a car behind him, meaning even if he wanted to, there's nowhere he can go. After this call or live or whatnot, please go on YouTube and type in T-pack, police T-pack. It's TPAC. I can't remember the abbreviation, but it's usually used for known vehicles that are involved in either shootings or criminal activities. They use it it's a maneuver that they use to stop vehicles from causing danger to not just only themselves,
Tactical pursuit and containment. Big up Rob Burberry for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Now watch this, right? You see when that maneuver is done, you can't go nowhere. There's nowhere you're going. My friends have been T-packed. I'm telling you, I understand this life. I've been in trouble with the police myself, so I know how the police think and I kind of understand how they operate. So in that moment in time, he posed not one single threat. Yes, I understand he was trying to remove himself from the situation, like anybody would if you see police and you're people of color. They've never been for us. Do you know what I'm saying? So, do you know what I mean? If I'm seeing police outside right now, I'm running away 9 times out of 10 because I don't know what they can do to me or what they're.
If this was
he's simply trying to reverse himself and move out.
Would you be
Let me just land because everyone's trying to justify the fact that he's a criminal, was a criminal, for him to be dead. That is not right. If we allow this to happen, that means we're going to start living like Americans where they're just shooting us and killing us for nothing. I'm telling you that. So cool, let me elaborate on my point on why it was definitely murder. He didn't up a gun. He didn't flash it at no one. All he was simply do was trying to remove himself out of the situation by reversing or even driving forward. The officer didn't need to shoot him. He even admitted that he didn't need to. So right is right and wrong is wrong. He wrongfully killed that man. The man has a kid. Now the kid's gonna grow up without a father or whatnot. They could have just simply put him in cuffs and taken him down to the neck like they've been done, but they didn't do that. They shot him and killed him. And they took his fucking watch as well. Like, what? And you guys are trying to justify that based off the fact that he was a criminal. Like, okay, cool, then that means everyone deserves to die, damn near. Do you know what I mean? Everyone's broken the law in some way, some form. Like, you know what I'm saying? Does that mean you deserve to die?
Exactly. That's the point I made earlier. All 90,000.
No one's making sense of this. And that Zoe lady, she's mad because I'm like, what? Like, I'm not trying to call people out, but it doesn't make sense.
Bro, that's why I said,
You definitely just called out Zoe. You definitely just called out Zoe. But
but I had to because he's a person of color, and it's like, bro, if we don't stick together, hey, we're all doomed.
You got the gifters.
Hey, Janiro, that's the point.
Janiro, gifters. We got everyone tapping the screen. Let me encourage you. Look, I want to get to 60,000 likes. Let's get these likes up. We got the 621 people in the building. If we all make a concerted effort, we can get this popping and keep it fresh.
That's the point I was trying to make.
BBL Belinda, you must be a troll, but BBL Belinda, talk to me.
Basically, what it comes down to is they really need to bring the firing squad And regardless of what color it is, if you're a gang member, you.
Yeah, get him out because I was just I don't know what he was doing.
Can I speak to Busy? I just wanted to ask Busy a question. Just the last time you were speaking, you were just saying about obviously people's lifestyles are based on their upbringing and stuff like that, right? And I genuinely believe it's true. But when it comes to these kind of things, is there an expiry date on when you should?
Yes, I've gone past that expiry date myself, and I was lucky enough to do so. Can you not hear me? Because I got one bar.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Yeah, I personally have gone through that expiry date. I wasn't just around it. I was very much knee deep inside this life. That could have happened to me. I was more around the bandana stages when everyone's running around with bandanas and ready to unalive each other because of this foolishness when we used to all hang around with each other at the same youth clubs before. So, but I feel like there is, and this is what I wanted to touch on with even the Chris Kaba thing. I'd done a post about it yesterday. He would have grown up the high percentage chance to actually teach his kids the other way because he's obviously more clued up than our parents were. My mum just told me, don't be naughty, don't be bad, don't go out and do this. But she didn't know the ins and outs of why I was out there, how deep I'm into it now, and how hard it is to just get out of it.
Yeah, that's some real stuff, though.
Yeah.
That's real.
So there is an expiry date, and I feel like the book that I'm writing right now is how blessed we are to reach that expiry date. You just inspired that word to go into my book still, because it's a thing where when we reach that, we are so knowledgeable on how it is and how it should have been and how we should have been dealt with, that we can actually pass that down now, whereas our parents' generation wasn't always able to do that. Do you get some people's parents were part of the life as well. Do you get what I'm saying? But a lot of ours weren't, to the point where my mum couldn't tell me anything about the roads. My uncles couldn't. You lot can't tell me that. You don't know what's going on out here. You don't know how I'm here I have to protect my life now. You don't know why I'm walking with this and what. They never knew that I was walking with that. But it's a thing where
correct, and you're not correct. I've heard a lot of emotion coming out of you today, right? And I understand that.
I'm very emotionally intelligent, so I know how to channel it properly, but go ahead, please.
If you don't mind, right? I've waited patiently to say this to all of you on here. Listen, there is racism.
Go on in.
There is racism. So I understand that, right, at times. But this was not a racial incident, and it does no justice to all of those good, decent people from the black community when you uphold somebody like this and try to pretend that this man had a normal life.
Ma'am, wait, ma'am. I think you're misconstruing it.
Let us spiral.
Like, I like that one. He didn't put himself in this situation. Unfortunately, it's sad that he lost his life. But if it had been a white man, I would feel exactly the same. What was you doing? Acting foolishly. You're not conducive to society. You've been running around shooting people anyway in your real life. And in this situation, you were trying to drive cars at police officers. What for?
Can I just answer that? Sorry.
All right. Can I touch on what she just said? You said if it was a white man, you'd feel the exact same way. So please help me understand why people like the Craze are very famous for doing heinous acts of crimes for years and years. They're even dead and still famous. They made a whole movie based white
on criminality. Yeah, but have I said to you that I'm picking up the phone?
Wait.
Can I say something, Jupiter? No one here can deny the undeniable what he's done. He's passed.
We just want to help you understand that this is not fair. This is not fair. No man deserves to lose their life. No man, woman, just like how anybody shouldn't deserve no fucking heinous acts done towards them. That's just the way it is. The officer killed an innocent man in that frame right there and there. I'm not saying he's innocent for everything he's ever done. Yes, we understand the car was involved in a shooting the day before. That's the day before, not that day. He didn't aim a gun at the officer and said, "Yo, I'm going to shoot you if you carry on." He didn't do that. He shot it dead. Now there's a kid that's fatherless, all because the officer didn't know how. trigger finger.
Sorry, can I
Like-
just,
Disappoint
can I
me
just
as a
say
white
something to
person,
Jupiter, please?
Because these women that are coming on are really annoying me. The fact that people think that because someone lived a certain life, that guy could have seen his mum in her house crying with debt collectors on the door, with whatever, and he could have gone out into the streets to help his own mum. No one knows why he lived that life. And at the end of the day, if it was on his doorstep, then and people are saying, yeah, you can make money, you can do this as a kid. Why is he not going to provide for his family? But what got took away from him was his chance to see a better life, to change for his child, because the copper took that. Why? That copper admitted that he didn't need to do that. So at that point, that is guilt. Because if I know that I shouldn't have done something, and I've been to prison myself, when I went in for that 14 years, I had to take accountability, regardless whether that guy hit my friend.
Sounds like
I
you've
shouldn't
learned.
have done what I did. And I had to pay the price and the consequences to my actions. And I had to see that I wanted a better life for myself. He never had that chance because that police officer took away from him. But that police officer, because he's in a trusted position, let me speak, please. Because he's in a trusted position, it's like, well, actually, he's a good person because he's a police officer. So did he actually mean it? He said he said he didn't have to do it, so he meant it.
Sorry, can I
He's only human. Can
Sorry,
I
can
just
I
say
just
he's
ask
only
Jupiter a
human?
question? Because this is basically the same way around. Zoe has come on and said basically he deserved to die because he was a criminal, he was this. No one I've seen up here has denied that, okay, he was part of the 6-7, he was this, he was that. That still doesn't excuse the fact that he died that night, regardless his past.
I just feel like a mum lost her son, and that people can sit there and be like, he was a gang member, he was this, he was that. He was also someone's child. So actually, no, think about...
He was a grown man.
So was the policeman. Can I just say, host?
Yeah, it shouldn't.
Oh,
Yeah,
then,
it shouldn't.
can I
It
just say-
shouldn't. And for these people... Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Listen, before I go, I'm gonna leave. I've sat on this live to come on and say my opinion. I am gonna leave, But before I leave, it doesn't matter the colour of someone's skin. It doesn't matter whether you've got a past. It doesn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, if we give people compassion, empathy, and show them, do you know what? You can change your life. Actually, maybe that's what we should be doing, encouraging people instead of sat there going, he was a gang member, he was this. Actually, he was someone's son. So
You got in the way of his feelings. He would have shot you, love. Stop talking nonsense.
But actually, you're making that opinion on him because what? Because he was a gang member, he would have shot me. Actually, I know people that was gang members that actually, they would never ever shoot me because actually they've got morals and values. They've got morals and values. They're just kids that actually, if you put them in a scenario, some people don't have loyalty, okay, but actually most people that was born on them estates have a lot of loyalty because we all grew up together. It makes a village to raise a family, remember that, and a child. So actually, when I was in my hardest times of my years, and I am a white Catholic girl, guess who I live with? A Bayesian family. So please come off it. Like, you're so boring.
For bringing up someone like that, then, yeah?
You're what? Pardon? Say that again.
Well, you said it took a village to raise the child, so the whole fucking village are responsible now. Well done.
So, yeah, we are responsible because actually we're here.
we definitely
If
are.
I see someone's child do something,
Just head to the
one of my friend's children, I say, come on now, don't be doing that. Yes, it is.
Why would you do it to a stranger's child anyway?
You know how
Then?
dumb you sound.
Why wouldn't you do it to anyone?
But come back, Queen. Sorry. Let's stick to the points here. One second. Let's stick to the point here. Like, he was wait a bit, but you're making out. 1 second. It's being made out like this guy. It was all in his past. He's literally driving a car that's wanted under for another incident, which means that he was. Well, no, no one's saying that. It's not the same. It's not the same thing. I think it's me. But can I just? No, Anan, you can allow me to speak. You can't allow me to speak, Anan.
Anan.
Go on, sorry.
Please, Anan, please.
Sorry, my bad. But
Shelly.
What I was saying was that he was driving. What I was saying was he was driving. What I was saying was
no matter what,
he was.
You also said he does manslaughter, man.
He still deserves to go to prison. He still
Shelly, fight for the microphone, or I can't help you. Don't just go.
No, but it was echoing. That's why I was being quiet, because it just makes too much noise. But what I'm saying was
anonymous and someone else.
So I'm just saying that, come back, Queen. I kind of hear your points, but at the end of the day, he was driving a marked car, which means that he was still in that environment and all of that. So you're talking about him having second chance to change his life and so on and so forth. He didn't take that choice that night. He was driving a car.
Can I come in now?
When I was
16, I moved to London, yeah, and I went to live with my friend. I got a lift off one of her friends, yeah, that had stole his sister's car. When we got into central London, I got took to Bishopsgate police station. The car got surrounded by armed feds. I was 16. I shit myself. So when they're telling me, put your phone down, I'm going, oh, fuck off. I'm Northern. I didn't take it serious. They didn't shoot me. Hold on.
Unfortunately, right?
Hey, you see me, Shani?
All right. Anan, please talk to me.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, even what she's saying there, that was wrong, telling them to F off or whatever, right? Unfortunately, at one point in my life, something happened in one of my cars, and my father took the car out a couple of days later, whatever. He was genuinely T-packed, armed response, whatever, but did he get shot? He wasn't.
No.
You understand? But he complied. He didn't try ram, whatever. The policeman with the gun didn't have whatever on his mind to shoot the gun. You can't just, that panel that judges that officer has to have experience as well. When you're behind the gun in situations, you've got to really relax. Now, I understand, RJ, you're very emotionally involved as well. Like, no one ever said, even Zoe didn't say he deserved to die. She kind of really tried to back her boys in a way, right? Polices, and she was throwing this around and whatever, but in the wrong ways, because she was saying no one deserves to die, right? But you like, whatever reason, she couldn't really bring her words out properly. Whatever goes on in this country towards police officers is wrong too, and it goes vice versa. We can clearly see. Do you understand? But like, we can't keep fighting each other and say whatever about the police. You're not a policeman. Have you got any experience behind the gun? I'm telling you from experience, my dad was T-packed by armed feds, proper. But when they got to the window, they see an old man, they didn't shoot him, do you understand? Or even at the end of being if he tried to ram away, they didn't shoot him because he stopped, for example. That policeman shot him for whatever reason, and he's dealing with it. He was guilty, people are saying now, whatever. But you can't put words in his mouth, do you know what I mean? He shot him for whatever reason, and he's apparently guilty too. He's human, the same way that this boy, Chris, may God rest his soul and he rest in peace, do you know what I mean? A human as well.
But you know what it is? I feel like a lot of people who are not of colour are speaking on this situation as if you lot understand.
What we see is that they have a lot of love. They have a lot of love for the culture people bring into this country, and they're ready to, But unfortunately, these things happen.
And I'm white.
Wait, you see, I got a question for
a lot of love for the community, but you're showing it in the wrong ways, love. Like, you've got to really calm down. When you're telling the policeman F off, you're lucky he didn't shoot you.
I was 16, I'm now 30.
Unfortunately, Listen,
Anan,
my
Anan,
lad,
I was
if
16.
he thought that phone was a gun, he would have shot you. Regardless.
I understand. Are you listening, Anan? I was
We are
16.
listening.
I'm now 30. Like
I
that was when
know.
I was younger. I was
Wait,
making
wait,
a
wait.
point.
I got a question. I got a question for Miss Shani because I can hear a kid in the background and I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. I got a very important question for her, just to see how her mind is.
Okay.
Is it a boy?
Boy, yeah. I'm pregnant with a boy.
So,
yeah.
So let's say your boy grows up, goes through the life trials and tribulations, and sees that you need help in your household. You're struggling to pay rent. The typical backstory, or you're just not there for him in the right way. So let's say he goes to the streets to get some love from people that he feels like are just like him. You know what I'm saying? So obviously he goes through life making mistakes and whatnot. Then one day, one day there's a shooting that occurs, but the next day your son's the person who's driving the vehicle, and now police have successfully stopped the vehicle from moving, which means it poses no threat until they see something which they never saw. They didn't see no gun or nothing. They shot your son dead, flat dead, as in you will never be able to see or speak to your son again. Will you still remain the same and say, you know what? You know what I'm saying? He was a criminal, he lived it, you know what I mean? So, do you get what I'm saying, or do you get the question I'm opposing to you?
First of all, RJ, I want to say Uga Billah, like, God forbid anything like that happens to my son. I'd live a completely different lifestyle in that. My son would have to go through. Wait a second. No, but you gave a whole one second. You gave a whole scenario of his backstory and why he would be in this situation. So I'm saying to you, wait. Can I just answer my question? Can I answer the question? Is that all right? I'm saying to you, he wouldn't be in that situation unless.
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. I asked you a question directly based off the scenario.
Am I allowed to answer the question, or you want me to answer it how you want me to answer it?
Yeah,
Can I just answer the question?
Answer the question how the question was opposed. I didn't ask you about how your life is or based off your life. I asked you with the same scenario.
So then, if that's the case, then why give me a backstory of my son was here and I was doing this?
It's not a backstory.
What was the point in that?
It's to help you understand the question that I'm opposing to you. So if you can't answer the question simply, and that's it. I said, if your son was in Chris Cabot's situation, would you be okay and content that, you know what, officers did what they should have or what he thought was best?
But you were here when I spoke earlier on, when I said that I don't believe that he should have been unalived. The car was stopped. I don't believe he should have been. No.
Okay, my bad. I thought you were with the other people. Sorry.
No, but there's no one here that is saying that he should have been unalived, though. That's the thing, RJ. No one is saying that.
When the policeman's guilty, there shouldn't be no other side. Do you understand? Like the policeman, apparently, I don't know if the policeman spoke. We can call ignorant to a point, right? So you can't really say there's another side. At the end of the day, unfortunately, a man died here. We've got to have some respect about the situation as well. Respect of the dead.
And I feel like for people in the comments as well, and
at the end of the day, it's very easy to type, and we have to be more mature about the situation. Otherwise, we're going to always, take 5 steps forward and 50 backward, right?
I just want people to understand my take on this is because, again, I'm from East London. And where a police officer killed a young man in a shot in Holly Street or something like that. I don't know if anyone will know, but it's like basically down the road from Shoreditch. Then I'm just thinking, like, if we carry on normalizing this and not actually trying to tackle this, we're gonna keep going through the cycle where we're losing our.
Do you remember 2011?
Yeah, no, not 2011.
I'm asking you something though. But do you remember that?
Love. Yo.
Yeah, but you've got to be truthful, right? If a criminal decides to take a criminal lifestyle, part of it is he knows he's going to be chased around by the police. Part of it is he knows there's going to be violence.
But we don't think we're going to get killed by police. Like you're not making. I get what you're saying.
Let me land. In some cases, right, the fact that they're living on their adrenaline is part of the thrill for them, which is why it becomes addictive. At the end of the day,
with all due respect, Jupiter, you can't speak on something like that if you don't have experience. Like you can't put words in his mouth. He's also dead. You can't do that. That's not.
No one as a criminal believes that you get killed by police.
Regardless,
what you're talking about, Jupiter, is the road life, if you see it from the outside looking in, it's either jail or dead. And if it's dead, you die by people you call your oppositions. That's how.
Or feds. You can die by fed, man. Like you gotta have.
But no one. Wait. No one in the game. No one in the game.
No,
RJ wouldn't.
No one expects
no.
to
With
die
all due
from a
respect, RJ,
police
you can't say
officer,
that.
someone that is meant to have a duty of care.
But you would if you were carrying the GUN. Sorry, 1 second. No, wait. Let me finish this point. Let me finish the point. Sorry, the point is, if you make them, if you deal in them, if you use them, then you know that those are the kind of police that, if they ever catch you, are going to be after you. Those are a different kind. It's not the beat. It's not
him. Did they see the gun?
He didn't. No, but we're not talking about at that point, are we? We're talking about lifestyle and so on.
You're saying about them shooting him.
Yeah, but we're talking right now. We were just talking about his lifestyle. That's what Jupiter was talking about. That's what RJ was talking about. And RJ has said that you don't expect to be unalived by a police officer. And I'm saying, well, you should expect that if the things that the criminal activity that you're doing is with a deadly weapon.
Yeah, you should be analysed or put under obo or whatever.
No, but they still expect to nick it. That's the main point I was trying to make.
No, but can I just
that was the main point I was trying to make.
In the car.
A lot of people.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
A lot of people are expecting to be nicked if they're using deadly weapons. Like I've never heard a roadman on the curbs ever say, "Yo, I expect police to kill me because I'm using these weapons." I've never once heard that.
is going to kill me tonight.
Yeah, but what we do say is there's one way out of this: dead or in jail. We know this.
Yeah, but
we also say live by the pew, die by the pew. You know?
Yeah.
But we should give people the opportunity to change, arrest him, let him
We need to stop shouting stuff out. Listen.
One person over the other.
With all due respect, right? If you go about using one of those weapons, right, you know in your heart you might end up in a standoff with a policeman, right or wrong.
Yeah, okay, cool. You know what? And then that is a very fair point, and that's true. I agree.
Just also say, right, you know, with or without in the car, is it better for you to stop or carry on? Or go, like, try and flee? Stop. With all due respect. Do you understand? Like,
it depends on who you are.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, if you think you're going to get away, that's up to you. But it's better for you, you know.
It depends, yeah, because I know some people.
The result of running away, and trying to escape shouldn't be death. That's my opinion.
Yeah,
but let me bring in the new person onto the panel. We got
Can I just say something before I leave? I'm just going to leave first. I'm going to leave. Just a quick one. Anan and everyone in the
All
chat.
right, fucking leave then.
No. Sorry. Anan and everyone in the chat. Zoe said what she said. She justified it just without saying exactly what she wanted to say. Yeah? She said, my friends are coppers, all this, you know, he lived, but, you know, he done all this, he done all that. She was alluding, and that's what she wanted to say, but she didn't say it, okay? And lastly, again, Jupiter, you know, he might have chose that life for whatever reason, but at the end of the day, from what we saw and you saw, not from what you've researched, he didn't deserve to die on that night. And lastly, I was just reading through the chat, and someone was talking about white privilege. White privilege itself is not, you was born with a silver spoon or anything. That's not white privilege. White privilege is me going inside a bar or something, and I kind of know I stand out as a sore thumb. That's white privilege, because you don't have to do that, because literally 90% of whatever around you is the same. Yeah, so everyone always thinks, it's about born with a silver spoon. Of course, not all white people are rich, not all black people are rich either. Okay, so that's all I had to say is thank you everyone on the chat. Thank you, host. Yeah,
it's been a pleasure, man. I'm leaving too.
All right, so thank you, Anonymous.
Before you go, right?
Appreciate you.
Number one,
go on.
All right.
You deserve to die. I never said
He's
that.
gone.
Yeah.
Hi, host.
He's gone. All right, let me. We got two new ones. Susanna, welcome, sis. What's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, I've been listening for the past half an hour or so, and every time we have a space to talk about something, we always got overseers, and they're never going to understand our point of view. Now, whether it's a race thing or not, they will never understand or have empathy for us. Okay, someone brought up this the scenario of when it's them, everything's glorified. Serial unalivers, you know, anything, the crimes that they do, it's always glorified. It's on a program, and I watch a lot of crime programs, and even the black and black crime, right? You don't hear Asian and Asian crime. You do not hear, or brown, they call themselves brown, okay? And if I looked at my skin complexion, I'm brown, okay? We're called black for a reason, and black means dead or poor. You need to look that up, okay? This is why we got put onto that stigma of calling ourselves black. But anyway, I digress. Now, we don't hear white and white crime, okay? We have to understand our position right now. And when we do go into spaces like this, we've got to not let everybody participate in our conversations, right? Now, no, I haven't finished. I really have been listening to everybody, and I haven't finished, okay? Right? Because we do not jump onto your panels and start, you know, in fact, we're quite sympathetic on your panels, okay? We're quite sympathetic, and that comes from the people that we are. But anyway, as I said, I digress. Now, this young man, I was following it from the beginning. This young man was in somebody else's car. Let's make that clear, right? Right? And it could be me. I could be borrowing my daughter's car, my son's car, a friend's car, and I don't know what happened the night before, right? So I'm borrowing someone's car because for whatever reason, and police pulls up on me, and I'm like panicking, because that's what I would do, panic with a gun in my face. If you didn't see a gun, or you didn't see any form of weapons, right? I would try to, I don't know, in a panic, you just do things that you don't, momentarily wouldn't do, you know, on a regular day. So he could have just panicked and just, oh my gosh, I need to get out of here. What's going on, right? Everybody's saying that, yeah, the police deserve to unalive him or whatever. No, it was totally wrong. And as
okay,
yeah, sorry.
Let me ask you a question. I don't know your age or whatever, but I'll just tell you this: from the people I know that know him, they're convinced that he was capable of serious things. Let me stop beating around the bush. He was involved in the street life with access to guns and weapons, gang members, and would be willing to dish out violence. One second.
I'm just letting you know.
What's happening there? What's happening there? Am I talking? Right. So I'm just saying, how do you feel about potential victims of Chris Kaba's crimes? For people that I know that say he was capable of shooting you, right? So if he shot a young man, where would your empathy lie? With the young man that he shot or with him?
Okay, firstly, I'm 52 next month.
Okay.
And secondly,
young ting still.
Yeah, of course. And his past life is his past life, right? And they should have, if he is capable and having access to the, these guns and whatever, they should have done something about that. They should have taken him off the street, right?
Okay, but they didn't. And I guess what I'm saying is, I guess what I'm saying is, because you mentioned the black community and you placed it in that way, and you said our platforms and their platforms, I'm like, okay, because I don't even see the world like that anymore. But I hear where you're coming from, right?
I get you.
And I am a black man, and I am willing to represent my people and be there for my people and speak about things that my people care about. So I'm not detached. I'm not under the illusion that we're some black community and our problems are, because the black community don't give a shit. And I'm going to prove it now.
Okay.
Because at one point, we're going to go and get the 109 bus to Croydon, and we're going to hop off, and we're going to do a visual
for the young lady that was unalived trying to defend her friend, right? And we're gonna be like, oh my god, and Stormzy's gonna roll out, and we're all gonna be there, and we're gonna be like, oh, it's so sad, and what's happening to our black boys and our black community? And then on the other hand, we're gonna be super upset and be almost defending and saying it doesn't matter what he did when someone just sent me a video of so-called Chris Kaba shooting someone in the club, right? Apparently this is everywhere. I don't even know if it's him. But the point I'm saying is we are in a state of almost bipolar split personality where one thing, we're fighting for righteousness, and then on the other hand, we're not.
Okay.
Right? Unfortunately, Chris Kaba, for whatever he's done, I'm not saying he deserves to die or not, but he's not a righteous man. And it's like we're trying to pretend like he was.
Okay, I'm not pretending that he was. Okay. I know someone who knew him as well. I'm not pretending that he was. Okay. I'm not all about division at all. Okay. Not about that at all. But what I'm saying is, what I'm hearing on the panel and what people are saying, sometimes we need a safe space to understand our issues, right? Now, this young man did what he was doing and whatever he's causing havoc, as people are saying, on the streets.
Leaving no safe space for any of us.
Right. So my point is the actual incident. He's done what he's done. He should have been taken off the streets and whatever. He should have been serving time. Okay, if he had done this crime. Okay, because people say things and whatever. If he has done this crime, okay. I don't advocate for crime or criminals or whatever just because he's a certain complexion, right, or a certain race. I don't advocate for none of that. Crime is a crime. But I'm talking about that instant when he was unalived. That's all I'm talking about. So I was following it from the beginning. And there was no need to shoot him. There was absolutely no need to shoot him, right? And
I agree.
Right? Well, they should have really to come out the car, given instructions and whatever. If he had pulled up a weapon, I can understand it, right? Because in that moment, any of the officers could have been unalived or injured. So it's just that moment that he just decided, you know what, I'm just going to do it. And I heard the news.
Oh, we love Batman, though. We love Batman. Some people been saying it.
I don't.
We love Batman. No, you don't, but we do. We love Batman. Let's be real.
I don't.
Our people, you don't, cool. But our people do. Your friend that knows him, you're a friend of someone that, you've got a friend that has Batman friend.
They know him. They could be.
Come on, you know what I'm saying, though. We all know what I'm saying.
No, but it's not.
Batman is still. Hold on. Let's say this. Let's be real. Batman is celebrated amongst our ranks.
Well,
put it that way,
some people, not for me. Some people may have gone to school with him, right? This is what I'm talking about. And I lived in Croydon. I just recently moved up north for the peace and quiet, right?
Okay.
And some people get roped into doing crime from a young age from school. Some people get roped into doing crime because they glorify it, right? There's many reasons why people do it, and it's not a race thing. There's many. Because
I hear you. But our community, sister.
Yeah.
Our community. Let's be like. I need you to be, because you come and talk about safe space for us and we're rare.
Yeah.
Our community love Batman, right or wrong.
Well, yeah, our community, yes, yeah, I could say they do, yeah.
So we have an issue from there, right? Whether rightly or wrongly, we love Batman, and our Batman don't love us. Our Batman don't defend our roads, our communities.
Yeah.
They don't defend. They don't even defend each other.
Totally agree. The way we carry on, as
and because of that, we get less empathy when something happens to our Batman.
But is it because we're highlighted more? Is it because we are highlighted in the news more when it comes to crimes? If you do watch crime programs and you know about crime, I studied, I did my A-levels in law and whatever, but if you do know about crime, then you would understand what is going on. We are highlighted. It's almost like we are the scapegoats. This is what we have to understand, right? Everything we do, we have a magnifying glass put upon us. So everything we do, let me just bring up this. Every nation has gone through hardship, right? Every nation. But every nation is remember this day, remember that day. And everybody has to come together and remember that day. But anybody brings up slavery, it's, oh, get over it. Oh, why are you still going on about it? This is my point. This is my point. We have to remember everybody else's traumas. But when it comes to our traumas, that was ages ago. What are you going on about that for? Reparations. Everybody's been paid reparations. So I haven't finished. Everybody's been paid reparations, right?
Why does she keep on cutting her off? That's so rude. Can she stop doing that? Please.
Everyone on mute. I just want the sister to get through her what she wants to say. I've interrupted her a few times or encouraged her to speak on certain points that I want to hear from, but Susanna does deserve the chance to finish what she's saying. We'll come to you in a minute, Jupiter. But first, I've got to go to Jojo British. She's so beautiful and she's returned, and me and her need to make up. Okay, so let's go, Susanna. You ready, Jojo? Soon, me and you're gonna make up. Go.
So basically,
I'm ready.
So basically, everything is highlighted with us. Okay, we have to forget everything. We're called the criminals. I saw, for example, I was flipping through TikTok, and there was a Black Father Christmas. I hate that word black, but anyway, there was a Black Father Christmas, and they were saying, "What the hell is this?" So I went to the comments and I read the comments. Is he going down the chimney to give presents? I think he's going down the chimney to steal the presents. This is the thing, right? Everybody steals. Everybody unalives. Not everybody, you know what I'm saying, right? Every nation does this within their community, unalives, child abuse, and whatever. But it seems to be highlighted amongst us only, and this is why I'm saying.
What I would say is this: I would agree with you, but I also think that your personal computer has its own personal algorithm, right? I do believe news is reported in different ways for political reasons, right? And with certain bias, that's a fact. But in terms of our personal computers, we're definitely going to have pattern recognition of things that apply to us. So that therefore, because we just see other things as news. When you hear about the Peter Pan ring that's been uncovered, or you hear about the historical abuse cases of this children's home or that children's home, or bones found in this, you automatically you think about the Catholic Church or the Church of England and their scandals. You already just think of white folks. So it's just the default.
No, I don't. No,
it's just the default setting. We've been
nation,
hearing about, let's say, white Peter Pans, powerful white Peter Pan and male Peter Pans. We've been hearing about them for a while, right? But now we've got Diddy. So no one was saying no Epstein, even though Epstein's case was mad. No one was saying no Epstein. It was a big case, but now it's Diddy. It's got that black sauce to it. It's got that extra because we are in control of, or not we are the conduit for most of the mainstream narratives. They play the narratives through us, and we actualize them in the minds and psyche of the world, and we make things cool, not cool, topical.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's just what we do. We're conductors. Do you know what I mean? So that's why you might be perceiving it like that. But there's definitely way more white pedos than black. And everybody knows it. White guys know it, black guys know it, everyone knows it. I'll give you another example, right? Of how the British system works. We've been convinced in Britain, you're up north, to watch out and focus on grooming gangs. And from what we've been told, grooming gangs are Muslim males, mainly from Pakistan or from Asian background. And we've been told to focus on that. But another thing we also know, but it's not publicized or spoken about as much, because it's just a standard, is that there's many more lone wolf predators, and majority of them happen to be white, English, right?
Yeah.
It's like seen as a standard thing. It's, oh my God, when a black man joins the ranks. And that's the season we're in right now, exposing the black pervert to turn the mind of the black woman against the black man and turn the mind of the black boy against the black man, right? But white and Asian and all of them have had their turns and will continue to have their turns. We just internalize it because it's applying to us. But the whole world is getting exposed and all the men are being shown to be perverts so the women can go on the island of Lesbos and get away from us.
Right. No, I totally agree with you.
Let me bring in...
Yeah.
Go on. Finish
No,
your point.
I totally agree with you. But this whole thing of people need to, you know, the police did what he did. It doesn't mean that he shouldn't have killed him. It doesn't mean that you got, because you were a police officer and you were scared or you whatever. He had no right to do what he did. He had no right, and he admitted it. He had no right to do it. And that is it. It's not a race thing. Let's not, you know, at the end of the day, yeah, we do need a safe space. And yes, we do need to sort ourselves as a nation. We need to sort ourselves out. We really do need to sort ourselves out. And we need to just get rid of this knife crime and whatever amongst our community, because we're not the only ones who carry knives and we're not the only ones who do it, but we get highlighted on the news, okay? We get highlighted more on the news, and it's been going on for decades. Yeah. And you know how old I am. So yeah, thank you for having me.
No. Big up yourself, Susanna. I appreciate your input. Let me go to Jojo British, because we just got to clear up this beef. Well, go on, Jojo. What are you saying?
Hey, host. How are you today?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How are we doing?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, are we reset now, yeah?
Yeah, of course. That was yesterday. Today's today. We move forward.
I'll be honest. Before I kicked you off, yeah, I hadn't looked at you and I hadn't realised you looked like that. So I apologise. My bad. You're always in the right.
All right. That's fine.
Cool.
Yeah. So the topic today, I totally agree with what Susanna's saying. You know, yes, he was a criminal. I'm not gonna, you know, debate that he was a criminal, but I don't think he should have been killed. I believe that they have experience and they've been trained to execute their job without killing him. So I'm not too sure why that happened. But I also, with the safe space for us, I spoke to you about this before. I believe we need somewhere where we can go and vent and speak about our problems without, you know, other races getting involved, because they don't really understand our point of view and where we're coming from.
When we're in public and we're dealing with public issues, do we not understand that some of us have a white person in our home, some of us have a white person in a place, some of us have a Chinese person, an Asian person. There was an Asian person that lives on that road, a white person that lives on that road, white officers involved in what happened, black officers, white coroners, black coroners, Asian coroners, judges, jury. So what we need to understand is we want this personal black space to have conversations about stuff that happened in a contaminated area. It's all contaminated. There's people from every walk of life involved in this.
Yeah.
So why do we want to shy away from what other people say and think? Because what we do affects others, and what others do affects us. So why are we hiding?
What you're saying, but it's not hiding. It's just because they don't see it from where we're seeing it. Their view is slightly tainted. Do you know what
it's
I'm
hard
saying?
To hear
so
you.
they're never really going to see it.
Bubba in the background, it's hard to hear you.
Can you hear me now? No, I'm in a shop. Give me a second.
Oh, I can hear everything. The alarm. Are you stealing?
No, I'm in Greg's. Sorry.
Yeah, my question is still my question. Are you stealing? I always steal from Greg's every time I go in there.
Not anymore. Back in the day.
I know.
No more. No.
If Oasis, a tuna crunch baguette, yeah, I'm gone.
I was gonna say you're not stealing the good stuff though. You can't get access to the yum yums. It's not the good stuff, bro.
In my Greg's, the yum yums are on the side in a pack of 4. In my Greg's, but you know, there's Greg's with restaurants, you can sit down, everything. I mean, I'm so silly. But I hear the points being made. Let me go to Nikki Smith.
Hi, good afternoon,
Nikki,
everyone.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm cool.
Good
man.
afternoon, Nikki Small, not Nikki Smith.
Yeah,
Nikki Small.
As in little.
Okay.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm good. What I wanted to say, right, is, you know, I was brought up on the front line in Brixton in the 70s by Jamaicans, yeah.
Front line.
You know that. You know that. All right. Ease up. But my point being is, you know, there is such deep-rooted racism within the police that has been present from time, yeah? I remember being on the front line in the 70s. This was before the riots broke out in 81. And I happened to actually be on Atlantic Road when the riot broke out in 81. And it was because there was the SPG and they was just flinging up black people against walls and stop searches and beating people up and all of this, yeah? So when the riot broke out in 81, it broke out because of the police brutality against black people, yeah? And it was, at that time, it was a thing where black and white united together and fought Brixton Police and the SPG. And they got what they deserved, yeah? My point I'm leading on to is this, that given the fact that there's such deep-rooted racism within the police, and I don't care what anyone turns around and says, right? I know for a fact that the Fed that shot Chris Kaba, that was execution style. You don't go up to the windscreen and shoot through the windscreen and shoot the guy, the brother in the head, yeah? Just the same as with Mark Duggan when he was shot in the back in Tottenham and he was unarmed, right? The same as Chris Kaba was unarmed. And I don't check for none of these comments that are coming up about he was a criminal, he deserved it. Well, I know white criminals that weren't shot in the head or shot in the back. They were nicked, taken to court and given the chance of justice within the court system, yeah? They weren't executed. And the fact of the matter is that until this deep-rooted racism is acknowledged and dealt with within society, and I'm talking about all races and all backgrounds, it's not going to end. It's as simple as that.
I'm going to ask you a simple, because you put it so eloquently, thank you. I'm going to ask you a simple question, which I know doesn't have a simple answer, but I'm going to ask you anyway. How do we as society tackle racism?
I think that it's so deep-rooted. It isn't just within the police. You know, like we hear stories about the fire brigade, like the racism within the fire brigade, the racism within other, you know, job institutions, right? And, you know, racism is been going on from time in this country. And yet the country was built from immigrants coming over here and working their asses off and doing jobs that white people wouldn't do. The country was actually built on immigration, yeah? So when people want to chat bullshit, right, about, you know, like, it's these people that's causing this problem, it's these people that's causing this problem. That's not the truth of it. People are being used, communities are being used as scapegoats. And it's wrong. It's full-blown wrong. And I don't know the answer to how to actually stop the racism that is so deep-rooted. How do we do it? Marches, protests don't achieve it, you know? We've now got a Prime Minister that was the next CPS prosecutor. So how do you work that out?
Can I ask, sorry, that was my child. It's like 2 seconds, calm down. Can I just ask Suzanne if she agrees with what Nikki has just said? There.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I just wondered if you agree with what Nikki was saying there about the history and stuff.
Yeah, I totally agree. And if you were in that those times, it was really bad. I grew up with skinheads chasing after me, and I was only 5. Okay, the
reason why I asked you, the reason why I asked you is because you just said that you didn't want white people, YT or whatever you want to say, you don't want other people in these spaces talking, but Nikki seems to be a YT person that is
This is mixed race, actually, just to give you the update. I'm mixed race, I'm not white.
Fair enough, Nikki, but you in that picture you present as whitey. That's what I'm going to say, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, but that's a voice of somebody that presents as, possibly gets treated as, you know, and you're up for excluding these voices in the community, and you don't know Jupiter, and she's not had a say yet, but you also would include her.
Let me clarify. Maybe you didn't understand what I was saying, right? We as a community, right, has always had a magnifying glass over us, right? We don't get in anybody else's business. People come into our business. So what I'm saying is, sometimes it's nice that if we could sing Kumbaya all together, but it's not happening. So what I'm saying is, if we could just have our space, sort out our affairs, right, as a community, with the bad eggs, right, then maybe people will understand us better. But people are always interfering in our spaces.
Okay, so
yeah, George, can I just clear this all up so we don't go around in circles? Because let me just say this in it. So it's, for me personally, it's not the issue that YT people or other races of people are getting involved. That's not the issue. The issue is when there's not any real productive no real productive conversations that end up happening due to people coming in that don't really know what they're talking about. For one, you have no understanding of the intricate issues that are unique to black people and all these things. So if you are a YT person and you're an ally, quote unquote, and you do understand cultural differences and all these things or whatever, I have no issue with them being in the conversation. Obviously, you just can't be directing the conversation per se. But you can definitely be involved. But the issue is when you have YT people that come in, they don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, they've mainly only seen black people on TV, or on the news, and then they want to come in and start talking like they're authorities on anything. Like that's my issue, and that's what we can say. So if you were a YT person that you grew up around with black people, that's fine. But it's usually very obvious which ones aren't and the ones that are. So that's what I'm trying to say. And so go on.
Though, because I'm married to a black man, I've got mixed race kids.
That doesn't mean anything, man. That's even worse. That's even worse because.
Hold on, I'm going to reply you. Because I am invested in this, because if there is racism, and I do believe there is some racism in this country, it affects my husband, it affects my kids, right?
You've got black friends, yeah? You've got a black husband, so you're not racist, yeah?
Also affects my grandchildren of the future. So yeah, I do have a vested interest. And just because I don't agree 100% with your views, doesn't mean that I haven't got anything to say or that there isn't anything that I can learn. Do you understand that?
Well, then instead of you saying what you're saying, which you knew from the conversation that the panel was having, you knew it was going to upset them. You should have.
What was said? I missed it. What was said?
What I was trying to say, right, is that.
What did Jupiter say that I missed?
Yeah, I didn't actually get on to just say this bit.
No, Jupiter was moving mad.
What did Jupiter say that I missed is what I'm asking.
Jupiter, repeat yourself, because I don't want to speak.
There was a sister here just saying you knew when you come on and said that. What did Jupiter say?
Jupiter was basically saying that her opinion, what she had before about the shooting. Okay. Now, what I was going to say is, if you know how delicate the situation is for a certain community, because I'll tell you the truth, if it was, let's say, an Asian was up here talking about something, I'm not coming on. Or if I'm on, I'm listening. I'm not going to come up on the panel and just tear down, knowing what the panel is saying and how they feel about the situation. So basically, as I said, I sat quietly, and I'm from this community, right? I sat back quietly, listened to what everybody's saying. Now, me personally, if I went into a so-called white person's space or a so-called Asian space, right, and I listened to something happened to them.
Let me ask you a question. Do you see this as a black space?
No, I'm just saying that.
You see this as a black app?
No, it's not a black act.
See it as a black subject.
I've watched you before. But
sister, do you see it as a black subject?
Well, because it's to do with a so-called black man, right? I was listening to what the panel was saying, and coming from people in his community, how they feel about it. Now, if I was another race, I would have kept my mouth shut. I would have kept my mouth shut. If I've got nothing good to say, but I don't say nothing. And that's what I'm saying.
But I might have gone on that. I hear your point of view. I might have gone on. I mean, I have gone on, and I have gone and interjected myself. I've been to a Tommy Robinson rally, which I think was necessarily for a man of my my ethnic background or whatever, and I knew that lots of people on both sides might feel that way, right? But I went anyway because I know the issues that they talk about will affect me as a black man one way or another, either pro or and I feel like in this circumstance, when we're talking about life in London, the Metropolitan Police and the justice system, I can understand why there'd be lots of people invested in this topic and want to give their 2 pence. Majority of the people in the chat, majority of our white, sorry, what's my new term? Our children of Europe, whether it be male or female, majority of them have come into the chat, not the panel, into the chat to be derogatory, to show that they have a lack of empathy, to celebrate, to laugh, to make jokes, and to jeer the death of a black man. And I kind of want everybody else to see that happening. It's a setup. It's a setup. I don't normally say this, but I'm letting you know. Right?
I had a feeling you were doing
So
that.
one second. Sometimes when it's just one set of people talking about one issue, they're accused of it being an echo chamber, of it being this. Don't be silly, and no one's racist, and no one feels this way, and no one's going to be unfair. So I try to create environments where everybody can come on and speak their mind and say what they want to say uninhibited, knowing that the moderator is going to be fair. Once you create that environment, you can truly see how people think around you, and that's what you're experiencing. And I think it's a blessing that we have one of these few opportunities to hear how people actually think, because a lot of the time you ain't going to hear it, and you're going to be told it's in your head and you're imagining it. So take this opportunity to hear and listen and engage and hear the speaking points of a sister from South London who has a Nigerian husband. Hear how she thinks about it. She's going to tell you. Yeah? She's going to tell you. And you might not get to hear it anywhere else. So that's why I feel it's important to have people. So when people say to me, oh, why have you got this person on there? I'm like, why not? We live in society. Show me a bus you can get on that a white person won't get on, or an Indian person won't get on. Show me a tube you can get on and just have it all to yourself. It's not like that. You live in a society that's intermixed, intercultural, and we need to deal with the fact that we're such a small percentage in this country.
Yeah, but
You know what?
I understand what you're saying.
Can I make a quick point afterwards?
I fully understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is it's a kind of like a delicate situation for many at this point. Okay, he was found not guilty. A young man was shot in his head. Okay, yes, he had a criminal past, and that should have, as I keep saying, that should have been dealt with. Okay, but he was shot in his head. I'm feeling for the family. Okay, and just to hear people come up here and say, well, he was criminal with this. His family could be watching this right now. His family could be listening in, and it's just having compassion.
What about his?
If I'm honest with you, I disagree with that point as well. I disagree with that point as well. There's many reasons, but one of the major reasons is when the family, condolences to the family, they lost a young man, a member of their family. But if he shot someone, we would they have compassion for me?
But you see, I didn't know he shot anybody or whatever.
We got to remember, he's a roadman, and he's a roadman, and he's actively trying to eliminate his enemies. If we know this, we know we got to deal with the truth. Yeah, compassion, rare. When he's riding around, or when he's in a club trying to pew people, I don't know what the family's saying about everyone else. Secondly, when we as the black community did rally around this family, to me, honestly, the family's been a little bit too much puppy show, playing with the media, playing da-da-da. Next thing you know, they came out and said, everyone fall back. We was on it. Man was thinking about, right, what we're going to do is going to kick off. They're thinking about Mark Duggan. People was on it. And they said, you know what? We're going to fall back and we're going to stay in silence and we're going to... I bet people didn't agree with that. And because of that, we have to understand, whatever the family's going through, they're going through, this is a public issue and we cannot not speak about something because a family might be mourning. It doesn't work like that. It's in the news, it's everywhere. You've called us to protest and then told us to fall back. So right about now, we're not puppets on the string, yeah? Even if you had no family, we'd still have a right to have an opinion and say what we want to say. And respectfully, if you're going through this and you've got family members, I feel like family members should maybe just have a little social media detox right now. Do you know what I mean? I know they're doing protesting. I know there's a protest at the Old Bailey. I think right about now is not the time to be on TikTok listening to what we're saying. But if they are listening, they're going to know that the host is fair, the host is not biased, and there's people speaking for and against. And in this world, that's what you're going to... There's no havens, there's no safe spaces. You don't love this term safe space. It's making you look soft. Safe space, and everybody looking for safe space in 2024 is making you look soft. We need to be robust. We've been going through this for how many decades? We should have like leather skin. But in fact, we're getting softer and more delicate and more sensitive.
Let me tell you something, yeah? You see, a few years ago, right, a youth got stabbed 3 times.
Let's try and use better words than that, because TikTok really don't like these words. But yeah, something happened to a youth 3 times, yeah?
Yeah, he got stabbed 3 times in one night. And like his friend came and knocked my door because they all know me where I live, right? I live in a war zone. I live with multiple shootings, multiple stabbings, and it is an endless
safe words,
thing.
my dear. TikTok safe words. Come on.
And
Nikki, say things.
And I
can you not break it down,
life,
sister,
yeah?
that.
Because the police wouldn't come until the paramedics came. He was bleeding out, so I put him in my car, and I was on the phone to the emergency services, and they were saying we can't attend until the police come. And
Would you take him to King's College?
No, I'm actually in North London, and I'm not far from Hackney. So when I tell you I live in a war zone, I live in a war zone. Yeah.
Homerton. Was it Homerton?
No, I was going to take him to North Mid, but I bucked up on the ambulance on the way. So I just stopped my car, got out with his friend, and I said to them, he's in the car, like, I'm an elder in the community, and like there's no one else about. Anyway, I saved his life. Next thing, he comes out of hospital, knocks my door. He says to me, Mummy, thank you so much, yeah? He said, you saved my life. He said, and I'll be ever grateful.
I'm following you for that, Nikki Small. Big up yourself. Thank you.
So when I come on to things like this, and this is the first time I've gone live on TikTok, despite that I've got my own profile on TikTok, but it's the first time I've gone live. And I've come live on this because I feel so passionate about what has gone on, the injustice, yeah? The fact that there's another Fed out there with blood on his hands. It makes me feel like sick in my belly. Yeah, whether Chris was a criminal or not, like I said before, makes no difference. He had the right to be arrested and taken to court. Yeah, he shouldn't have been shot dead. And I still believe that the reason he was shot dead, just the same as Mark Duggan was shot dead and he was shot in the back, is because he was black. There's no other reason, because enough police chases you see on the TV, with traffic cops, police interceptors and all this bullshit. And when they're chasing white guys in stolen whips and everything else, they get tasered or their windows get smashed and they get dragged out through the window, yeah? Why didn't Chris get that chance? Would someone like to tell me? Because I'm saying it's racist.
Yeah, but I don't
Big up
think
Nikki,
it is.
man.
By the video, it didn't seem like it was
Nikki, big her up.
Yeah, big up Nikki. It didn't seem like by the video, it didn't seem like it was a collective decision for him to be unalived. It seemed like it was just that one man, that one officer that made that decision, and it could have been down to his own prejudice.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? He could. So we really don't know whether or not it was a racist thing or not. But ultimately, I don't think the whole thing being chased, all that kind of stuff, has anything to do with racism.
Let me get. I gotta get. Give the microphone to a few people that haven't spoken yet. Will I I'm sick of your voice. You stay. You're last. Yeah. Will I am the last? You damn voice.
I was just about to
say.
Where's
my fucking eggs? And where's your fucking eggs?
When am I?
Give us a minute though, Will, yeah? Give us a minute.
Yeah.
Let me get the new lot on, yeah?
Listen, I've got a cut, so I'm going to say goodbye to everyone, yeah? But
Right, thank you, Nikki.
all of you, yeah? Love and respect.
Thank you, Susanna.
Drop me as
Have
well,
a blessed day.
because I can't drop myself. I don't know how
I
to
hope that we can
I
hope we can have another conversation again. Please, you lot stay close.
Yeah.
Be it yourself. I appreciate all your input. Susanna, I feel like I interrupted you a bit, trying to bring you to my direction. I hope you feel you got a fair crack of the whip.
That's fine.
Yeah?
That's fine. That's okay.
Next time I'll shut up, yeah? Nikki, big up yourself. We appreciate you putting a young man in the car. Enough people wouldn't. They don't want to get blood in their car and whatever. I love people like you defending it. I believe you sound to me like an ally of my community and a part of my community. So yeah, man, big up yourself. And big up the Brixton front line that raised you right, innit? Do you know what I mean? Front line!
Can I just quickly ask Nikki? Sorry, it's a bit of a.
Nikki's gone, man.
It's a bit of a weird question.
She's gone, man.
No.
She's gone. I just got rid of her. All right. RBF. We've been waiting. Hi, big up, big up.
Hey, so obviously I'm from Brixton, yeah.
What, Frontline?
I grew up Loughborough Road. I was born Loughborough Road, but I've got family in Angeltown, Somerleyton, Tulsa. Do you get what I'm
Listen, I don't want no beef.
No,
I don't want no beef.
no. I'm 33. I ain't got time for that. Like, I'm locked in with these lot. Do you get it?
Yeah, that's good because I'm from Peckham anyway.
I'll bun you lot. Anyways, like, this happening and the officer now walking scot-free has just given ammunition for police in the system to feel like this is okay. Yeah? Not only that.
Yeah, I've heard a few people say that.
Yeah, but not only that, but young G's, like the people in the ones coming up now are going to pre this and they're going to be angry. So it's creating a ripple effect. Do you get what I mean? No one's not disputing that Chris was a gang member. He wasn't part of certain things. We know this. Do you get what I mean? But at the same time, he didn't deserve to be annihilated like that. He didn't. And this is where it becomes an ongoing domino effect.
Okay. Do you think that all right, I hear you. Domino effect. People are saying, and I've kind of said as well, but not like it's a hard one to say because, to be honest, I just feel like I'm so disillusioned with the justice system and whatever. I'd never call police or look for police for justice or anything. I don't look at them as being our saviors. I think mankind needs to get off their knees and start protecting and serving their own communities and dealing with their own issues. But that being said, on that side. No, yeah. But that being said, at the same time, I feel like it's not as easy to sweep Brother Chris's character under the carpet. Because we have to understand that he was, in a way, a menace to his community. You know? Like, because there's many people in the community that would feel unsafe with a Chris Kaba being around. We've got to deal with that too. But on the other hand, we're gonna be standing outside the Ritzy.
No.
On the other hand, we're gonna be standing outside the Ritzy saying,
people than Chris. There's worse people than Chris. Yeah, he might have indulged. Come on now. I'm like, you must be. There's people that indulge. They might sell a bit of this. They might do a bit of that. They might hold that. But their character, they still got that. There's ugly men out there that don't mind licking down a woman. Chris's character wasn't like that. So he might have indulged
why
in
does it
that.
matter?
And
Wait,
stuff like that.
whether he's willing to kill my son or lick down a woman, that's the differentiation on whether he's a good guy or not. There's a video of him trying to shoot man in the club.
Yeah, I'm not I'm not disputing that.
When
But
your
what
daughter and my daughter is in the club. No, when me and you are in the daughter. Listen, my brethren's cousin
That's why I
was
don't go
stabbed
out.
to death.
That's why I don't go out.
Listen,
I don't go out.
my brethren's cousin was stabbed to death in Carnival. So I'm just saying, men with a propensity to violence, street life, rare. And 1 minute you don't want to throw them under the bus and say, yeah, what are we going to do about them? And next minute, we're barling, candlelight visuals. I'm confused about the message our community is sending out. What
I'm not
community?
gonna lie
Because
here. I'm not
we're
gonna
going to stand
lie.
outside the Ritzy and say, what's wrong with our kids and why are they killing each other? And the next minute, we're standing outside the Old Bailey and we're trying to pretend that my man ain't a known gunman in South London.
I'm not gonna lie, a lot of the elders set the pace for these 6, 7, all of these people. A lot of the elders did. And where are they now? Where are they now? Where are they?
Look, Jetta.
But we do need to like grab back control. I'm not disputing that Chris was a bad person or whatever. Like, I grab back control, not going to certain places. Like, I don't go Brixton because here what? Bullet ain't got a name on it. Someone could be bust a shot and it could have hit me. Do you get what I mean? So you need to learn how to take control back in certain places. But a lot of the elders in Brixton set an example and these little youngers just follow through. That's what it is. Do you get what I mean?
Listen, man, people need to understand, yeah, sometimes I just got to play the advocate to say the things and bring up the subjects that maybe in our own little echo chamber we're not going to say. So I have to force certain topics and narratives into the conversation to see how we're going to deal with them and how we're going to respond to them. Do you know what I mean? Because one thing I don't believe in is cognitive dissonance, right? I don't believe in us just, oh yeah, confirmation bias, yeah, we just believe in this and yeah, you believe me too, yeah? Yeah. And we say no, because the truth is a lot of people looking at it like, yo, this brother is a roadman and ain't you not supposed to be anti-roadman as adults, as parents? So what is this whole convo about? Is it about an innocent man who just going about his business, or is it about a man who walked in a way that delivered him to the steps of the Grim Reaper?
Exactly. You know what? I agree. Fine, we don't know his life, we don't know his background, we don't know where he came from, but he made choices. And we all know throughout all of life, don't matter where you are in the globe, and I don't want to say globe, but wherever you are.
Flat Earther, don't take it seriously. No.
Wherever you go on this planet, yeah, you know that karma is coming when you do something that you know you shouldn't. And I'm not saying he deserved it. Not at all. No one deserves to lose their life. But karma does come. That's for real.
I don't believe in karma, but yeah, I hear you.
I'm saying basically,
exist,
when you choose to live a certain way, you cannot have the expectation that something like that isn't going to happen. First,
but how do we teach the next youth of how to avoid situations like this? Like,
come off the road.
Do you get what I mean?
Come off the road. Make sure you're telling your youth, don't be Chris Kaba. Don't be. I know. Let's say. Tell your youth, don't try to be itch 6'7". And all his friends, all my little brethren, they're in jail. They can't even. They're in jail. All of them, apart from like 2 or 3 of them, they're all in jail.
Yeah, but I'm not just telling them. Yeah, not just telling them. Not just telling them. Oh, it's echoing. Come on, echoing.
Look, and the other thing I was going to say about this police officer, yeah, and look, I'm not very happy with the police, just full stop. I'm not, but I'm not against them either. I feel that
I'm against them.
I feel that this. Look, I can't say that for every single one of them. I can't, because everyone does a different thing. Yes, there are bad apples. You got bad apples everywhere, but you can't paint everyone with the same brush. I can tell you this. The same way you got a gangster life. When you look at how police operate, there's also that blue line they all have. Everywhere you go, everyone's got that thing. We can't just paint everybody. I'm sorry, you can't.
No.
Everyone is afraid of making a step and it not being right with everybody else that they either work with or live around. And that's for real, for everybody. So we can't pretend, yeah? I am not happy that this police officer took the life of this man. One, because there's procedures and protocols. When the police officer was asked whether he needed to take the life of this child, this person, he said no, he didn't. So I'm sorry, but he said he didn't need to do it and he did it. And for whatever reason it is, it could be because of the bravado that's going on or the racism that's got to his head or maybe trying to make a name for himself or maybe
he saw a black man in the car and maybe he saw a black man in the car and just didn't think like me pressing the button was as important.
Right.
You know?
I mean,
yeah.
Can I talk quickly on this?
Yeah, please.
So
yeah, I know you've come back with the white noise. So when you're not talking, go on mute.
Yeah, turn it off.
Yeah. So like everyone's talking about racism and all these things, yeah. And so like my point that I'm gonna make is very simple in it, yeah. So whether or not he was a criminal or not, yeah, the problem is that there's biases that exist. Yeah. So just like there's biases that exist, yeah, that show regardless of whether or not black youths are engaged in criminal activity, they're already seen as potentially a part of that life, regardless, innit? And this is why when it comes to stop and search, because remember, on paper, yeah, we're all equal by law, yeah. There's nothing that's actually showing. There's no law that specifically discriminates by race. But when you apply that into the system, and in the system, then you have individuals that are operating, yeah, on their own personal, you know what I'm saying, biases and, you know, experience or whatever. So when they're engaging in these situations, yeah, and remember, it's not always conscious that they're making these decisions. It's just how people move, innit? So people have these biases which then affect, yeah, those situations. So now, yeah, when it comes to like, you know, stop and search is a perfect example because we know that when it comes to drug use, yeah, there's quite similar rates. There's quite similar rates across the races, but people's stereotypes, yeah, and what people perceive that as, they see it as a BK issue. Do you know what I'm saying? And even though like the majority of like drug users or whatever, well, DRUG users in the UK, yeah, a lot of them are whiteys. Do you know what I'm saying? So if you come out of London or whatever, you go to all these places or whatever, the vast majority of homeless, whatever, all of this, they're whiteys, but they tend to get overlooked in a sense. And then the media paints a perception of, you know what I mean, the small minority of, you know, BK people who are actually engaging in these issues, when the majority of BK people don't actually engage in it. So it's a case where implicit bias and all these things that plays a part. So even in this scenario, yeah, with my man, I think what actually happened was the officer, yeah, it's a case where he knew that he didn't have to off my man, but he just wanted to bust his gun. I'll be honest with you, like that's what it is. He wanted to bust his gun. He knew he could get away with it, yeah. Whatever, cool. Like obviously, there's people in here that are like, oh, he's a criminal, rare. You think that police don't know that people have these perceptions of them? Oh yeah, he's a police officer. Like he must be right. All these things, they do these things. Like police are people too, in it, yeah. And it's a case where I don't have a grudge against the police in it, but they aren't exempt from being, you know, absolute what do you call it? They're not exempt from being criminals themselves, innit? So they're meant to follow protocols and all these things, for example, yeah. But when it comes to like criminals and stuff, they feel like they can be vigilantes in some instances. So for example, there's police officers that they will rob DRUG users, yeah, and they might then, you know, they might put that in because they're meant to put that in as evidence, but some of them don't, yeah. Some of them, yeah, they might sell things on, they might use it themselves or whatever. Like even recently, there was police that were busted, yeah, for, you know what I mean, like selling on coke. Can I say coke on here or not? I can't say it, kind of.
No.
Cola. Say cola.
Yeah, like a white. So those police officers that were busted for selling on white and whatever, yeah. So they can be as much criminals as everyone else, yeah. But the difference is that they're protected by the badge. And so, yeah, like my overall point is, yeah, that police officers, yeah, when they're dealing in these situations, you have to remember that they have protocols and all these things, whatever, but the implicit biases that they have, yeah. And if they don't like someone or whatever the case may be, they feel like they can get man off the street, be a hero or whatever. Yeah, that's what all plays into the part of someone pulling a trigger.
Look, we all know that the police can be corrupt. No one's arguing that, right? No one's saying that there isn't even racism in some individuals, because we all know that that's true. And if you want to go down to the sub-communities, I believe there's only one community, but if you go down to the sub-communities, we can all find problems that we're all dealing with at the hands of corrupt police. But talking about this one situation, when you look at it and you look at the nuances and you level it out, the man was a criminal. He was a career criminal, right? He got himself in a situation where he was using a vehicle to try and go at other people, possibly putting their lives in danger, and he got shot.
But Jupiter, the lady up top said that he didn't have to get shot, which means he wasn't a threat. So why didn't he just get arrested? He wasn't seen as a threat. So they shot him because they wanted to shoot him.
People think, yeah, that adding that he was a criminal changes the facts. Like, oh, he was a criminal. What does that mean?
He wasn't a
He's
threat.
obviously a criminal. He wasn't stopping when they were trying to stop him. Like, that's a crime, innit? But do you get killed for being a criminal? Is what we're asking. We don't have capital punishment in this country.
No, we shouldn't.
There was more than one policeman. There was more than one policeman. So they could have easily just taken him out of the car and arrested him. Easily. There was more than one. They are armed police. They are trained tactfully. They're not normal police, you know. They're armed police. This is a different set, a different regiment. They didn't have to kill him.
That's going to be my point. My point is
Go on, Chef. Let's hear from Chef.
See, my point is the operation was not conducted correctly because there was no reason they had to stop him while the vehicle was in motion. They could have quite easily waited for him to pull up, get out the car, and take him. So the whole operation was wrongly conducted in the first place that most people don't seem to want to talk about. And that is a huge problem.
What was the urgency of a rolling stop? What was the? I never even thought about that. But what was the urgency of stopping him then and there?
In my opinion, as we all know, it don't matter what community you're from, the police have an attitude, regardless. They believe they have a power over everybody. So they have this arrogance about them. And to me, it was an arrogant thing. The operation could have been so much smoother. It would have never made the papers. No one would have lost their life. A police officer would not be thrown in front of the public. This family wouldn't be going through everything they're going through right now if it was conducted in a correct manner. And we know if you go back 19 years ago, I'm going far, 19 years ago, we had a similar situation of a man who was killed for no reason in a Stockwell tube station, the Brazilian. There's still not been one officer who has paid any time for that. That was 20 years ago. The police,
the Sousa, the Mendes, the something.
Yep, we know. Everyone knows in this country they are never ever going to throw an officer under the bus for any civilian. Simple as that.
Not happening.
That's true. That's true.
And whether it's a criminal,
anyone want to respond to that?
Yeah, I wanted, because he said it doesn't matter what community you're from. It does. I'm so sorry, it does. And there has been research to show that black males get it worse than other communities.
No, sorry, sister, I'm not underlying that. But what I'm saying is every community does go through.
Yeah, but we get it worse. We get it worse.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Can I ask the panel a question? Can I ask the panel a question?
No. Yeah, go on, bro. Yeah, you weren't ready for the answer, was you?
No. I was waiting for you to do something.
The other answer to that question. The other answer to that question is you just did. You know, can I answer better question? You just did. Man, let's move on. I'm gonna get you with that one next, Will. But yeah, go on, bro. Go on, bro.
But yeah, no, what I was saying, so the question is, has this incident that has happened with this gentleman happened before?
What do you mean, the incident? What do you mean?
So basically, like, obviously, a unaliving of a black man unnecessarily by the police. Has it happened before? Yes or no?
Yes.
Has he refused to stop before? Are you are you asking me? Has he refused to stop for the police before?
No. So basically, I'm out. So
Sorry,
it's like a line
there's a bit of
question
cost.
I wanna ask you.
I'm trying to catch up.
Yeah. So basically, obviously,
So the first
what's
question is:
happened-
has he been stopped?
No, so the first question is, what has happened with this gentleman where he's been unalived by the police unjustly or basically unalived by the police unnecessarily, yeah? Has that happened before? And the answer to that is yes. So the next question is, the reaction to this, has that happened before? Yes or no?
There's no real reaction, but yeah. Oh my God, I can't believe conversations.
So exactly. So it has happened before, yeah? And what has the outcome been of the situations? Nothing's happened to the police and blah, blah, blah. Correct. So my thing is, there's a saying, if you do something here and it doesn't work and you do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, that is insanity. And that's within our community, that is something that we keep on doing. Unfortunately for this man, obviously, he was on smoke and it led to him passing away. But the issue for me is, and obviously I've been listening even before I came up on the land, I've been listening since the other live where flipping Jed was doing battles and blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying, but flipping like I've been listening to everyone wanted to say and come up with stuff on purpose because I was waiting in hopes to see if someone will come and talk about learning from the issue. Because at the end of the day, let's be real, yeah? My man, this situation's happened to him. Man, them were on smoke. People wanted to riot, blah, blah, blah. There was a young black boy in his school uniform going to school that got unalived. The reaction was not the same. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm noticing is when man, them that get unalived, yeah, when they're on smoke, i.e., not to say that, because he's got a shady past, he deserves to unalive. No, not at all. But what I'm noticing, there's a trend. Man them, yeah, even the whole George Floyd thing, same thing. Man them that have got how can I put it? That are living and unaliving by their actions, yeah, are getting too much attention. If this happened to a young boy that obviously was an A student or was like wrong time, wrong place or whatever, then we should be mobilizing hard. Why? Because the people that did it would have no leg to stand on. But the reason why, they kind of propagate this nonsense within society where they put it in the media and running segments in order to sear it into our brain is because they want us to ride out for people that can't, technically speaking, they can't stand on it and they have no leg to stand on, which gives them the ability to get away with what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Because say for example, obviously, the young boy that got unalived, yeah. Obviously, this isn't police related, but he got unalived, yeah. If the police unalive that young boy for whatever reason, yeah, he's a completely innocent, no checker pass, nothing. When we ride, yeah, and it goes to their courts and so on and so forth, the only outcome is my man's got to go inside. Because if he doesn't go inside, it exposes them for what they're really doing. We all know what they're really doing. We know, but there's a difference between knowing and having evidence. And we don't have evidence at this time because they could turn around and be like, oh yeah, he done it to himself, this and that, blah, 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 all excuses. You know what I'm saying? This is the time that we as a people, we learn from the nonsense that's gone on. When people, unfortunately,
but what did we do? But what did we do? Yes, he was a criminal. Yes, we know he's a criminal. But did he really deserve to die? Have you read the comments? You know what hurts me the most? Do you know what hurts me the most? Can I just say something? If you go on other panels, right, and let's say a YT person's unalived, you're not going to see black people going in the comments saying, "Good, well done, he deserved to die." Why do they do these things? Why?
It doesn't matter. Why? Who cares about what they're saying?
Listen. Whatever they do, whatever they do these things, we all can witness and see, and other people, because there's other people in the community that don't agree with how they act. I just read a comment that said, yes, he was killed. He's dancing with the worms. Oh, there it is again. Look, so they're repeating it. You gotta wonder. You gotta wonder, is that a human? Is that a robot? Is that
the thing is
that an agent? Is that some kind of agent? Hold on. We gotta wonder, yeah? Why do they do these things? What motivates them? But the main thing is, let them do it, because we can observe it and everyone can see. So long as you don't feel like you're triggered, because you shouldn't be triggered by that. I thought, what a disgusting comment. But don't be triggered, because what it is let your personality be your personality and let others be others, and let people be judged by the fruit of their works. Simple.
Facts.
You know what I mean? I quite like it that there are people still willing to openly show the rest of the world how disgusting they are. Because when it is other people's turn, I don't ask for compassion.
Yeah.
And that's how you learn. And that's how you learn.
That's true. That's true.
The George Floyd and stuff and whatever he's talking about, that's because of police brutality, innit? And because at the end of the day, yeah, when you're talking about other things or whatever, we don't have not when people are doing whatever they're doing, unaliving people, they don't have body cameras, they don't have to follow protocols and all these things or whatever. So when we're talking about a system where because at the end of the day, the police are meant to protect us, innit? As the public.
No, they're not meant to protect. They're not there to protect. That's a trick. That's the trick. The police are not there to protect us. And even the thing is, because that's part of the program.
By oath.
No.
Technically, by oath. They are
to protect the Queen.
They're meant to protect us as an extension of the state, though, because we are.
No, we are not. The thing is, this is where you have to go away and do research. I'm not going to go into it because obviously it'll take away from the topic. But police aren't there to protect us, and it's a case of there's certain things in life here that once you realize the truth and you have the knowledge, then you can appropriately maneuver around this what's it called, toxic and treacherous environment that we currently reside in. You know what I'm saying? What we need to know and understand as black people, yeah, is that when this happened, all we could do, because at the end of the day, the person's gone. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. His family are grieving. Yeah, nothing we do is going to bring him back. However, what we can do from it is learn. Because the thing is, like people have come up and said earlier, yeah, with what he did, unfortunately, especially when it comes to the black community, when there's positive stuff happening, it's an individual thing. When a negative thing happens, everyone's bad. You know what I'm saying? So this gentleman, what happened to him, when it goes into the psyche of the society now, people are going to be thinking that is everyone. So then when an innocent young boy gets licked down or whatever the case may be, yeah, they're going to see it as instant, yeah, he's a criminal. You know what I'm saying? What we need to do as a people is when this type of stuff goes down, yeah, if we know that he's affiliated, we don't react. When we know he isn't, he's innocent, then we go scorched earth. Because at the end of the day, by us doing that, what that does, it kills unalives two birds with one stone. It shows our own community that if you fuck up, if you do a madness, yeah, we're not supporting
unalive two birds with one stone.
Yeah, but I'm trying to keep it PG.
This is madness.
No, brother, you know, you know me, I say how it is, but to protect their life, because obviously there's some people in here, and the message has to be pure. I'm doing it, innit? Normally I'll be doing a madness.
I think that's a good point, though. I think it's a good point. I don't know whether I agree with it. Being someone with an extensive criminal record, criminal background, and criminal tendencies, right? So I don't know if I feel like. So what you're saying is something happens to me, no one's supposed to feel no way because I've done a couple bits of both.
No. So basically,
no one don't react.
Yeah,
that's what you're saying.
No. What I mean by
don't backpedal. You're saying
no.
You're saying let's not protect the criminals, and when it's innocent people.
Say that. I didn't say that.
All right, cool.
If you let me finish, then you'd understand. Yeah. If you listen to what I said earlier, I said obviously when it comes to an innocent person, then you go scorched earth. Scorched earth is a public thing, yeah. So if something goes down and it's an innocent black person, we're going scorched earth. Everyone's seeing us go on madness, yeah. When it's a person that's done something that's got shady or whatever, then it's in-house. That's when you have the, so for example, I'll give you a prime example. If you're with your bedroom, yeah, or you're with your family member, and your family member does something mad in public, yeah, you're not going to say nothing in public. But as soon as you get home, you're slapping him up saying, what you put me in a mad position, da, 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 da. That's private. He's done something wrong. You know he's tapped. So you deal with him in-house. When there's a person that does something good, you celebrate it because it's good.
Okay, so now here we go now. So what do you say is the appropriate response to the officers unaliving Chris Kaba? Being that let's just say he's the most notorious gang member in the world. Because right now they put out something saying, oh, he was quite high in his organized, I don't know. Let's just say he was driller number one. Are we supposed to just look the other way when he gets shot by a police officer?
So this is what we do, yeah. In that instance, this is what I would do now, yeah. So he's been unalived by police. You're not hearing a single thing from any black person when it comes to public and media or whatever. However, what we're doing behind the scenes is we're going to the gang leaders and whatever, and we're speaking to them, saying, listen, see what happened to the gentleman or my man. He got shot. The police unalived. Da, 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 da. You men are doing too much. We need to work together as a community. Cool, I understand you guys got to make your bread and do your thing, yeah? But there's a time and a place and there's a way that you can do it so you're not embarrassing the whole of the community. That's what the elders used to do back in the days. When shit went down, they're having meetings behind closed doors.
All right, but how does that deter? Hold on. How does that deter?
I'm going to drop here. I'm going to drop.
1 second. How does that deter the next police officer from thinking, you know what? There's no comeback from this. So in terms of that situation, because this is where we have to be honest with the situation. They know what they're doing, and they're doing it by design, and they're doing it on purpose. Like I said, they've unalived them. They went through the whole 2-year process. No one's been held accountable. Yeah. However, when they duppy innocent people, do you notice that it goes under the carpet real quick? So they allow us, they give us the ability to go scorched earth and go ham on cases that they know, irrespective of whatever, whoever's done it is going to get away with it scot-free. Yeah, I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to the situation, these people are doing it by design, yeah? And it's a case of they're going to do it. It's always going to happen because it's been happening for the longest. However, we've just got to get ourselves in a position where we are ready for them. When they step out of line and mash up with a wrong person, then we can do scorched earth. And scorched earth, they're not coming away unscathed. Scorched earth means someone's having to put an ice pack on their skin. No one's getting away untouched. You know what I'm saying? But we've got to do it the proper way.
Are we talking riots?
No, we're not talking. We're not talking riots.
Who's that? Whose voice was that? All quiet and. Can I just mention who was that?
Yeah, me. So Stephen.
So why do you sound like that, Juba? Yeah, me. You tricked me. Can I just mention? Yeah, me.
So Stephen Waldorf was the white guy that actually got shot in the car, right? He was complete innocent. And the justice for him never came through either. That was in the 80s. Right? So when people so when people sit here and they say it's only black people that the mistakes have been made on, no, it's not true.
Majority of the time
no one said that.
It is majority of the time.
But still no one said it.
I didn't say this is where critical skills and listening skills, is paramount when we're having these conversations. No one said that.
But another thing, sorry, can I just say something? This is why I said that these kind of topics, not all topics, but these one in particular, when it comes to this, because it's very sensitive for the black community, maybe other races shouldn't be on the panel. Because why did you mention a white tea person? Why did you bring that up? Why did you bring it up?
I tell you what I do agree with Jojo. When you set up Black TikTok, I'll be there. But
no, Black TikTok. No, because the other day on my live, I was speaking specifically about black males, and a YT man came on, and I asked him politely if you could drop, because I don't feel comfortable speaking about my black brothers, and you're on the panel. Because there's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can say.
That's you, though. It's
not realistic, man.
It is very.
It's not. Like I said, hold on. If you're that desperate to talk, then you link up in your community with your fellow black brothers and sisters and you sit down and you chat, which is something that we should be doing. However, when we're on social media, let's not create this false illusion that we're secluded and it's just us speaking and it's a private conversation. It ain't. Hold on. The rest of the world watches us every move when it comes to everything. And they listen to everything we talk about, right? And this is going to be no different, right?
No, because when it comes to their spaces, you don't see us running up into their spaces.
That's your business.
Speaking about
That's
their
your
things.
business.
Why must they always do
Listen.
Jojo, can I ask you a question?
I go to white people's spaces. I listen to white people's
I don't.
conversation. Yeah, you don't, but I do. So this is what I'm saying. What you're talking about is the indigenous. You don't care about how other people are living, what they talk about, what they don't talk about, what they care about. But I do, and I understand why they care about what we do. If they're spying, they're
Some
spying.
of them do pretend to care.
You don't do it online. That's what you do. Because it's saying everyone wants. Like, hold on, wait a second. Everyone wants a safe space. Everyone wants a safe space where that's not real life and that's not social media.
There's a lot of racists in those comments, but it's okay. They like to pretend that, you know, I'm just reading them comments.
No, but Jojo, you know,
you gotta understand. This is a talk show format. This is a debate and conversation.
I appreciate. I respect that. I respect
finish.
what you want.
Let me finish. Yeah, they are places for you to have private conversations with me and William and whoever rare. But we're on social media. This is not a private place. It's not run by race or color or creed. And furthermore, conversations like that actually isolate people. That's not what I want. I don't want to be isolated. So when the black community is done with me, they can be like, "Oh, fuck Jedi, he's not black enough," and fuck me off like they do everybody else because they're fickle. I want people to fuck with me based on my integrity and my heart and my energy, right? And that's why I make sure all my platforms are open. I tried to do the blackity black route, rare. I'm not even going to talk about where it led me, but best believe I trust me. People know my face for that reason, but I ain't going to go down. Because when I talk the truth, people say I'm pulling down the community.
No, I know what you're saying. I understand, but this kind of topic, it's very sensitive. That's all I'm saying. Anything else? Anything else? Yes. Anything else? Yes, I agree. But not this.
You know, Jojo, you see this topic here? This topic that we're having
is don't discuss any of the issues online. If you don't want any outsiders, if you don't want anyone to get involved, don't discuss it online.
No, but you're right though. But can I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah. But you have one more thing to you, Jojo.
Okay, go on. Yeah, I'm listening.
You have man pretending to be black, you know. You think I ain't experienced this with us? Pretend like man's not even black. Man's a full Asian man.
Yeah, it's called LARPing,
right? So
they got online.
So like you're not even because I'm saying yeah, and got a picture of a black person. Someone did it today earlier. So
yeah, stop getting trolled by the online thing. This is what I'm saying. You can't come to the internet and be sensitive, because man are gonna come up here, start trolling you and whatever, and you're there bawling in your house and that.
We have to ignore them.
They're just laughing at you because they think you're idiot. So
this topic that we're having now, is a prime example of why racism and all that stuff is good. You know the reason why? Because when these people, now listen to what I'm saying, would you rather someone be out in their racism, or them not say anything?
Be out in it, but really and truly, be out in it.
If they're out with it, at least you can.
I feel it,
when they're out with it, at least you can use your due diligence and protect yourself and put yourself in a position where they can't touch you. A lot of people have white people, Asian people, all other demographics of other races, up in their yards, not knowing that these people are plotting their downfall because they're racist or whatever. This is the world we live in now. People can't say what they want to say in fear of being cancelled when that's exactly what people need to be saying. I prefer people to say whatever they want to say.
Not jokes, but what another thing that I need to remind you lot is, as much as we think that the enemy is, or you may think, or it may be thought of that the enemy is somebody from outside of your group and outside of your race, right? Be it Asian, white, whatever you think. The fact is, even this young brother who's lost his life, who I feel wrongly lost his life, and let me state that categorically, I feel wrongly lost his life. I feel police are trained to be professional and should be making better decisions than the one they made. I've gone through it already, like the last couple of hours. But what I will say is, Who do you think was most at threat from Chris Kaba?
The community.
The black community,
As much as we want to discuss him and in private, when he was riding around and he had thoughts of enemies and blah, 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 it weren't the white man, it weren't the Indian man, it weren't whoever, it was the black man he was looking to show his dominance, or, you know what I mean? And we got to remember
that man should have been in jail, though. I don't know why they let them out. This is my issue, innit? Because
why?
Wait,
hold on.
They cause dysfunction within the community. That's it.
Yeah. So my issue is when I'm not saying for every situation, but if a man's known for being, you know what I'm saying, a gunman and whatever and all these things or whatever, I'm not trying to be funny, but like there should be a case where certain man, if you're seen as a risk or whatever, and he was seen as a risk, put on high alert and them things there, they should have been taking him back. You know what I'm saying? Like, not wait for him to. I don't know if they was trying to run an operation where they was trying to like watch him and see who he's rolling with and whatever. But if you're letting my man not going back onto the streets or whatever, knowing damn well that he's gonna be out here riding out on ops, that's a problem. And this seems to happen a lot where
I don't know what the police know. I don't know what the police know and what's the truth. All I know is I know people that knew him and he was a serious guy. But I feel like when we're in that lifestyle, we're not looking for no sympathy. I personally, when I was fully in that lifestyle, I wasn't looking for no sympathy from nobody. And if the feds lick me down, they lick me down because I'm doing my thing. But it's like, now I'm out of that mindset and I'm looking back on it. I'm seeing the community sympathy and I'm like, okay, you lot would be the same ones to go stand outside Ritzy and cry for his victim, someone he licked down in Brixton, right? Because Brixton's got a massive internal war going on, right? Brixton Hill versus blah, 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 right? So we could be standing in Ritzy, either talking about him that's been killed by another black person or another black person that he's maybe unalived or vice versa, or members of his group. So it's like we're bipolar with this thing, right? And it's the thing, these youths need to understand. We love you, innit? The youths on the road, we love you and we want you to do better, right? For yourselves. Now, for me personally, if your weapons and your aggression was aimed at protecting your community and connecting your community, then you would not hear me say anything. I never speak out about dealing and this and that. I am very specific with what I speak out about and what my issue is. And my main issue right now is the fact that we do not unite to defend ourselves or to uplift ourselves, but only to break ourselves down. And that's the main issue. The youths on the roads that are in gangs, we are supposed to have been taking this military mindset that these kids have and putting it to good use. But we're not doing that. We're scared of our youngsters. We're not preaching realistic narratives to our youngsters. And then when shit like this coming on, we're gonna brush all their fuckeries under the carpet. We're not even using this as an example to the other youngsters to say, look, you will get unalived by the feds. You better know what you're doing. No, we're just like, oh, the bad feds, the horrible feds in our community, and let's just have a safe space to talk about. And it's like, nah, actually, there's a genocide going on within our youth. And unfortunately, Brother Chris was part of that. And he just happened to be taken out by a white police officer this time. But tomorrow, it would have been a black youth from down the road. Or he would have took one out from down the road and we would have been on this cycle still perpetuating. So that's not to say he deserved to die or any of that, no. But we need to do something better than wait until a man's licked down by feds to cry and be like, oh, the police are wrong. We know the police are wrong. Don't even know why you don't work with the fucking police in the first place. The police are wrong. They don't like us. They never liked us. When are you going to get used to that and we're going to move forward?
They actually came through from the KKK when the whole thing started. So you can't expect there to be any other vision from them towards us or anybody else of any other color. You understand?
They're not here for us. They're not here for us.
That's a fact.
But you can use that for education and healthcare and work then, Carl. You know what I'm saying? Like black people came up through slavery. We know that when it came to for healthcare, that was practicing on and experimenting on black women and all these things or whatever. So what? We're not meant to be take part in those systems. Like, I don't know what you're not saying that. What we
No, but I feel like I feel like the time when we realised that the police weren't for us is when Stephen Lawrence was unalive and nothing happened. Nothing happened to the people that killed him. Nothing happened to the people that killed him.
And then more importantly, what
people
I
forget about that. People forget about that.
Yeah, nothing happened. We didn't ride out. I'm surprised there was never a Stephen Lawrence like riot or anything like that. There was no kind of civil disobedience, nothing. And then in the end of it, the mum went and became a baron. Oh, for fuck's sake, Baroness Lawrence, puss y'all. Yeah, so
and
she's
the
going to join
boy,
the same establishment. They buy her off. Yeah. And she goes and joins the same establishment that helped to conceal the death of her son. And this is what I mean. We're lost out here. We're behind enemy lines.
What about the little black boy that was unalive recently, and then they took the man in and said he's got mental health? They took him in and said he's got mental health, which means he won't be going to prison. He'll be going into mental health.
Schoolboy.
Yes.
Oh yeah, and the schoolboy that was unalive.
Yeah,
by a
migrant. A white team man. Yeah, he was white.
Yeah, and nobody said anything. And then a couple of weeks after that, some more children were unalive by another by a black boy, and it was riots everywhere and kicking off. And we need to protect our kids.
I was talking about
no
earlier.
one cared about our children on the way to school.
Hold on, what about
exactly? That's what I was talking about earlier.
That was deep still.
But what about
good point, Jojo?
What about
me and you made it for a reason, Jojo? You see that?
What about us actually standing up? What about us actually taking responsibility for our community? There is too many people that want to hide criminals in the community.
My issue ain't the criminals. My issue is the genocide.
No, I'm talking about.
I'm not here to be moral judge against crime and what's right, because like I said before, some of the things that are legal now were illegal back in the days, right? So crime is a spectrum that moves around. But genocide, yeah, and anti-community behavior is something that we can all testify to and witness and say, look, this is setting us back. I don't mind. I generally don't mind. Like I said, I shoplift openly.
Here's another point of view, yeah.
Man's not hearing me though. Man, listen. What's your morality based on? Is it based on when it kicks off, you're going to call the feds and this is justice, and something happens to you, you want to see justice? Because if it is, then you're on that side. For me personally, I want to see ashes. I want to see the reduction of this system and the infrastructure. And that's what makes people like me so dangerous. Because I'll wait patiently until you lot catch up. But when we do catch up, try know, none of this system is for us.
100%.
Right? Even their laws. So when I'm not trying to convict a man, yeah, of some laws that said what he's doing is wrong. Because if you want to convict, say for instance, Chris Kaba sold prohibited items, right? If you want to convict him for that in your eyes and see him as a human, you can. But make sure you don't go and smile up with the manager of Boots. But they're doing the same job.
So someone else
don't go into the shop, in the corner shop, and smile up with Bossman, because he's selling death to your community with a smile.
Yeah, something I was going to make in terms of when it comes to our music is that you got an example in the States. So when we had Rodney King, yeah, who was unalived by those officers, the Black American community rolled out, and if you knew the hip hop that was being played at that point was positive hip hop. We've had numerous amounts of black men that's been unalived in America, no ride-outs, listen to the music. There's so much psychological warfare going on.
It's always been a Trojan horse. It's always been a Trojan horse. I'll give you a prime example, because what you're talking about the music, yeah, it might have been positive at the beginning, but that was just to get you in. Prime example, Little Nas X came in with Old Town Road on blah blah blah, yeah, for the kids and all that nonsense. Going everywhere, selling. All of a sudden, flips on the next thing, and guess what? All of those little kid followers that were following with Old Town Road are now listening to the madness. It is a trap, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. There's a certain level of mindset that you have to be able to identify what is going on. We have never been free. This is how it was always meant to be, and there's a case of until people come together together and start coming correct, it's going to be a long day. With what my man did wasn't a problem. Like his criminal background wasn't an issue per se, because at the end of the day, the people that lead this country do exactly what my man does, but just on a grander scale. Yeah, the issue that I take with the man them that move and do the stuff that he does is that they unalive their own people. There, it's simple as that. Back in the days, yeah, if my man was coming correct and he was doing his thing and making his money, blah, 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 cool, pumping some of it back into the community and protecting the people, then happy days. But that's not what's happening. We've got one enemy on one side, which is the feds and the elite and blah, 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 blah. And then we've got another enemy on the other side, which is our own selves. And we've got the civilians in the middle that are essentially cannon fodder, collateral damage. So we need to be honest with the situation and be understanding and know, yeah, that what my man did, at the end of the day, he lived by the sword, he died by the sword. Calm. But we must learn from this situation and come together. And when people in our community that are on that smoke do a madness, it's up to us to check them and say, listen, cool, we know what you're doing, but come correct. Calm it down. Stop bringing it near the school. Stop recruiting children, blah, blah, blah. And build that relationship. So they're on their side, we're on our side, and then we've got them fuckers on it. Sorry, excuse my French. Them people on the other side, yeah. And when they move mad, we come together as a collective to duppy them. That's it. End of story. And I'm gonna mute up.
Yeah, because I'll say this, yeah. I think the majority of the cases that go to court, first off, yeah, when you go to court, if you decide that you take somebody to be a representative for you, you actually tell that court and everyone in it that you're a dummy and you can't think for yourself. We don't know the law. Well, I know the law, but a lot of people don't know the law. And if you actually represent yourself and come as litigant in person and you don't take the corporation to the court, you actually take the person, the officer, the one who did the crime, you're more than likely to go down. You understand? But everyone keeps on allowing themselves to be used by the system that says seek legal aid because you can't afford to know what the law is. Like, you can't read a book. Read a damn book. Because the less we read, the more we're going to be in trouble. You understand?
They can only make money. They can only make money from a dysfunctional society. And dysfunction just doesn't mean that you're stupid or you're twerking or whatever. It means that you don't know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, they can take advantage of you. Deep it. If you think about every faction within society currently, yeah, in 2024, yeah, every single bit of it extracts resources or power or control on you. Deep it. But anyway, let me mute up again.
So my point is, if we're talking about going forward and doing things for ourselves, let's teach our children law firstly, so they can look after themselves. You understand? And I don't mean look after themselves like, oh, they're going to be out on the street. My son is not on the street for nothing. You understand? I brought him up completely differently, but that's irrelevant. What is relevant is that our children need to learn law. They need to learn about finance. They need to learn about being an entrepreneur. We have to give them a different mindset. So who's doing that in our community? None of us. Why? Because we're lacking knowledge, which means we got to go out of our way to step out that comfort zone that we've been in and come out and do something different.
To be fair, sister, just with what you're saying about the law thing, yeah, you're right in some aspects, but to be fair, technically speaking, they create the law, so they can just change it as and when they need to. The thing that we need to concentrate the most is about health and fitness. So physically fit, and know about the different foods and stuff that you need nutrients to be able to keep yourself healthy. Because most of the food, that's how they control us and unalive us with the food. They control us with food and they unalive us slowly, which gives us illnesses in the long term and so on and so forth, for them to make money off of the pharmaceuticals.
Let me put a couple new people in. Let me get their perspective on.
I'm gonna drop now. I'm gonna drop.
Who's dropping?
Me, Jojo.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for having me, Jedi.
All right.
Jupiter was just about to speak.
Bye.
I want to hear Jupiter because she kept getting shut down.
Did she?
Yeah, well, she was told that she's not allowed in this space and blah.
Yeah, from the outside point of view, I would say this, that there are
Hiya, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. My opinion is the problem is with this guy is I know he was unarmed in the car, but he was using a 3-ton battering ram to ram 8 police officers, well, maybe less than 8, but police officers. Now, the guy shot him.
Do you read that? Do you read that? That's what you did.
It was if you had to look on the police
Did you ram the cars?
camera.
Did you ram the cars or the officers?
did you look at the camera?
Yeah, and I'm
footage?
asking you, did he ram the
Yes.
cars of the officers?
Both.
So you're saying that officers were hit by cars?
They would have been if he hadn't shot
No,
him.
no,
You
sorry.
don't believe it?
1 second. Lula?
Lula, yeah.
Lula. We both watched the same video. Do you see
Yeah.
any officers being hit by a car?
I believe the one at the back was, and he dodged out the way.
Right, if you dodge out the way, then you wasn't hit.
No, luckily, but he was using
All
the
right,
car
so
to
let
ram
me ask
them
you.
and
I'm
police
asking you again,
officers.
Lula, because I'm starting
Yeah.
to get that there's a pattern in your information retention.
Yeah.
Did you? We watched the same video. Did
Yeah.
you see any officers being hit by a car?
I saw the one at the back being hit, yeah.
No, you didn't. You saw an officer jumping out the way.
If he hadn't jumped out the way, would he have been hit by that
Okay,
car?
so was he hit or did he jump out the way?
He jumped out the way,
All
luckily.
right, cool. So let me ask you the question for a fifth time.
Yeah.
We both watched the video.
Yep.
Did you see any officers being hit by a car?
No.
Okay, so no officers were rammed. So you
No.
said 8 officers were rammed, but actually no officers were rammed.
He was trying to ram them, though, wasn't he?
No, he was trying to ram the cars that were blocking him in.
So why was he convicted? Why was the guy that shot him cleared then?
I don't know. Why was Hugh Edwards freed with a
Institutional racism.
But why was Hugh Edwards freed with a suspended sentence after he had
complete-
90 images
Yeah,
of the?
absolutely, that's
Wait. My answer was I don't know. Now I'm posing a question to you. Why was Hugh Edwards freed? Yeah, after he had 90 images of the worst grade of sexual violence towards children, and he was freed in a suspended sentence. But yet, a couple of months before, a woman had pushed a trolley in the direction of police, didn't hit any police, and was sentenced to jail. Why is that?
You'd have to speak to the judges on that one.
Because the system's not always fair. I already had a
completely
prepared
agree with
answer for you. So when you ask me why was he acquitted, it doesn't mean anything. People can be acquitted, found guilty again after. People can be found guilty and then win on appeal. Young man, please don't think you're escaping. Hold on. I've got a young escaping.
People are calling me racist. Why am I racist? I'm black.
Listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. I forget about what people are calling you. I'm just saying the due diligence that you've used to even look at the footage has allowed you to believe that 8 officers were rammed, and you've come on with 500 plus people to declare that 8 officers were rammed by this guy. Now,
Not
if there's
rammed,
people
they would
that,
have been rammed.
but you didn't say that.
Okay, let me rephrase it. These 8 officers could have been rammed by this 3-ton machine if their colleague had not stopped him. Fact or no fact?
No, I disagree.
Hold up.
You don't
I
think they
disagree.
couldn't have been rammed?
Can
by
I
this
ask
car?
her a question?
No, I don't. I believe that if they stood in front of a moving car, they would have been a danger of being hit by the car. However, the car that this man was shot in was stationary at the time of him being shot and wedged in by other police cars.
It was going backwards and forwards if you look at the video.
And then it stopped moving.
Because he shot him.
No. It stopped moving before he was shot. He wasn't shot while the car was moving. He was shot while the car was stationary. And the police officer that pulled the trigger apparently was asked if he had to shoot this man, and he said no. That means that there could have been another option. He just didn't take it because he believed to be in fear. Doesn't make him right.
So why do you think that he was acquitted then?
We just gone through this. Same reason that Hugh Edwards was given a suspended sentence. Sometimes the courts don't work.
Right, okay. You don't think the officer was just trying to do his job and save his colleagues?
No, I don't believe his colleagues were in immediate danger.
Yeah,
I think the
right,
only one who's going to
okay.
be in immediate danger is him by stepping in front of a car he believes to have the capacity to accelerate and hit him, which it didn't.
Well, luckily, no, he didn't hit him.
Not luckily.
The actual officer said he didn't need to shoot him, so that just means that he
I'm
already knew
unsure.
his.
What the reason why he's not in jail is because they don't believe, the court does not believe it's a crime to kill a young man in the way he was killed. It doesn't mean it was right or wrong. It means that they don't believe it was a crime. Now, there's many things in the court that I'm sure you don't agree with. I'm sure there's laws that you don't agree with.
Oh, I'm not saying I completely agree. There's laws I don't agree with.
There you
There's
go.
laws,
So
I don't
I
think
mean,
there's harsh enough laws for peddlers. I don't think there's harsh enough laws.
let's talk about morality rather than the law,
victims,
because I think people hide behind the law, right? They
Yeah.
hide behind the law, but then so they don't have to deal with morality. Let's deal with morality. Do you think it's right that he was killed? Thank you for the ghost.
No, I think
Big
it's
up.
right he was killed. If to be fair, if he was ramming people and potentially he's going to kill them, then he's asking for it.
But he wasn't ramming people. We've just established this.
Oh no, that's funny.
Okay, well, you and
See,
me
Jeds,
see
Jeds,
the
when you-
video, and all I can see him is ramming the car backwards and forwards.
No one was in the car. No one was in the car. The cars he was ramming, no one was in there. If I get my car, if I get my car and I come to your driveway and I ram your car, do I deserve to be shot by our police?
No, but he wasn't just aiming it at the cars. He was aiming it at loads of policemen as well.
Yes, he was. He was only aiming it at the cars.
No, he wasn't.
Sorry.
He wasn't
Listen.
aiming it at policemen. He was aiming it at the cars because his intention was to escape. Whether rightfully or wrongly, his intention was to escape. Oh, you've left. I know. And that's how you do it, guys. You know?
Yeah, she was completely delula.
And so many people are. Lulu, Delulu. I get it, Lulu. Delulu. Hey.
Delula. Listen, the point is, she's quite a dangerous person. I find these people dangerous because I'm not saying like, oh, I'm scared of them. They're danger to me. I'm just saying I'm weary of these people that speak like she does. It's because she used her two eyes and came up with something completely different to what her visuals were.
Yeah.
How do people's brains do that? I don't understand. It was like going 1 + 1 and there's a 5. That must mean 5.
It's because they've got preconceived bias already.
Say that again, brother.
They've already got a preconceived bias.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
they're already coming up with a certain agenda.
And a lot of it is, if you sit on TikTok or Twitter or whatever, and you let the narrative tell you what happens, and then you don't go and look for yourself. Because I had the same thing yesterday where a man was arguing with me that the car wasn't wedged in. And I told him, listen, it's wedged in. He's like, I'm looking at it right now. But at the end of the stream, lucky, he was honest enough to say, you know what, I've looked at it again and you know what, you was right, I was wrong. I was like, right, that was a brave thing to say, so I respected him. But a lot of us will do it. No, it weren't like that. Bro, have you actually looked at it with like, you know what I mean? Have you looked at it or are you just... Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like when people say they get into religious conversations all the time, and then you say to them, "Have you read the Bible?" 9 times out of 10, they'll say, "Yeah." Yeah, most of it. Bullshit. Have you read the Bible, man? Do you know what I mean?
You know what? Sorry, someone just put something in the chat. If somebody was white and they got shot the way that he did, coming from the same background, I will tell you now, it's still wrong. A life is a life. Or you expect that because we are of a different shade that we would stick up for somebody because they're not that are only looking like us. No.
And I don't blame you guys for feeling like that. I don't blame you guys for not feeling empathetic or like you care what happens to people from other races. And maybe you might suspect that other races will feel the same. And I think personally, lots of black people would not care if it was a white man that was shot. Unfortunately,
no, that's true.
Most of them wouldn't. Like, that's just the way the world is. I don't know what point you're actually trying to prove. The fact is, it was, and we're discussing whether it was right or wrong. That's what we're talking about. We're not begging and asking you to care or asking anyone to care. You don't have to care. You don't have to care. Who's forcing you? Who's putting the GUN to your head and saying, make sure you care? You don't have to care. I'm letting you lot up here. Sorry, you got a bit of background, brother. I'm letting you lot up here to say whatever you want to say about the scenario. No one's forcing anyone to care. But we're just going to discuss it frankly and openly. I don't believe you have to care. There's black people that don't care, Chris Kaba. They've been on it. There's black people in the panel, on the chat. They've been on there, on the internet. They don't care either. So, you know.
Can I just say that my prejudice, right? I will say that I have got a prejudice in this, right, and a bias, but it's
towards Nigerian men.
No. But it's not to do with colour.
Okay,
My
sorry.
bias that comes into my decision on whether the police officer was right or wrong, that comes into the fact of, do I think that this person was as equally worthy as other people in the grand scheme of things? And is he a menace to society? Has he affected innocent people? And the fact of the matter is, even though you're saying, you know, you shouldn't take that into consideration, I can't help it. I do.
No, I hear you. That's you can't help it. Let me ask couple questions though, Jukes. Yeah, do you think I'm worthy?
Yeah, as you are at the moment. Yeah, but if I
am at the moment. But remember, I'm the same human being, and I've been an extremely destructive element of society. Well, I say extremely, like, but I just know that at one point in time, I was causing mayhem to my community and to you know, the streets of England or whatever, right? And anywhere I was, I'd cause mayhem. I'm not so much causing that type of mayhem, maybe psychological, mental mayhem. You know what I mean? Maybe mayhem on the pum pum, get me? Mayhem. But in general, my general conduct, I'm not. But I still think I'm the same person. And the thing is, you never know when someone's going to get their breakthrough. For us to decide who's worthy and who's not, based on, you know, their current life, I don't know. I feel like this is where justice should be kind of blind and just be like, you know what? Everyone's afforded justice. Everyone's afforded human rights, regardless of what they've done and what they haven't. And we should try and put these biases about crime or is he part of a gang? Because some of the best people are going to come out of the gang. Some of the best people that are going to help to shape the world and put us in the right direction are the ones that have done the most horrendous things in the beginning for them to learn from, like people like me. If I hadn't been so involved,
but if you were still involved in it, Jedi, even if I like you as a person, yeah, I'm gonna say, oh, that's sad. He was a nice guy. He weren't all bad. I know the nicer side.
Yeah, but he was doing this and that. Yeah,
he was involved in all this shit, and realistically, he knew what the risks were.
All right, but because he knew what the risks were, does that mean that the police should find it easier to unalive him than me, or than, like, you know what I mean, Bob up the road?
No, I'm not saying that, but like we've said before, there is so many different nuances on both sides, right? And when you weigh up all that, that's what makes you say, well, he was dangerous. These police officers probably did know that he was somebody that had used a firearm before. Right, it turns out he didn't have the firearm on him, but did they have reasonable cause to believe that he might have? Was he showing aggression? Was he complying? All of these things come into the situation, and it's a split-second thing. We're all humans, including police officers. Do you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
unless you can prove that man had a hatred for black people and or males in general and wanted to go out there shooting people, I don't think that has been proven. I don't.
Could I even say something? Or?
Can I just say to you as
Yeah.
well? I agree
You
with
first
that
and then
point.
Dre. Was it Dre or it? You first and LFC. So no, then LFC. Go on, sis.
What I wanted to say is this, yeah. I agree that police officer may have, because I know one thing about police officers. When they go and they do this job, the one thing they don't get is a debrief. They only get briefed about the information that's come towards them. This person's doing that person's doing that. You got to be alert. So they're highly on alert all the time. And sometimes that can mess with your head. It can mess with your head. So I agree on that point. But also I look from the other perspective, that when they look at us, they don't see a human being sometimes. And that's facts. And I can't say that can't be on the table, because recently, and you know what, I can't talk about it too much, but recently, I was in a court case with someone, yeah, and I was their Mackenzie friend. And I took on these police officers, these 5 police officers who did exactly what they did to this guy. 2 cars, one at the front, one at the back, for no reason. Came out their car, or you, get out the car. Now this guy is driving to go and do his job. And they stopped him on the assumption that he stole a car because it's a BMW and they didn't believe it to be his. That's why they stopped him. So I do hear where you're coming from, but I kid you not, this stuff is still happening today, and it's gonna keep happening for a while until us can fix. I hear you. I hear
All right,
you.
let me get to LFC, and then we can come back to Jupiter. LFC.
Hey, yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, first of all, I don't think he should have been unalived. I believe there was better ways to handle it. I'm not black myself, not that it matters, but I believe they could have executed the stop or whatever better, where he wasn't popped in the head at the end of it. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Because I believe it was like it was a stop. It was the discreet, the way they wanted to stop him in the road. He wasn't going out attacking police officers. It was only when the officer was in front of him that that officer put himself in danger, in my opinion.
That's my opinion too, bro.
Yeah. But when I look at the comments and I see people like sort of rejoicing in his death, saying, justifying it, saying he was a criminal. I noticed yesterday there was a rioter who was jailed and took his own life. Is anyone aware of that? Of the rioter that took his own life?
I know who you're talking about, yeah.
All of that community are now acting like he was a martyr. They feel sorry for him, even though he was a criminal involved in a horrific riot that were going after coloured people, doing crazy, taking people out of cars based on their skin and smashing up windows belonging to coloured people's houses. He was a criminal, but now suddenly, now that he's topped himself, he is now like a martyr. They feel sorry for him. They think that the system made him that way and that he shouldn't be in jail. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy when it's a coloured person who's at the end of it of a police killing, then on being unalived. They say, "Oh, he's a criminal. He deserves it." But when it's YT, they don't seem to be saying much. That's all I'm noticing.
I mean, are you? I would say you're not black. So, are you a son of Europe?
No, I'm Yemeni.
Oh, a son of the Middle East.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what? What is that? My boy Kel says. He says some people. Yeah. Then he says ice people. Then he says mountain people. It's fucking hilarious, but it actually splits up the world in a good way. Like, you know.
I'm a sand people.
So you would be a sand
people.
Unfortunately, yeah. I'm sure you knew that.
But I was just wondering if anyone else caught on this vibe that they were getting when this rioter. People feeling sorry for this guy. It's crazy.
I don't feel sorry for him, and I'm going to get a lot of flack for that, but I don't feel sorry for him. Right? I'll tell you for why.
He's a criminal. He was unalive, but no one's out there rejoicing. I don't see black people rejoicing that he's dead. Not like what they're doing to Chris Kaba right now.
That's no, but they're using him as a comparison. But what I would say is this, right? When it comes to that man, it's being put out in the press that it's only words that he said. He was only holding up a placard. And at first, I was like, "Well, it is a bit much having 2 years."
The people that he was with were doing horrific things.
Hold on, but then I saw the video and I saw him actually outside an immigration centre, encouraging people to burst in the door and people that were setting fire to stuff. And I thought, no, that's not what he did. It's not as clear cut as that. And obviously, fighting violence that could have led to somebody getting seriously injured, innocent people. And
you know
therefore,
I'm still looking at you.
I don't agree that he was so innocent. He's not as innocent as people are painting, let me put it that way. So in my head, I think that he's just as bad as somebody that's gone in, like, you've got this Chris Kaba that went and shot people in your own community.
Oh, someone asked me a question, real quick. Do you feel sorry for Jay Slater?
Do I feel sorry for Jay Slater? Yes.
Who's Jay Slater?
The young drug dealer that went to Tenerife to deal drugs. and was unalived.
Well, there's no proof that he definitely went there to do drugs yet.
No, not to deal.
Yeah, there's no.
Everybody
proof.
knows what he was doing out there.
Well, they say, but there's no proof.
Yeah, people followed him on Snapchat. People knew him. Like people knew what he was doing out there, man. But this is what I'm saying.
My brother,
what do we have to wait until it's confirmed? Till we get evidence?
That,
because we ain't got evidence of Chris Kaba being a gangster.
No, but he killed people.
My brother,
who did?
Yeah. The worst thing is, One second. One second,
Black Wall Street. Is that you, Black Wall Street? Give me 1 second. You're saying Chris Kaba unalived people?
Cool.
Oh, sorry. I think he shot someone and that they unalive from the injuries. Or is that not true? They survived.
You know what? I don't actually know, but I'm just trying to put pressure on you. I don't actually know. I don't know.
I'll have to double check.
Huh?
I said I'll have to double check that myself. But as far as I was,
I thought
he unalived him.
Yeah. Can I just...
Your reception is so rubbish. You waited so patiently, and your reception is dead. That's unfortunate, man. You're on one bar, and we can't even hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go on.
Am I there?
Yeah, you're there now.
So, with due respect, okay, racism itself is a crime, okay, indirect or direct. Now, understand this: Jay Slater, a young white man, was a known drug dealer, and actually he had viciously assaulted another young man before he left across the waters to do the drug distribution. And on top of that, he was a prolific drug dealer who had cheated the people. We shouldn't say no, we don't.
You're cutting out, and I just know you're going to make a good point, but you're cutting out, brother. You're cutting out. You got to leave in return. I know he's going to make a good point, but there's no point, and he's just breaking up. Yo, you lot on YouTube, just to let you know, I'm on Trilluminati Live on TikTok. If you want to join the conversation and see, there's 82 people on YouTube. You lot hit that like button, please, and slap the PayPal, yeah? Big up the TikTok gang, big up all the gifters, everyone liking over here. Over here, we're on 86,000 likes, and we got 408 people in the room. So, you know, big ups to everyone supporting, showing love. I feel like I'm doing a good thing, creating conversations across multiple platforms. And by the end of today, I should be raking it in. But you are all going to support, you're all going to follow, you're going to send gifts and PayPals, and you're going to shower me with your appreciation. Do you know what I mean? One at a time, don't do it at once because I get overwhelmed and shy. All right, big up, man. Big up, Shan, for the rose. Much love. Who we got here? Is there someone else? No, that's it. Let me get another new person in. Big up to everyone in the back room waiting to get in, you know. You lot been waiting for time. And
Can you just make a comment while you're bringing someone up? So first of all,
yeah.
I've got empathy for the fact that man died at the end of the situation. No one should lose their life. Okay, I understand that. I've got empathy for the man that took his own life in prison. I've got empathy for the fact that Jay Slater didn't deserve to die in such a tragic way. That doesn't mean I have sympathy for their crimes or the predicament that they found themselves in. And that's the difference. You can empathise and say that you think that it's sad that the situation ended that way. But at the end of the day, understand that the predicament that they put themselves in and the situations that they put themselves in led to their own demise. And that you shouldn't take away that responsibility from them just because they're dead.
Why is someone telling you bye, like Jupiter bye? What's going on over there? Someone's divorcing you. Fiona, what you got to say about this, Fiona? Fiona. There you go. Big up, Fiona.
Hello.
How you doing? You all right? Welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, you sound very clear and crisp.
Oh, great. Well, me personally, I just think that Chris Kaba was executed straight, argument done.
Yeah.
You know, seriously, because at the end of the day, if they're trying to say that this man, he could have been a criminal, I don't know much about him, right? But it was the car that they were saying was in some altercation. So really and truthfully, it was the car out of the two of them, might sound silly, was the criminal, not the man. Yeah, even though we might have did something.
Even though we might have had some.
I don't even business about that at the end of the day, but they're trying to say.
Have you seen the video, sis?
Pardon?
Have you seen the video?
Yes, I've seen the video. I saw some of it on the TV last night, and I saw him trying to go forward. I think there was a policeman in front of him. That policeman, put himself in that way. Yeah, and at the end of the day, if they wanted to stop this guy, I don't see why they always have to execute them. Shoot the man in his leg then. Don't unalive him. Shoot the man in his leg, but you're shooting the man dead. But yet he never had a gun. He never had nothing in the car. The car was in a altercation the day before. Yeah, there was 8 or whatever police officers around this guy. They could have broke that window and took out that guy. Take him out. They never had to execute him, and that was an execution on camera, straight.
Banker Smith, you lot download TikTok. You get to hear people like Fiona dropping truth bombs like that. I hear you. I think personally, I agree with your perspective. There could have been other ways to take him out. I agree. There could have been other ways. There could have been other ways, simpler ways, easier ways. If this guy is, I'm hearing what you're saying because I've been listening to this now from about something past 2 when I was at work. Mad. And
I've been listening to this, and I've been hearing all these peoples and their different opinions and this and that. And I'm at work, I've got my earphones in, you know what I mean? And I can't react because I'm at work, you know what I'm saying? But I think at the end of the day, and all I'm saying at the end of the day, seriously, it was an execution, and it was a wrong execution. It was wrong. They could have dealt with that situation a whole lot differently. And now, we've got a family mourning a son. I'm not saying whether he was good or not. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Someone said.
Him could have good look more, him could have bad look more. I really don't business, but all I know is
someone said, what if he sped up? What if he drove off, sped off and hit a kid? Right? That's what someone's argument is. I feel like, you know what?
Sorry, say that again, sorry.
Someone said, what if he drove off, sped up and hit a kid in his car, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they say basically it's better to have contained him there and taken his life away than him to drive off and hit a kid. And I think to myself,
well, that's
so why don't
we
think that?
We never know.
Hold on. I think to myself, why don't we think that when police are doing high-speed pursuits or trying to do high-speed responses, do you know how many people are hit by ambulances and police cars a year? It's a ridiculous amount. And there's so many people that are killed by these high-speed cars, right? So why don't we just make them all stay at 20 miles an hour so that no one can be hurt? It doesn't work like that. Whatever happens in the future is unfortunate. Yes, you need to protect a dangerous driver from the public, but nobody's even taking the time to see where this incident took place. There was not going to be much chance of him hitting members of the public. A very narrow road on a side street, and he's got a helicopter incoming. He's got cars behind him, cars next to him, and allegedly cars in front of him, right? So he ain't really getting too far. So we didn't need to worry about that.
He didn't really go anywhere, 3-4 feet?
Yeah.
If that's, because this guy was hemmed in. Do you know what I mean? The police, they did move like, because at the end of the day, the police is a gang themselves, Right. They are a gang themselves by law, but they think that they have got the right, to, at the end of the day, do what they please. You know what I'm saying? Do what they please. And at the end of the day, you know, this guy, this policeman who shot him, even if my guy did have a gun, ain't these guys all bulletproofed up?
Are they bulletproofed up?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
That's what I'm saying. Ain't these guys bulletproofed up? Just to say, if my guy if he did have a gun, just like if it was a child, he would have knocked over. It's an if, isn't it? And an if is a really big word if you think about it.
A massive word.
It's, you know, but it didn't happen. The guy was executed. The
Dre,
guy
what are
was
you saying over there, Dre?
Yeah, just a quick thing on
TV.
that. Yeah, I'm not being funny, but there's a lot of naivety behind this discussion. It's like people think that people are just going out there and they don't know who they're going for. Like, it's a bit silly. And I'll be honest with you, especially where I used to work in the force, that it's not as straightforward as that. Most of the
What
time,
kind of working force you chat about, you?
Yeah. Listen, all I would say is this, yeah.
Was you an officer? Yes or no?
I'm not going to give that detail over here because it's not fair on people, because obviously people will make a quick judgment and think that that has any influence. Because the difference is I'm a black man, so I can see both sides too. But what I will say is this. I don't empathize with either or. I don't empathize with the police and I don't empathize with the criminal. And I'll tell you why. Because when you have people that you know who, when their children get shot and the whole community is hiding who they know who did it, I don't care for it. I look at it like this. Listen, that mother has just lost their child. You understand? And I think the empathy is the biggest problem here. It's like, yeah, of course, we want to empathize with the person that lost their life. They did something, and the result was not exactly what we wanted. Let's be real. That's all it is. We don't want people to be unalived, should I say, when something like this happens. But there's one thing that I always find a bit annoying. I used to remember people doing certain criminal activities and then bawling their eyes out when they get caught. Sorry, you know what you're getting into, okay? So there's no naivety about what the criminal's doing, and there's no naivety about those officers who decide to go into firearms either. They all know what they're getting into, and at the end of the day, this is, to me, is the biggest problem. It's like everyone's got to take some accountability for what you want to do and what you think you can get away with. If you happen to drive a car, the fact is you can be unalive just by driving that car mad in the first place. And even now, look at what's happened with the kids that up north who just end up dead because they'll end up unalive, because they decided they want to get in the car and just drive how they want. So it's not just about one thing, it's about safety. And at the end of the day, the public is who is more important. You know, you've got people just living their normal day lives and they have to deal with this rubbish going on. I'm sorry, we don't need it. And I lived in the ends where there was always something going on, and I was actually worried about my own children. And I don't want them always around foolishness, or some boy thinks he can do something and get away with it, and then all of a sudden, my whole road is mashed up. Someone's car's gone upside down through someone's window, and some dumb, like, I'm sorry, this is what tears down communities at the end of the day, because people are living in stressful environments. And when you think about it, we don't need it. Look at all the stress going on as it is. You just want to live your normal day life, go to work, come home, pay your bills, deal with the stress that you got as it is, and then you got to deal with somebody who thinks that they can go outside that parameter because they want to try and get a shortcut. I don't think so, you know. And then that's the thing that you got to respect. There's people out here who are just living an honest life, just want to get on with it. They don't need drama around them. They don't want BS. They got children, you know. And it's, yeah, fair enough. Of course, we don't want to see people unalive. But you see, this young boy, do you really believe he was thinking about all the consequences when he was doing what he was doing? I don't think so, because most people I know who were involved in that kind of stuff, they're a little bit more subtle. They're a little bit more, they're dangerous, but they know how to get around things and they do it a certain way. Like the other older guy that was on early on, he said that's how the community used to be. They would talk about the foolishness they would get into and they had people around it. But at the end of the day, it's like, okay, this happened to someone who was committing a crime. What happens to those who didn't and happen to look like black people and then they end up alive? So I think that empathy needs to be in the right place. And that's one thing I'm kind of fed up with in the community. It's like, you know, I know a lot of people have lost their children, young children, from this kind of behavior. And it could have just been stupidness. One boy driving a car you don't have a license for. And the other thing you got to remember is they drag other people into things too. So for example, when you decide to go quit some criminal act, they're not always telling the people, like you just said earlier, I think, Jedi, you said it earlier on, you get in a car, yeah? And I've had this happen so many times. And I asked them, you got a driving license? Oh, yeah, I've got a driving license. Then as soon as they hear sirens, you know what? I ain't got a driving license, you know. I'm tired, bro. I'm tired of it. So at the end of the day, there needs to be integrity. That's the problem. There needs to be a lot more integrity amongst amongst the community so that when these things happen, everyone knows, nah, it was you, you know what you've done.
Yeah.
You got to pay the time. Like the saying used to go, you do the crime, you pay the crime. Now, doesn't mean the crime's always going to be fair. And also the justice behind it's always going to be fair. Let's be real, because we've seen things go from someone just doing a little stealing something, turn into an armed robbery, and before you know it, it's gone through the roof. So, you know, and let's be real, he committed, before it even got to him being unalive, how many offences were committed up until that point, like even before he was chased? So that's why I think sometimes when we're judging these situations, we're only judging on what's shown to us in the media, sometimes because they're trying to, you know, get a response and a reaction, like one of the ladies said earlier on. And that's where the manipulation is. But at the end of the day, it's not, oh, this person just randomly came out the road, he had a problem, and we just decided to do something. I think you have to also know the record of people before they do certain things. It's not fair, but unfortunately, that's how the world is. If you know someone's bad with money, the bank ain't going to give you a loan. Like, it's just facts. So the same way.
Yeah, okay then. So was the police, when they pulled up on him, was it him they was after, or was it the fact that the car was involved in something? What was it? Was it him?
I would say
was involved in something.
Well, I would say it's a bit of both, and I would say that's the problem. It's like, you know, like I've been put in a situation when I was in a car, and it was a ringer, as we used to call it back in the day. And yeah, when I got pulled over, let's just say it wasn't no small pullover. It was loads of police officers, and I had to explain. No, I thought this car was legit, and I thought it was real. But at the end of the day, was I completely naive about it? No, I was trying to get a discount. So, like, when stuff happens, at the same time, just because we get caught out in it and it doesn't always work out, it's always good, it doesn't mean that necessarily that they're asking the wrong questions. But the problem here is that you're still trying to run. At the end of the day, you know, there used to be a saying, the wicked flee when no man pursued. This man was being pursued. If he had nothing to hide, most of the time in this country, and it is the UK, this ain't America, we've all been probably pulled over and been asked questions. And, you know, yes, some get up in attitude, some have calm, some are relaxed. But not everything turns into an unalive. And let's be real about that. It doesn't always turn into that. The fact that they were sent out there in the first place says this is not no low-level crime. This is not no low-level vehicle that was being used. So that's where the implication behind it says there was a bit more to this story than just what the public's been shared with. And unfortunately, they're not allowed to, because of data protection, to share most of that information. So that's the unfortunate thing with a lot of these cases.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
All right, smarty pants.
I agree with you on that, but it still doesn't. It still doesn't. But it still doesn't. It still doesn't answer the question of that police officer. If he knew he didn't have to take the shot, then why did he do it? If he knew he didn't have to, and he said he didn't have to, then why did he do it? Everything you've said is correct. But that's the point that we're making. It's got nothing to do with this person, Chris Kaba, what he's done in the past. We're talking about what happened in that moment where he didn't get to serve the justice. We're talking about for everyone. It's not even just for Chris. It's for everyone.
Guys, the fact of the matter is,
he did what he... to User, because User's been here, not said nothing. User, you got your school picture in there or your kid's picture? One.
Cheers, man. I appreciate it.
Big up, man.
It's a picture of my mate from primary. He's got the same picture of me.
Okay.
First of all, I'd say I'm a white man.
Never mind. You'll be all right. Trust me, you'll be all right. I was white when I was born, and look at me now.
No, I just want to say that firstly, because I've been here for about an hour and a bit. I don't know how long the live's been on for, but I saw someone said earlier on about that she doesn't want a white person to speak and they shouldn't speak, and I think that's when things go wrong. I think when you stop people from talking and different races from speaking to each other, that's where things go wrong.
But you lot do like to talk a lot, though. But carry on. Things have gone wrong.
But it is the case. In regards to the Chris Kaba situation, I don't think any situation is black or white, and I think there's a lot of factors that go into it. People saying that he definitely shouldn't have been unalive or definitely should have. On both sides is difficult. I think the fact of the history behind the car is really important. And someone just said about being in the situation, he made that decision. But police officers have had a history on the car, which was quite important information in regards to his thought process behind pulling that trigger. Do you not agree with that or
not? No, because I don't believe that armed police are usually called for cars that are not don't have firearms indicators on them, right? So, for instance, on my record, how can I put this delicately? If I was to be stopped in your car, or if they was to be aware that I was a participant or in your car, they would possibly ask for armed response because of markers. If I was driving my own car, I would definitely have markers. One is what they call foxtrot, and the other is whiskey. So you can work that out for yourself, what they stand for.
Yeah.
So they'd be stopping the car, they'd be doing a hard search, they'd be doing rare arrest. So I mean, I don't know, bro. Like, these people are used to it. You'd be surprised how many cars have got markers on them. Loads of them have. Loads of cars. And a lot of the time, wrongly. So they'd be prepared for their information to be incorrect as well. I don't think that just because they've stopped a car that was reported to maybe have been involved in a firearm incident is why they shot this guy. I think they shot him because they didn't... I feel like personally, maybe the ramifications might not have been the same in their mind. It might not have been, do you know what I mean? And I think maybe they might have even been a bit more impatient. Plus, I also think that the street that it happened to makes a difference. It being on a kind of back street, quietly, I think that they take advantage of those situations and they're willing to be way more aggressive in those scenarios because there's less chance of witnesses. I don't know.
Yeah, I understood.
Let me just say one thing. I spoke to when I was on the live earlier with you. Like, I left, I went outside, and then there was there's one active firearms officer for the Met. He's on live. He's on TikTok. I went in his live.
The black dude. The black dude.
Yeah, the black fella. Yeah, I was chatting. So, but he's saying, listen. So he's a firearms officer. I remember when I was saying about people were saying it's not true. So it's the protocol. It's protocol for them to de-escalate any situation. That is their role. That's their job. So when people were saying that he used reasonable force and all of this, he was also saying that they're not allowed to blam someone in the leg or in the arm. So that's another factor what he's saying. So it's like, it's weird. He's saying that they're trained to de-escalate, but they're not allowed to shoot in those places.
That is true.
Was his live stream popping more than mine?
That's because of the risk of artery.
No, obviously, yours is doing more numbers still. He jumped up because I went in there. When I went in there, I brought the numbers up. I'd be straight.
I didn't mean to. I did think one day I would have chat to him though. Still, but yeah.
No, listen. I just wanted to question him because I've questioned him before, but because he's an actual firearm officer, I'm saying. But he's saying that he believes that it should be manslaughter. But I'm saying no way. I'm saying I don't think it was. He's saying the CPS messed up with the thing. That's why it should have been. I'm saying no, bruv. This is all a
Dre,
stage
do you
show.
know the brother? Did you train with him? Dre?
Funny guy. No. I listen. I agree with what a lot of people are saying, but I think the issue here again is when it was like someone like Stephen Lawrence that was unprovoked. That makes sense. That's why you should be defending those situations. That's why you need to stand up for those scenarios.
Yeah, and also, yeah.
Two also completely different scenarios.
It's completely different. And it's like, we know we react differently when one of us dies at the hands of a civilian versus one of us dying at the hands of a police officer. There's too much history between the public and the police. They can't just take a man's life and it ain't going to be a thing. It's going to be a thing.
Exactly. And I fully agree with that. I just think that it's the empathy part again, like I said. Why am I empathizing with this? Yeah, but why am I like the thing is if I look at it like this, if your people have gone through enough as it is and you're trying to build your community, do that. But I don't agree with this kind of like even this having this whole chat in itself it builds people, it makes people understand perspectives. But you see, some people, I'm not gonna lie, I don't defend everybody, I don't care what color they are, because you know what? Some people do more taking from their community than they do bringing back and giving. So the way I see it,
social conditioning, that's social engineering.
From that perspective, like, what are you adding to your community? Oh, I'll tell you what you're doing. You're giving people suspicion and problem. Because you see, when I have to go down the street now and I'm driving my car and I happen to supposedly drive a BMW, you know how the story goes.
Yeah,
I'm being suspected of something because of somebody else doing some madness. And this is what I'm I'm telling you, I'm so tired of it.
Yeah,
But this
I've spoken that earlier.
Bro, welcome to reality, my bro. Welcome to reality. Look, we're trying to point fingers at Chris Kaba about his supposed involvement in criminality. Bro, the people that control this country are the biggest criminals on earth. So what are we talking about?
I spoke about that
Criminality
earlier as
is
well. I
subjective.
spoke about that one earlier as well.
Criminality is
Facts.
subjective. We keep trying to act like these so-called criminals are nothing. They're nothing, bro.
The thing is, guys,
That's the covetousness, yeah? Just because people are doing madness and wickedness doesn't mean you should covet to do the same thing. It doesn't mean you should aspire to do
No. When it comes to this subject, you're incorrect, and I'll tell you the reason why you're incorrect. Because the country itself, everything that is this country, everything that the business, so on and so forth, is founded on crime. I'll give you a prime example. Yeah, when you go to work and you get your paycheck at the end of the month and you got something deducted, did you consent for that to happen?
No.
That is a crime in
What's
itself.
that got to do with anything?
The whole
that's nonsense, man.
No.
Listen,
Okay, if you ain't got
how's it nonsense?
How's it nonsense?
Pay your taxes.
It's against the law. William is
What do you
speaking
mean?
facts. Against the law.
But see what I'm saying? These people, you don't even have the capability to be able to understand what I'm saying to you. You're talking about crime or this and that.
But I guess what man's saying is, let's not segue. Let's not segue from a conversation about police brutality, street life, and then segue into sovereign freemen and maritime law and let's, you know what I mean? Because I don't know how you expect this to go, but Dre's a Fed. So I don't know what, if you think that conversation you're about to start, William, is gonna bang. It ain't gonna bang. He's a Fed.
It's gonna bang because
he's not gonna bang.
I'm gonna be
he's
real.
a Fed,
He's
bro.
part of the problem.
He's a Fed. That comment ain't gonna bang
He's
for
part
him.
of the problem.
So he ain't gonna. So it's just gonna be me, you, and it's just gonna be me, you, and no.
You know what the problem is?
It's gonna be me, you, and no.
You're coveting people.
I hear you. I hear
you should be coveting people doing the right thing. This is the problem.
Just know the audience. All I'm saying is,
I'm talking about.
know your audience. You got loads of analogies. You got loads of analogies. All I meant to say was pick and choose. When you say you're trying to deny, you turning your back on your boys in blue.
So I told you that from the beginning.
So first of all, okay, Mr. Lawman. The reason why I said that is because obviously I don't.
Institution.
Yeah, and we had the enforcer on there earlier. There you lot coming around. You're safe from me.
At the end of the day, yeah, we need to know and understand, yeah, that this is what I said earlier about obviously the young man that lost his life due to a criminal circumstance or whatever the case may be. The issue of him being a criminal isn't a problem. The problem is his criminality affecting the rest of the community. That's the problem. Because then, like I said, business, every single bit, for you to make it big, for you to become a millionaire in this world, yeah, you have to break the rules. You don't follow the rules and become a millionaire. You know why? Because the rules are designed to keep you poor. So like, let's be real and be honest about the situation. The issue is,
problem, brother. Listen, you're not naive about it. This is the thing I'm trying to explain. Like you was the one that mentioned earlier on. You was the one. I'm going to put you on that because you said yourself. You know, when people were doing that kind of stuff, they would speak to the community. There was people that knew about it, that have that discussion as elders. You know this, but this is not going on with this younger generation. It's not going on. It's everyone for themselves.
That's by design. Yeah, but that's by design, though. That's by design.
Engineering.
I'm not making excuses. I'm not making excuses.
I'm agreeing with you. This is what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. You have to admit that that's not going on now no more. So you can't sit there and say it's the same example or it's the same circumstance because most of the time these guys ain't thinking that deep. They ain't having no conversation with no one.
No, it's
all feelings.
It's worse now. It's not
exactly.
Yeah, so brother, I hear you. What you're missing though, yeah, is that within this situation at the moment, this outrage and this guy, that situation, really and truly, we shouldn't be talking about it. Because like I said earlier, and one of the ladies brought up the other day, there was a young black boy, yeah, in his school uniform that got up in. I didn't go into details about it, but she did. She brought up and said about, obviously, the chefing and blah, 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 yeah? Was the same level of outrage had with that young man with the same, with this Chris Kaba guy? No. So we've got all the priorities and our neck is in a twist. No homo. You know what I'm saying? It's one of them ones. So like I said, me, I'm a solution based, and I don't really like.
That's a brilliant point. Let's reiterate that. did the black community care more about Chris Kaba being unalived by a policeman than the schoolboy who nobody even knows his name? I challenge you now to tell me his name.
Facts.
Right?
Facts.
No one remembers,
Facts.
even me.
Even me, I don't know his name.
So we don't
Even me,
know
I don't
his
know his
name, but he was a schoolboy unalive on his way to school, right? In his uniform, shanked, Japanese fighting blade. Do you know what I mean? Long one. Done. That's it. We don't even care like that. But Chris Kaba, you know, and no disrespect for the brother, but it shows where our priorities are, right?
Facts. I spoke about this earlier. I said that it's done by design. Because because when it comes to this situation, yeah, the Chris Kaba thing, he was never getting justice. Because at the end of the day, live by the sword, die by the sword. But what they don't want us to do is be having the same energy for wait. They don't want us having the same energy or more energy for the innocent person, because they know full well that if we have energy for the innocent person, it goes to court and the person is found not guilty or whatever, it will expose the F3 that is in the system. That's the problem. You think you ever see me go on a march for
One thing I don't like, there's one thing I don't like.
Making a point.
I find the older generation do this a lot more, You can't keep talking about the system, this, system, that. Because
who you call it older generation, Drake?
Listen, the older generation, I'm not that young myself. I'll say, but I will say the older generation used to talk about government this, government that. But I'm not gonna lie, there was a lot of inaction about a lot of things that could have been dealt with by the older generation. So sorry, like I said again, there's a lot of things I see now that I would say there was just excuses. Because at the end of the day, if I see something and I see something going on, like let me give you an example. I had a situation the other day, and I dealt with some racism in a shop, and I had to pull up all of them and make them embarrassed about what they did, because they said I was suspicious because I didn't bring I didn't want to carry a basket in a small M&S franchise. And I said, have you told every other customer since they've come in that they need to carry a basket because it's not going to end well today? And I pulled every single one of them up and I embarrassed them and I make them look stupid. And that's the thing, it's about accountability. I'm not going to wait for them to do it to the next person. And this is the thing with this situation. We have a responsibility that when it's in our presence that we can do something about it, that we speak up for the right reasons. But you see, in a scenario like this, it's a bit like, oh, look, someone commits a crime and we're so up in arms about it, and he didn't need to be unalive, which I agree. He didn't need to, but people do. And unfortunately, just because we're hearing about it doesn't mean he's the only person that's getting dealt with in this manner. Unfortunately, there are people from this country who are not black who get in this situation too, Asians too, and they end up in very bad situations, sometimes to do with drugs. But the problem is, just because the media puts it in front of your face doesn't mean you need to swallow it up. We all know all human beings have a capacity to commit certain crime and crimes in general. And I think this is where we get to a point where it's like, oh, look, they're just attacking us only. We're not, listen, I'll be real with you. We're kind of scary to a lot of people on a normal day. They don't even want to approach. So the way I see it is, it's like, yeah, we have a situation where now he's being chased by loads of people, a different story. And there's another example of this. I had a friend who, he had a girlfriend he was with, a woman he was with, and she called the police and said that he was driving with he was with this woman, and she was quite crazy, and she said he's driving with my daughter and he's drunk. Well, the police, because they thought that it was a black guy because that's who she was with previously, they sent a few more officers than normal. And this was because they assumed he was a black guy. And even he, as a white guy, was scared. YT guy was scared because he was sitting there thinking, why have I got so many officers just for this? So, and he was a victim of something that was completely, for me, was kind of like, there you go. Now you see that they do treat things in a different manner. So it's not that anyone's naive about how they deal with it, but if you're smart enough to know that, you know not to put yourself in certain predicaments because you want a certain life for yourself. You want a certain future. But some people's future is unfortunately dependent on taking from other people. And I ain't defending no people like that. Sorry.
Sorry to cut you, brother. Sorry to cut you, brother. I just want to make a quick announcement. Rest in peace, and Daniel Angerin. That's the name of the young boy that obviously lost his life. But we know his name now. We need to bust that instead of the other man, the respect for you. Get what I'm saying? But I hear your point. But like I said, we need to be solution based. When these things pop off, it's a case of if my man's got a checker pass, not to say that we are going to let it fly or whatever. That stuff needs to be dealt with in house. We go to the mandem, we do whatever, we speak to them and say they need to fix up, blah, 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 and do it that way. If it's an innocent person, scorched earth. End of story. That's it. There's no more talking. It is what it is. But anyway, let me mute up.
Okay.
I hear what you're saying about the scorched earth, and I agree with you 100%. Where do we start? Because we need to come together. We've lost a lot of trust with ourselves.
The only way we build trust, the only way we build trust is by fixing the original problem, which is the family unit. Until the family unit is fixed and sorted out, all of these side quests that have been a result of the breakdown of the family unit are going to continue to propagate within society. So we need to start from the beginning. You go to the original sin, deal with that first, and then obviously everything else will sort itself out. As simple as that.
Well,
But that's too much for people to deal with.
I would say it starts in the home then, doesn't it? You know what I'm saying? It starts in the home. You've got to have your rules and your regulations in your home. You know, I'm a single mother, 5 children, 3 girls, 2 boys. I'm from Birmingham. I brought up 2 boys in a very, as they would say, ghetto gang affiliated area. Yeah, my 2 boys, they didn't fear police and they didn't fear teachers. But as much as they love and respected me, they had that fear for me. Yo, when I go to school, I know I got to behave. Yo, I know that I can't be out on road, because when my children are out on road, my children, they represent me. They're representing their home. You understand? So when my boys then was out on road and their friends would say to them, oh, come on, let's go down to the Sea Life Centre. Let's go down and go into town and things like that. They knew. No, they couldn't, because when my mom stands for my side, pardon?
Are your daughters like that as well?
My daughters are fine.
Yeah,
my daughters, one's a up and coming.
No, what I mean by that is, are your daughters? Do your daughters not fear police and all that stuff as well?
No, they don't fear police. Well, my daughters are older now. I mean, they're in their 30s. I'm a big woman. At the end of the day, my daughters are in their nearly 40s. My 2 sons are 20, 28 and 29. You know what I mean? But I'm saying it was more harder for young black boys than it is, I would say, back then for younger black girls.
Exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say that you're lucky that the time you was raising your children, had you had to try and raise 3 girls and 2 boys in today's society, it would have been a done deal. It would have been finished. You was lucky that obviously you passed that thing.
No, I'm not going to say it would have been finished. I'm not going to say it would have been finished, because this is what I'm saying. It's got to start. It's got to start in the home, hasn't it? It's got to start in the home. You know, you can't.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. I agree with you.
You can't.
I agree. No, go ahead, Mother. Go ahead.
I was going to say, you can't.
No, go ahead, Mother.
You know, I didn't let the streets raise my children. I raised them. Do you know what I'm saying? I raised them, me. You know, I think as well, you have the fact that even though me and their dad wasn't together, even though me and the boys, them dad, I should say, even though me and the boys, them dad wasn't together, he was given the opportunity, you know, because it was me and him that did done, not him and the children, not him and the boys. It was me and him that did finish. So he still had the opportunity as well to be in their lives every weekend, every other weekend, on a Ghana, on a daddy. Do you know what I'm saying? I hear
what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But in terms of the reason I'm saying, had it been like what, 20 years, yeah, you would find it difficult, is because the landscape that you raised your children in back then versus the landscape that people have to raise their children in now is totally different. They've got outside influences. The schools, the ideologies that they're painting now versus back then are completely different. And especially when it comes to girls, the music.
It's not just what that social media started. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, my eldest child is 38. My youngest child is 28. You know what I'm saying? So they have grown with that social media, that this, that, you know, throughout their
different
lives.
Though. So I'll give you a prime example, yeah? Okay. Back then, we was moving from love songs and obviously certain lyrics within the music scene, yeah, being promoting loving couples and all that stuff, to going into like after roughly after the 2000s, it then became a lot more. It went from being tactful to like your clock and and juk and you get what I mean? One of them ones. The music that's influenced the teens today versus the music back then that obviously children coming up in the 90s and the 2000s is different. It's more pop, cheesy, blah blah blah. I've analysed the thing, you know what I'm saying? And you as obviously a single mother, yes, the father may or may not have been around and so on and so forth, but it would have been extremely difficult for you to raise your children now. Yeah, even 10 years, like what's it called? 2015, 2016 is peak. You know what I'm saying? So you're lucky that obviously you had the ability to raise your children and obviously bring them up and them have certain ideologies and morals. Calm. But what we have today is a direct effect from the breakdown of the family unit. And fair enough, you may have been able to raise your boys and give them discipline and so on and so forth. Yeah, obviously from what you're saying. But in reality, the majority of women out there that are single mothers, they can't control their sons. How are you going to be able to control a 6'2" flipping like 15 or 16 stone, 20 stone kid? It's a long day. If you want to go out, you can't tell them nothing. And this is the reason why the man needs to come back to the home, because the man is the one that trains the young boys, yeah, to regulate their emotions, to be physically fit. There's certain things that a woman won't necessarily be able to identify with a young boy or to be able to teach a young boy. But at the same time, it's a case of even if a woman has the ability to do that, if she has any female children in her home, it's gonna be a detriment towards them, because they're not getting to get the feminine side. They're getting all masculine, because mommy has to be masculine in order to regulate everyone's behavior. Do you know what I'm saying? And the thing is, this is where we have to be honest, because it's a case of if you have to be in that space because of your circumstance, calm. But we can't be pushing that circumstance as it's okay for it to be like that, because it's not. You know what I'm saying? That's why the whole family unit and blah 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 needs to be held, sealed.
So when you say the whole family unit, the whole family unit, are you on about mum and dad?
Exactly, in the same yard.
But you know what? I know a lot of kids. At the end of the day, yeah, that were brought up by mum and dad. They're the worst little picking them out the road by mum and dad. Do you know what I'm saying? So I don't think, really and truthfully, I don't think that's a factor, whether it's mum or dad or just mum or just dad.
Let me say something.
I know kids that have been brought up by mum and dad. Do you understand?
Sister Fiona, I agree with you.
Dad is there, but they're the ones that's doing the most out the road.
Hold on, Sister Fiona. I agree with you that as in you can get children from two-parent homes that also are wayward and whatever. However,
I agree.
But when we look at the prison system, then we have to fall back in line and say, there's definitely an impact on single-parent homes, because now we're going to take it out of black and white. We're going to take it to who's in the prison. It is majority people from single-parent homes. You can go and look at the statistic yourself and see that that's true, and that goes across the board from white and black. So it's definitely a factor. One of the elders once said to me, that the difference between a bad child coming from a two-parent home and a bad child coming from a single-parent home is that the child coming from a two-parent home, more time they're smart and they don't get caught. That's the difference, because we know that the two-parent households, the bad children come from there. But why ain't they in the prisons as bad as the single mother families? You know what I'm saying? We have to be honest with the situation. If you deep it, if you have a child that has a mother and a father, if you have a child that has a mother and a father in the yard, more time, especially when they're crafty with it, more time they're trying to play mum and dad against each other. Oh, daddy, so they have those social skills and the ability to be able to manipulate and If you got one parent, you just have to manipulate one. So you ain't got the other side to be able to clock how to deal with men and women outside of society. You know, no one's there. So when he said that to me, I was saying to myself, right, it makes sense. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, go on, Karen.
Could I jump in here if that's okay?
Yeah, please.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. First of all, just to say, it is unfortunate that Chris Kaba had met his fate. I'm sure that a lot of you would know that he was a soon-to-be father, and of course, my deepest sympathy to his mother. But one thing is clear, that officers cleared of murder. He did not unlawfully kill Chris Kaba. There were also some false comments made by certain people within this live. There were comments made that the officers were not in front of the vehicle. Actually, two officers, Officer X and Officer B, were both in front of the vehicle. Chris Kaba rammed the police vehicle, and there was occupants in that vehicle, officers, brave men and women who defend the people of Britain. There were other police officers at the back of the vehicle. And of course, the officer states that it was reasonable force, that if he did not shoot Chris Kaba, and a reminder, the vehicle was linked to multiple firearms incidents. Chris Kaba himself had gunshot residue on the clothing that he was wearing, and the clothing that he died in. Chris Kaba had shot another man, and luckily it was only attempted murder, shot a man in a club, and he had no regard for the safety of anybody. So if he had no regard, sorry, just a sec, just 30 more seconds, and then I'll give you 30 more seconds. So if Chris Kaba had no regard for the safety of people in a club and was ready and adamant to kill anybody and anyone in order to kill that person, so who are you to say that he had care for the officers? If he had the chance, he would have rammed those officers and would have fled the scene. It is clear that Chris Kaba was a criminal, but I'm not saying the officer should have killed him because he was a criminal. He posed an imminent threat to both the public. This happened in a residential area. You can see the body cam footage. There were vehicles there, there were homes there. This happened in a residential area. He posed an immediate threat to the officers and to the people around him. So he causes himself. And he was a notorious gang member. A lot of people talk about Fiona, and I think you've done a marvellous job of raising your children, especially in Birmingham. I'm also, I work in Birmingham too, and I know how hard it is to bring up children here. But Chris Kaba is the type of person who would lead your children into gangs. He would groom them and ensure they have nothing, no future. These are the type of men.
No, I've got interrupted.
May I ask the young scholar a question? May I ask the young scholar a question quickly? So, young man, just a quick question. In terms of the elegant way that you obviously described our young man's fate, so on and so forth, when we talk about our MPs, do you have the same energy for the MPs that went to party while people couldn't go to bury their loved ones and so on and so forth? Do you have the same energy? Just 2 seconds. Do you have the same energy for our politicians that each received, I think it's like a £50 to £100 fine? Yet there are several people that received fines in excess of £12,000 for having a party in their home.
Do you have the same energy?
Let me answer your question. First of all, the people who are fined £50 to £100, that is proportionate to each person. So there's fines that you see, 12,000, not only do they fine every single occupant. But anyways, what you're doing is called the straw man theory. Instead of actually directing questions related to Chris Kaba death, you're diverting. It's got nothing to do with politicians. It's got nothing to do with corruption.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
You know what? Sorry, but you've made an error.
Yes,
Made an error because you came on here, you told us all that he shouldn't have died because he was a gangster, but you've repeated yourself over and over again that he would have led our children to be gangsters, etc. You're taking a story and you're trying to make it his. I tell you, people, you have.
This guy doesn't even have.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Please, can I finish?
Go ahead.
Please, can I finish? Please, can I finish?
Let Note finish.
Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right. So you gave a story. A story is something that's made up, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's something that's going to happen in somebody's life. And we know that because someone who's been on this channel, who's been there for most of the day, I can't even remember his name anymore. Was it Jojo? No, VIP. Was it VIP?
It was VIP, yes.
Right. And he's changed his life around. You can't tell what someone else's story is going to be. He didn't even get a chance to have a story because his life was taken. And the police officer again said he didn't need to do it, but he did it anyway. So please.
Shall I thank you so much.
Argument now is dead.
Yeah, I'll respond to you, Nope, about that. Thank you so much. And
Please.
sorry that I interrupted you.
That's fine.
One thing to say, and let me tell you, you said we had no idea whether Mr. Kaba could have change his life. A couple of days ago, he was involved in a firearms incident, and in the space in the space of 5 to 6 months, that vehicle that he was an occupant of, although he was driving, has been involved in multiple firearms incidents. So it's not a case of, oh, Chris Kaba could have changed. Somebody earlier had said here, the question of if is a very big question, a very dangerous question. So please let's not bring that back. We're not talking about, oh, Chris Kaba could have changed his life. He didn't change his life. He continued to pursue his criminal activities. He was a danger to the officers. He was a danger to the people that he was in the residential area. And let's talk about his criminal past. He was in an assault.
Hold up, no. So you answered the question. You answered the question. You said if is a very dangerous whatever. Yes? Well, then why do you have an if and I can't have an if?
Sorry, what's my if again? If you don't mind,
your if is the story you gave to everybody. That's the if.
Sorry, it wasn't a story. Sorry,
laying people down for that children will be taken here, there, and everywhere.
That wasn't a story.
Look, stop. No, don't talk over me, please.
No. Sorry, you said something that's incorrect, so I must respond to it.
No, you can respond afterwards, and you can wait for me to finish. Because your if,
let her wrap up her point. Let her wrap up her point, and then you can rebuttal.
Thank you. Because your if is still a story, whether you get it or not. Every if is a possible assumption upon somebody's life, which becomes a story. Please don't tell me about English because I know it very well. Number one. Number two, I will say it again because the facts are real. The police officer did not need to shoot. When asked, he said he did not need to shoot. Whether it was said lawful in the courts for whatever reason, the fact still remains. There was another option and you're trying to wash it over with his past. I'm sorry, no. We're not here about his past. We're not here about the things that he's done. We're not saying he's a good man. We're saying that he should have had the option to have justice like everybody else through the courts, and he shouldn't have been unalived. And that's it.
Brilliant. Okay, and I'll respond now. It's not a story. It's a matter of objective fact. Everything I said is a fact. It was a fact where I told you that the officers' lives were put into danger when they were faced, as somebody said earlier, a 3-ton machine. Officers were put into danger. And this is the issue at certain times where I'll talk about it in a second, but we have issues in certain black communities whenever anybody sees a police officer, unfortunately, bring an end to the life of somebody. When they are criminals, people always take the side of criminals. That's not something we should be doing. Think of this officer. He has had to pay professionally, mentally, and let's think about this officer. He's put his life on the line.
That police officer.
I'm bringing you lot back here.
I was told not to interrupt. You don't interrupt me. I was told not to interrupt. So let me just finish.
Clearly, we're not interrupting each other. So let's just stick to that protocol. After Hanny speaks, I'm gonna let Beef TV jump on. Do you know what I mean? And then, respectfully, I want to hear from Shania, Chiny.
Of course. No, thank you for that. And I've already said that. And again, I'm sure this might not be another fact that some of you might be surprised to hear. An officer's hand or gloves were stuck in the vehicle. And if that officer did not remove his hand from the vehicle, it was stuck with the car door, he would have been in direct collision of a Tesla that was parked up right next to Chris Kaba's car. So yes, that man, if he was not stopped, would have killed the officers. He had no regard for people when he shot somebody in a club, and he has no regard for anybody. And Fiona and anybody else here who has children, if your children were in that club, Chris Kaba would have shot him. That's what would have happened. It is clear as day. So this is what I'll say, and I'll finish off right now, and I'll let everybody else speak. The issue we have in black communities is that we cannot hold other people to account in each other's community and stop blaming, white people this, the patriarchy this, politicians this. It is time to look in your own homes. It is time to look into your own communities and say, we've got to change things, and stop blaming, we had the Atlantic slave trade, or we have this, or institutionalized racism. Stop being victims. Stop making yourself victims and put yourself on the pedestal and get yourself up. Look at the Pakistani communities. Look at the Asian communities. They face the same kind of brutality, same the face story as the black community, but they don't put themselves in a victim mentality. They work hard, they support each other's communities, and they thrive. And black communities don't do that. But anyways, I'll stop there. But thank you so much for
let me ask one question, before you leave. Let me ask one question before you leave.
No, I'll stay here. I won't leave. Don't worry. Yeah.
Let me ask one question before you leave, Hami.
Yeah.
Are you black?
I don't think it plays a part in this. Because
because I want to understand your perspective. So
of course, okay. No, I'll answer. Yes, I am myself black. Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so beef, TV, and then Chinese.
I think that it's really, really offensive of what this man Hami just stated, in the sense of us playing the victim card and us not having any accountability. Just before he came up, we was just discussing and pointing back to the importance of fathers and mothers and the family unit, etc. So we understand the problems, but the ignorance is for us to completely disregard the hands that have been behind a lot of what has taken place, the social engineering programs that have taken place. And you talk on criminality when your nation, the nation that you are so patriotic for today, is a criminal nation founded on the rapage and pillaging and theft of other people's resources and minerals, etc.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that not facts?
I'll respond to you. Again, this is another diverting from the actual thing. We're talking about Chris Kaba. We're not talking about colonial past. We're not talking about countries.
No. We're talking about what's still
I'll answer. Think of countries in Africa. I'll tell you, I'm myself Somalian. So there you go. I don't think the race plays a factor here, but I'll tell you, I myself am Somalian. We have communities and tribes in Somalia that kill each other, that murder each other. Previously, people, my tribe, it's called the Sahurta tribe, and they killed and pillaged people and raped people. So every single country, every single land on this country has a history of pillaging, has a history of taking the commodities of other people. So we're not talking about that. This is, again, is a straw man theory. We're talking about Chris Kaba, who met an unfortunate end because he committed a crime, because he was in pursuance of actually about to kill officers if he was not stopped. So that's what I answer. If I've answered your question, again, I'm more than happy to rebuttal or answer any of these questions, but that's what my viewpoint is. Beef.
I think that is really disingenuous. You are from Somalia. You speak of particular tribal warfare that's taking place. But once again, you're eradicating the hand that a lot of the time caused this breakdown in the infrastructure of your country or your nations. See, look, you can't just point to you can't point to one area and not understand the wider spectrum of what is actually taking place. Look, Chris Kaba may have been involved in a certain level of criminality, but as the sister Nope said, we don't know where he was heading. We don't know what path he was heading to. He also was not a university.
Gunshot residue was found on his clothing.
Hold on. Was he not also a university graduate, or also was trying to acquire his degree? So he wasn't just one way. Let's not try to paint a picture of him like he was all one way. He was a complex man, just like most men and women are. He's multifaceted. He had multi-layers to his personality, to his behavioral patterns, to his decision-making. We don't know what caused him to act in that way. He's still coming from a particular background of street life. We understand that things can happen in many different circumstances, in many different scenarios. We don't know what the actual situations were taking place. A lot of it is accusations. I think that is very disingenuous. I think that you sound like you're trying to justify what has happened to this brother.
No. And I'm sorry if it sounds like that. And also, the people in the chat who are saying that I'm not Somali and that I'm a white man, I am Somali. And I could speak in Somali if people would like me to prove that. So, but to answer your point, I'm not being disingenuous. I'm not saying, and listen to me this, like, I would have wanted.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I'll beg you. I'll please, for me, speak in Somali, please.
Okay, just 10 seconds and I'll respond to you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Magacay waxa waay Hamam, ana Soomaaliya ka imaanay, ana live kana ka jira ina dadkan ka hadla Chris Kaba live-kiisa. Does that help you, host?
Yeah, I thank you so much. Thank you. Big up, man. Big up.
Of course.
Somali.
Of course. But as I said, I'm not being disingenuous, and I would have hoped if the officer would have taken a different direction. But unfortunately, it was a split-second decision. The officer would have shot. And let me tell you this too: if you read the transcript from court, I'm also studying law my second year. If you would have read the script, two other officers said, if that officer didn't take the shot, they would have took it. And let's just also think about this. If we were in America, what would have happened, gents? You guys talk about brutality in America, police brutality. They would have unloaded every single 16 bullets in their gun. That's exactly what would have done. Instead, only one officer shot Chris Kaba, and unfortunately, that he met his demise. But only one bullet was shot. One bullet, and that was in an attempt to subdue him. And remember, another officer, I think, so Dre, you were saying this earlier, or somebody else, I don't know, you can't just shoot a person in the leg to subdue them or stop them unless they pose an imminent threat. And the officer couldn't shoot him in the leg because the car door was blocking that. So he shot him in the head, and that killed him. So it's as clear as day. But I think so we should move away from this and also show some sympathy to the police officer. If you think about the amount of brave men and women who go out there to defend you and I, what happens if somebody
don't defend me. They do not defend me.
Listen, the police officers police on the consent of the public. What happens if your house is robbed? You call the police. Fiona, what happens? I'm sorry if I'm talking too much about your children. Tell me if I'm crossing the line. What happens if your child's handbag, your daughter's handbag, was robbed? She's going to call the police. What happens if anything that happens?
Can I just stop you there?
Of course, Dre.
I just want to just intervene with what you just said. I'll tell you what happens if you call the police and something gets stolen. Nothing.
Oh, thank you, Dre.
Sorry, but that's what your insurance is there for. No, I'm not, like I said before, I don't defend things for no reason, for any reason. I'm talking factual. I'm not going to go and pretend like they do everything perfect. They're human beings at the end of the day. Okay, and things are bad for them in a lot of things, like the way they're training people, the young people they want in there. They don't have a clue about life, a lot of things about community. So all I would say is, I get where you're coming from like a bit more of a law perspective, and that is true. And I do think some of the things you said is not necessarily something that most of the public will be aware of. Like I said, you don't send firearm people in for no reason. They are not the first line of call when it comes to certain things. But what people don't think is, it escalated to that point. What they're thinking is, oh, it's just he was randomly picked on, and somehow he got caught into some kind of. And I mean, even that in itself just sounds crazy, because like no one else is getting. Let's be real. The average Joe is not getting into that kind of foolishness. Let's just be real.
Yeah,
so
but
I think
the issue
like,
have, and I agree with you.
The issue is not that he got. The issue isn't that it's bad that he was unalive. I think people need to remember that no one is loving that or enjoying that if they're human. I think the issue is what led up to that point that you ended up in some kind of controversy where your life got taken. So that's what I'm trying to explain here. It's like we have to be careful of the fine line, and I get there's a whole, and I think they did a bit of injustice to say that, you know, like at the end of the day, just because someone speaks a certain way, like it doesn't mean anything. At the end of the day, you meet people from different walks of life, different communities, and they don't have to suffer the same nonsense that most people do. I grew up in East London. I dealt with a lot of rubbish. And not just from other communities, I've dealt with it with everyone. From
Dre, sorry, just Dre.
So what I would say is that you have to kind of base things on a lot more of like, do people just do things for no reason?
Yeah, but this is the issue, right? This is the issue that we have in certain communities. Nobody does research. Nobody reads. Nobody does any of that BS. All that people see is a white officer shot a black person. How about people have a nuanced perspective on this and say, well, okay, well, let's look at the facts. Nobody does that. Think of the Manchester, when officers were attacked in the airport, all that people saw was an officer who had stamped on the head of a criminal. That's all that people saw, and they straight away sided with the officers. But nobody read that 3 other officers were hospitalised. One female police officer's nose was broken. Officers' lives were in danger. And yes, what that officer did was wrong, but he acted out of anger, and it was a split-second decision. And another decision could be taken. That people always side with criminals. People always...
Because the majority of the police force is corrupt. There's
and I disagree with that. And I disagree with that. But carry on, sorry.
Okay, so can I say something to you then, Hammy? You say that the police officers are not corrupt, but I actually took on 5 police officers myself as a Mackenzie friend, advising the person who they pulled out of a car. Did the same. They did the same. Yes, I was a Mackenzie friend.
What's a Mackenzie friend?
Sorry?
What is a Mackenzie friend?
You're studying law and you don't know what a Mackenzie friend.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't.
okay,
I must
okay. Then I'll
apologise for
explain.
my,
Okay, no, it's okay. I apologize. I won't go there. I'll explain. So a Mackenzie friend is somebody that advises someone that isn't an actual lawyer or barrister, but they're there in place of a lawyer or barrister, and they actually give advice to the person who's asked them to be with them, to sit with them in their case. And I helped him. Yeah, you have to sign a paper and everything. You got to put your name on it, your address, and your signature, everything. So, so I went to court with him, and we won, by the way, just so you know. But I went to court with him. Thank you very much. I went to court with him. They boxed him in the car. They said his car was stolen. It was reported stolen. Firstly, number one. They then said that he needs to get out the car, like they knew him, which they did, but not for any bad reason.
Okay.
They basically told his friends to come out of the car and interviewing them. And he's telling his friends to come back in the car. What's going on? Why are they doing this? Nothing's happened. This is my car. His car was registered on Motability. So it was definitely his, definitely insurance. They were saying the car was uninsured. They didn't ask for his license and they continued to pursue. Then he put his window down. He made a phone call, before he did this. He made a phone call and he told somebody, look, this is what's happening at the moment. Please, can you call somebody to help me because I'm being harassed by the police. They're not telling me why they've stopped me. They're rambling on about this, that, and the other, and they're not making any sense. 4 police officers talking to him at once. No de-escalation at all. Do you know, when he put his window down and he tried to have a conversation with them, one of them went straight into the car, pulled out his keys, and then he stepped out of the car. He can't go anywhere. His car was already stationary, by the way, and the engine was off. Do you know they pulled him? As soon as he stepped out of the car, they handcuffed him, pushed him down to the floor on his chest. Now, remember, he's Motability, which means he's got a disability. Not one of them asked him about his disability. My man was pushed down on the floor, pushed right down onto his chest. His hands moved behind his back properly, violently. You can see this all in the video. I'll tell you what happened. They said that they could smell weed. They said the car was stolen. They said the car was in a female's name. They said that he was aggressive with them and that he punched them. They said that what was it? Yeah, so I already told you. They said the car was stolen. None of these things were true. Not one. Not one of them. So you say the police do not lie, but they do. So
I didn't say that. I totally agree with you, Dave. And can I just say that is the most egregious behaviour I've ever seen from an officer. And I hope, as you said, he's not being convicted. So clearly he's got the justice he needs. And hopefully he gets compensation. And I hope he has already.
I can't speak about that, but we won.
No, of course. But what I'm not saying here that all police officers are perfect. I'm not saying here that police officers are angels. Of course, there will always be bad apples in the baskets, and of course there will be people who abuse their powers, and
the
those
whole
people
bowl is rotten.
And there is justice put onto those people, and the IOPC will investigate.
The whole bowl is rotten. The McPherson report stated this is police, the institution of the Met itself has admitted in the McPherson report that they are institutionally racist.
And homophobic too, and there's also misogynistic, correct?
But part of the problem also is as well is that officers don't know the law and request civilians to make requests to civilians which they are unlawful. You do not have, how many officers will tell you you need to give them your name and address? No, you do not. If you're pulled over by the officer, they tell you to wind down your window. No,
the reason why they ask your name. Yeah, brother. The reason why they ask your name and they always do that, that isn't because they're not trained. They are trained. They're doing that because in order for them to find you or do whatever they want to do to you, they need to create joinder. They need the name.
Yeah,
so that's why they always try and trick you out your position.
Yeah,
it's not that they're not trained. It's not that they don't know. They are trained. They're trained and they're told, get my man's name. When you got my man's name, you can give my man a little fine and blah, blah, blah. What people don't understand, and this exactly, and this is what people don't understand about this situation, is that flipping at the end of the day, when it comes to the whole system as a whole, it is there by design to do two things: control you and extract as much resources whether that be your money, whether that be whatever, yeah, as much resources from you as possible. The police are not there to protect, they're there to extract resources. Simple as that. That's why if your yard, if your yard gets burgled, no one's coming to your yard until 4 or 5 days later. But if you are driving in your car or you do a speeding ticket or whatever, they're there quickly. Or if someone steals from a shop, they're there quick. Why? Because the supermarkets and the police have a little arrangement and they get little lickbacks and They're there to protect businesses and corporations.
William, I'll let you speak. That's totally incorrect. And I'm sure Dre, who's actually, he hasn't said or confirmed yet, but I'm sure the suspicion he might be a police officer. I'm sure he can confirm himself. Officers will always have reasonable suspicion. And you're talking about will officers attend a burglary or robbery? They're very difficult to prove. And the reason why they attend shop fest, the reason why they attend speeding vehicle incidents, whatever, there are AMPR. I'm sure you already know what AMPR is. That will track somebody. There are speed cameras. There is already heavy amount of proof. And they will divert most of their resources there. When it comes to robberies or when it comes to burglaries, it isn't the frontline police officers that always deal with it firsthand. And Dre, I'm sure, can confirm this. It is then handed over to special departments within the police service.
Is there a victim for speeding?
Sorry?
Who's the victim for speeding?
Sorry?
Who is the victim for speeding?
There will be a victim if you speed. And I'm sure, again...
Who is the victim? Who?
The immediate public or themselves will be the victim. Sorry, I don't know. William, with all due respect, William,
there is no victim. If
William, with all due respect,
there is no victim and a speeding ticket. There is no victim.
Okay,
the state is put down as a victim.
Okay, with all due respect, I am sure that I'm younger than you, and I'm sure you're a couple of years older than me. To imitate me and make fun of me, I don't think so. That this is productive or entertaining to anybody. So I don't think so you should be doing that. As I said before, you can even ask Dre yourself. I'm sure that he's qualified to answer some of your questions. There's no need to divert away from this or to say that all officers are corrupt. And I'll respond to what Loki said this earlier. I'm not saying all officers are corrupt. I'm not saying
you still didn't answer my question about Boris Johnson still, by the way, just saying.
Okay, I'll answer your question about that. Although it has nothing to do with this, I think so. What Boris Johnson had done, and he was also previously found guilty of misleading Parliament and misleading Her late Majesty the Queen when he prorogued Parliament. I'm sure you've already read up on that, William. I'm sure you're a very intelligent lad. So yeah, I'm not here to defend Boris Johnson.
Is he still getting his parliamentary salary?
Yes. All prime ministers are entitled to that.
Oh, so he misled the Queen and he done all this stuff and he's still getting his salary. Lord,
are entitled to that.
He done all this stuff and he's still getting his salary.
All right, it's just myself. Right, so he's talking about Chris here with the situation with the police. Right, so he's talking about Chris here with. Right, so you made a statement to say that the public was in danger when the police were following him. The public was in no danger when the police was following him. The operation was not conducted in the correct manner. They could have quite easily followed, wait for him to park up, exit the vehicle and take him.
Thank you.
They have caused a potential danger to the public, not Christopher. Let's get that right, because people seem to be overlooking that. The way the operation was conducted put the public in danger. He had no idea that he had a slight suspicion that he was being followed. They could have quite easily waited for him to pull up, exit the vehicle and take him. So they have put the public in danger. And as we all know, armed police are never found guilty regardless. We still have a case over 20 years old where nobody has served any time from taking an innocent man. 20 years old where nobody has served any time from taking an innocent man. 20 years old. So the issue that we have is that we have a police force that regardless of what the situation is, they are always going to be seen not guilty. What the situation is, they are always going to
you have to mute yourself. Like I said, that's media
programming your brains to think that it's not true. Because I've actually gone to court when I've had to put people in jail for that.
I'm going to have to leave and join back because I'm having an issue.
That's fine. That's fine.
Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I work with a lot of young people that are basically in the criminal justice system, and what I'm
Hello. I think your network is bad. Chinese, I think your network is not good.
How about now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. No, you may have to disconnect and come back up. I'm not sure.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you.
No, you keep cutting out. You're gonna
I'm
have to disconnect and come
I'm
back up.
speaking now, huh?
Move to a different area of your home or something, wherever you are.
Okay, so my first.
No, you're gonna have to disconnect and come back up.
Okay. All right, hold on.
Well, William, you know what you said about the family with having both parents? I agree. I'm a single parent, but I agree wholeheartedly that the mother and the father should be present in the household. It doesn't always work, but then we have to find out why it isn't working. What is the root of the issue? Do you understand what I'm saying? I think we all need to really start thinking about this.
Yeah, you're right. But what's kind of happening?
Boys back in the building.
Yeah, the host is back. Go. Host is back.
Reply to what Nope said. Thank you for Nope. William holding it down. All of you lot, man. Dre, definitely. And what was his name? Hammy?
Hammy.
Yeah, he was sick as a guest still. He was a sick panelist. Chinese back. So Chinese, talk to me. Oh, Hammy's back as well. Yeah, go for it. Chinese, you good?
Better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nah, you struggling, man. You out of there.
Sorry, I had like a connection issue earlier, so I'm back now.
Yeah, big up. Yeah, Chinese, you're having an issue, man. I don't think you're out of it. What's going on?
I have no idea. This is my first time speaking, so I've never.
You sound cool, but then it's like you keep clicking it off or something. You're good now.
Okay. Oh, okay, because I'm trying to go to my notes, but never mind. Nah, so Dre said like.
Sorry, 1 second. That's what it is. You can't go in your notes and talk to us at the same time.
Okay.
If you go in your notes, look quickly, and then come back, and then.
I'll get my laptop. It's cool.
Right, go on.
Yeah. The community, they do need to take some responsibility as well, because it's like, it takes a village to raise a child, and if we don't have the resources, we don't have the money to give all this financial advice, law advice, everything. Like the children these days is lost, unfortunately. And if you go back to Chris Kaba, like in 2018, there was an article that in Canning Town, he was charged with possession of firearms as well back in 2018, so 6 years ago. So the police have been watching him. They know who he is. I don't know the full stories about what happened on the day, but it just seems that like we can't keep pointing fingers and saying the police are racist. And I know they are. Some of them are. There's 147,000 police officers across the UK. And we need to remember as well, like every service that we have has been cut crazily. So even when you do get caught up by police, the ones that we're dealing with now, they're not trained like they used to be. There's no time to put time and effort in training. You're trying to get them on the streets and be patrolling quick. Like there's no time for that. even when you get arrested to the point when you're in custody, like there's no space to even hold that person.
Yeah.
So everything's rushed, nothing's being looked at properly. The person goes to jail, cold. The prison officers are struggling. The prisons are overcrowded as it is. Like, you're supposed to get intervention while inside. You're not getting that.
Yeah, no rehabilitation.
No, then when you come out and you go to probation, your probation officer's phoning you every 2 weeks, just checking in to tick a box and say that they've called you.
Yeah.
But then when it comes to like real rehabilitation, it's not there. And I blame the government for that, because they've cut so many services that the things that we need, we're feeling it now. Because like I'm 29, and I remember, like, say 20 years ago, like life was very, very different. And I never thought I'd say that to because I still think I'm quite young. So
Yeah.
it's not like I'm talking about the mad, like back in the 80s, like this is the early 2000s, like 2010 times.
Yeah.
At least we had a bit of hope. Like we was told, yeah, go college, go uni. Even if you was in a rough area or lower class area, like there was still some sort of aspiration. But now there's nothing. And when the young ones are looking up to like drill artists and musicians, and yeah, there's an argument that being in the studio creates like a safe space for you to be able to talk about your experiences. On the same time, they don't realize that there's kids at home that are listening and taking this in, and their mind is not grown to have like critical thinking and skills where they can separate themselves from that. They want to be that, so much so that you've got middle class, like white kids now even trying to emulate that lifestyle. So there needs to be positivity in the community, and like a shield around the young people. The broken homes is not good, but I don't blame the families. It's like, obviously, if you're working 10, 12-hour shifts every day, your kids getting home from school, they have to feed themselves, look after their siblings. They've got no money. Then they go outside and they're seeing on social media, everyone's wearing Gucci or Louis, and that it's not like that for them. It's like, then they see a lifestyle that you could potentially get if you was involved in certain activities. I don't know if I'm getting to a point, but I just wanted to like say.
No,
like,
but I love the points that you're dropping still. I love the points that you're dropping, man.
Can I just add to that? But what she said is very true. Like, it's one of those scenarios that I wanted to say, like, you mentioned some very good points, but what we do need to do is kind of big up the people that don't make excuses, you see, because this is where we go wrong. You've got a lot of single parents, you've got parents who are not single and they look out for their children and they're involved with them. You could be a parent, but you don't have to be involved. And when you're involved with the children and you know what they're getting up to and you listen to them, you've been able to talk to them, you have a safe space. Remember, your home is supposed to be the safe space where you can talk to your children. Should be able to talk to you about a lot of things. But if all you know to do is shout at them, tell them off and cuss them out, and then when something serious does happen or they get involved and they can't talk to you, their friends are going to become the community. And that community could be a gang. It could be a cult. At the end of the day, and unfortunately that is what I see going on. You see a lot of these young people getting involved in bad environments, but they feel like they're a family because they guess what, they get to be silly, they get to be stupid, they get to do dumb things together, they get the adrenaline rush. So at the end of the day, I big up the parents who and the parent who, you know, their children come home from school, they spend time looking at their education, they ask them what's going on, what happened, what are you struggling with, let's see if we can do something about that. But let's be honest, there is a lot of people who are children themselves having children. And that's scriptural. I can't even go any further than that. And unfortunately, you've got a child trying to teach a child. If they themselves are not mature enough to even be a parent, what do you think they're teaching their children? And I'm not going to lie, I've come across some parents like that. You sit there and think, that's what you're giving your child. And then someone else outside has to teach their children. That's not good behavior. So at the end of the day, like, it's unfortunate. Like I said, it's unfortunate. But most people who are involved with their children and know what they're getting up to, it doesn't mean they're not going to make mistakes, but they learn the parameters early. You have to get in there early because, like people have seen already, the society will take over, the TV will take over. Yeah. They're all trying to give you their perspective, and you know, if you don't install some morals early, it's difficult, and that's going to be for any parent. So I agree. I think that at the end of the day, this young boy, unfortunately, is probably a victim of the same scenario. He didn't have good relationships with the right people, good morals, good support, good role models who were not trying to tell him to get rich and die trying.
Yeah.
You know, he had people that were probably into the same thing, probably had broken homes themselves, and they all flocked together. You know, unfortunately, we've all kind of experienced people like that in our community around us. And, you know, sometimes you do empathize and you say, no. And I think it takes some time, but I had a friend like that. He was always into some nonsense. And I had to tell him off one time. I said, listen, you keep doing that, you're going to end up in this situation. And you know what? It might have been the most amount of love that he got from anybody around him.
Yeah.
So you've got to look at it sometimes. It's just a little word of advice and you're trying to help someone. You don't have to shout and scream about it, but sometimes you can help people without having to make a big deal, and that can go a long way. But if you leave people to their own devices, expect bad things to happen.
Of course.
All right, big up, man. Big up for that, Dre. Big up for everybody in the building. Please remember to tap the screen. I want to shout out the gifters. That's been big blessing up the people in the boxes, sending points and gifts and that. Obviously, when everyone's deep in conversation, yeah, don't worry, I got you. I'm not. When everyone's deep in conversation, you know, they don't remember to say, yo, big up, or they're not even aware of what's going on. But I could just see bare man just getting bare coins. So on behalf of the box and myself, thank you to all the gifters. You lot are too kind. Thank you to all the new followers. You know what I mean? Make sure you follow Jedi Online. That's my other live stream channel on there. Get me, it's got more accounts or got more followers or whatever. But yeah, it's been bananaed. I want to hear from what's his Queen Z?
Hey. Yes. Hi, this is my first time in your box. You know, I actually wanted to speak to William, right? Because I've been in a few. I love debate lives, and I'm always come across William. And I think like William has to really understand, right, that he's always seems to blame like society, and I'll be really straight with you. When
say that again, because you cut out for me. So
I was saying that
can you say that again, sis? Because you cut out for me.
He basically likes to blame like society, right, and the police, and that it's just a financial thing, etc., right? And you know, I'll be straight. Like when I was young, I was a single mom, etc. I was very living in the victim mentality side of things for a long time of my life. Obviously, as I started to read books and educate myself, my mindset changed a lot. And I had to really agree with Dre about the parenting side of things. Like, a lot of people don't understand that parenting is a vital part of these problems, because especially like, I don't know how many people here, I don't live in London, but I work in London and I choose not to live in London because I have children. Okay. And I fear for my children to be living in London because it's so dangerous. Yeah. And there's a lot of crime going on there in the youngsters. When I say youngsters, I mean 11, 12, 13-year-old boys and girls now as well. And I think that people need to understand that, you know, like even race, yeah, it's not really relevant. It's more about you. It's more about you as a parent. Well, I think that the main reason that the streets are like the way they are right now is because of very poor parenting, phones, social media. So when I say that, I don't blame the actual phones. I find that parents use phones like a dummy to keep their kids quiet so they can go and be quiet upstairs and not disturb them. And like Dre said, like your home's supposed to be a safe space where your children can speak to you. And right now, we're living in a society where you've either got the go-getters or you've got people picking the wrong side of life. So our children have so much more opportunity right now than we ever did. Yeah. They can make money from their phones, they can educate themselves, and they can succeed substantially, right? And I see youngsters doing one or the other. I know 2 16-year-old boys that are in jail for committing M, okay, which they did. Yeah, sent it around on Snapchat. They're in there till they're like 30 now, okay? They're 16-year-old boys. And now I know other boys that are 18 that are so successful. They've not gone to uni, but they're building like, you know, trading platforms and stuff like that. So my point is that we have so much opportunity. It doesn't matter if society is against you, because you have so much opportunity. If you go see people that are of color and how much success they're creating across the world. Don't let society or anything else that you think is against you stop you and your children, because if your child has a talent, it's your job as the parent to nurture the talent. It's your job as the parent to see who their friends are, who's grooming them and turning them to go and do all these GANG crimes and putting them in them situations. This is all, like, for me, I truly believe that this is all the parents' fault.
Agreed.
No, even if you have to work, I'm a single mom, and I have.
Can I quickly interject?
Yes, of course you can interject, William.
Can I quickly? Can I?
Hold on, Will. Hold on, Will. I'm just trying to.
William has to answer that because you're talking to William.
Go ahead, Will.
Oh, William got the signal.
Well, William.
William, we can literally not hear anything.
Put my Wi-Fi on. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
That Greg's internet ain't gonna cut it, bro.
Okay, perfect. So no, the thing is, I didn't have my internet on. I just put the Wi-Fi on. So the thing is, what we need to know and understand, is that when it comes to this situation, that's why, because the things I talk about the cause of the issue. Because at the end of the day, if you don't know the cause of the issue, you're not going to be able to fix it. You're not going to be able to fix anything. You know what I'm saying? That's why when you're ill, you go through a whole list of things to be able to identify what's causing you to be ill. And once you know what the cause is, then you can effectively heal from the issue. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to this, even obviously this isn't question. Are you still a single mother? Yes or no? That's it.
Who, me? Yeah, I am a single mama.
Sorry, did you say single mama?
Yeah, I've been a single mother, like, basically.
Can you hear me? Yeah, so
keeps chopping up, bro.
So are you still a single mother? Yeah.
Yeah. I've basically always been a single mother. Like I have basically always done it on my own, but for the past 9.5 years, I've kind of done it completely on my own now.
No, that's understandable, and like I said, there's no issue with that, yeah. But this is what I'm gonna.
I do know your viewpoint. I do know your viewpoint on single parenting.
No. Trust me. No. Ban. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about single parent. Like, we're not going into that. I'm gonna show you something now, yeah. And how deep this goes. That's why I always talk about the cause, and obviously because I know you said about I always blame society and blah blah blah. There's a reason why I say this, yeah. So even in the language that you're using, yeah, you don't realize it, but you're already done in your dance subconsciously, yeah. And the reason why I say that is because you are not a parent. You are a mother, yeah. Just like a single father is not a parent, he's a father or a single father. Two people, a mother and father that are living together, that are married or whatever the case may be, raising their children, they are not, technically speaking, they're parents, but they are mothers and fathers. You are single by yourself, yeah, so you are a mother, yet you call yourself a parent. Split the word parent in half. What does it say? Slow it down. Say parent slowly.
Parent.
Say it again.
Parent.
Parent. That's two
it's
people
not, because it's not
PAIR.
PAIR.
Oh, Lord have mercy. See that? I mean, you know what it is? That's the Matrix. Instant clapping back.
That's not the Matrix. Sorry, William. Let me just interject. Because you just one second, William, because you just said that I've already done my dance, yeah, because I'm a single parent. I'm gonna explain something very clear. No.
How did I say that?
Let me explain something to you. Sometimes I'm gonna explain something to you, yeah. I'm gonna explain something to you. Some people are not gonna like to hear this, yeah. If you are a mum, okay, and your baby dad is being a criminal, okay, you are much better off raising that child completely alone, okay? Whether he brings in money to your house, whether he's looking after you, you will be better raising that child alone, because the number one thing that you're going to give your child, firstly, is their safety, okay? The second thing that you're going to bring your that's true actually. When you're with a criminal, I was with a criminal, yeah. When you're with a criminal, They will come to you.
Exactly.
The problems can come to your house as a mother. Yeah? Your child can see what their father or their mother is doing and copy them. Okay? Right? Your children watch what you do as a parent and they absorb it in and they take it in. I was raised by two parents.
A mother.
I was raised by a mum and dad, okay? And they did not know how to parent. No, and they didn't know how to parent me. That's why I ended up in the situations that I did as a teenager, okay? And the things that happened to me was because my parents didn't know how to parent properly, okay? And like the lady said before, a lot of people are parents, but they don't actually know how to parent. That's what you're not understanding. Yeah. When you come home from work and your husband is coming in and he's been out doing gang life, yeah, it affects your child.
So, my dear. Firstly, at no point did I say that because you're a single mum, you're a mother, your dance is done. That's not what I was saying. I was saying
you
that
still could provide positive things to that child as well.
Exactly. But what I'm trying to say is the way you're talking, the words you're using, yeah, subconsciously you're done in your dance, i.e. you don't realize, yeah, that what you're saying, the spells that you're talking about, all of that stuff are affecting your subconscious psyche. You know what I'm saying? You are spells. A mother. Words, so I don't even want to go into it too deep because the thing is people,
no, because you don't need to go into it
people don't understand.
Basically, what you're trying to say, right, is that what your circumstances may be, okay, will be how your life goes going forward, right? No, and that's not true. Actually, that's not true. Okay, I'll tell you why it's not true. In 2024, the reality is you have all the opportunity that we never had 25 years ago. Yeah, that includes that includes our children. Okay. Yeah, I work.
Are we better off? Okay, so just quick question. Wait. Are we better off now or in the past? Because you said that I was. Yeah, okay, cool. So I'm gonna speak on that quickly, yeah, because you made a fatal mistake, and I hope this resonates with everyone. Yeah, you said that we've got a load of opportunity. People, youngsters can make money in their phones, so on and so forth. There's so much. It's never been easier to be able to make money. Yes, you're correct. However, the flaw that in what you're
not just money, everything.
Yeah, no, facts. But what you haven't really realized, yeah, is that the value of everything now is nowhere near comparable to the value of it when it was in our parents' time. I'll give you a prime example. Back in our parents' time, roughly, average wage job, people were making about £12,000 a year. They were running their what's it called? And that was a high wage, yeah. They were working on one income, they were paying a mortgage, they were paying a yard, they were paying the cars, so on and so forth, yeah? If you take that money of what they were earning back then and you bring it into today's thing in line with inflation, that's almost 200k a year that they're earning.
But I'm not talking about inflation, though.
No,
but I'm not talking about inflation.
You can't
William,
go ahead.
You just said the opposite of what you're saying.
Yeah.
And the way that inflation works is wages also rise with inflation.
No, he's trying to say that that's not what happened here.
Wages have not raised.
Let Hammy talk.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't think Sir William is making sense. He's using words like, and I'm sure we already know this person, Andrew Tate, using words like the Matrix, this and that. Yeah. William, this isn't a group call filled with 17, 16-year-olds. These are adults. Well, actually, to be fair, I'm only 18. But these are people who are able to go and understand the bullshit that you're spewing. Sorry if I'm being disrespectful. If you go back to the times of our parents, of course, they earned less. However, the money could go more back then. Inflation has risen, wages have risen in line with that. And I know that I'm coming from a place of sorry, just a second. Okay? William, just a second, because I'm not going to allow you to...
They have not raised
house prices.
Yo, hit the mute button. No, let's do this. Let's reset the room. Hit the mute button if you're not speaking. Yeah. So that
Hold
should
on,
be
William
handed
has just
off to you.
interrupted me like 5 times, yeah, and he doesn't let
Sorry.
anybody like. Look, William,
alright,
you
cool,
keep going
man.
on about inflation, yeah. When I say opportunities, you're just thinking about money, okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to be straight with you. When I say opportunities, they have taken things away from us. For example, youth clubs, because I actually used to use the youth clubs so that I could work, because I don't have one job, I have more than one to make my house run, yeah? So I used to use youth clubs. However, when I say opportunities, I mean there's more things available to us to advance as human beings, and that's reality. I know you like the inflation scenario that you always give as an example, but I don't care about that, because I remember how I struggled in this country 25 years ago when I was like 6 years old, okay? I know the struggles that my family went through, and I know that the opportunity that you have to educate yourself, to educate your children is much more than what it was back then. The access that you have to educational resources, okay, your mindset, all these things is much more. Regardless about inflation or not, that's completely irrelevant. That's subject to this country. Yeah. Why do you think a lot of people are leaving the UK and going elsewhere and investing? Because they have the knowledge, and knowledge is power. People think money is
But there's
power.
opportunities, though,
but
there's
knowledge
opportunities
is
in the UK,
power.
though. So why are they
And that's
leaving?
what I'm saying, is that you as a parent, it's your choice whether you let your kids sit there and listen to Trap in the Bando, or you make your kids sit there and educate themselves. That's you as a parent, because they're still going to go to school. They're still going to mix up with the wrong kind of people. It's going to happen anyway. Yeah, it's your choice as a parent what you expose your child to, right? And you as parents could be doing your kids damage. Don't come out here like there isn't people in 2-parent households with kids acting reckless on these streets. The reality is, if you're a parent and you've got sons in London, you are scared every single day if your kid's going to come home or not. Because the reality is they're not safe out there. And that is not because of policing. That is not because of the government. That is because parents allowed social media and music industry to mold their children. They're watching things like Top
If
Boy.
words weren't powerful, why would music matter? Because remember what I told you about the whole parent thing?
All right,
Yeah.
hold on.
If you're gonna let Diggity raise your child, your child's gonna end up like Diggity.
Hold on. No,
Please,
yeah?
sister.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong.
I need to get someone new into the conversation. Just cause UK, what have you got to say?
Well, with regards to this whole entire topic, it's a sad thing. So it's a start there. It's a say it's sad. It's sad on all angles. Whether you like police or not, it's sad. Yeah, cool. Mate, if I'm honest with you, I think that in terms of justice, Chris Kaba's family has been done an injustice. Why? And I say this, and you can ask Hammy. Hammy, my personal experience, group in my personal experience, I don't think the officer should have been charged.
Okay.
I think it was overreach. And that's me. I think he should have been charged for manslaughter and he would have been in jail. I don't think we'd have any issues if it was manslaughter. But because they asked for murder, sorry, I mean, am I allowed to say that word? I don't know. But
No.
because they asked for unaliving, the charge of unaliving, whatever the case is, they overreached. Because whether we like it or not, the police officer was carrying out his duty. Yeah. And it's an unfair scenario because of all the circumstances. Yeah, he should have stopped. Should they have pulled him over in a residential area like that? No. There's a lot of things that went wrong. And I believe that the CPS protected their own. So that's why, in my own personal opinion, I'm making my duty to get into the system so we can actually prosecute men like this. Because that in itself, the only way we can change the system is by going in the system. All this talking outside of it, it's not gonna happen. And we all hold back from going in there. But we
You are 100% right, just because I think so the prosecution was lacking in this. And I'll tell you what the definition of murder is. It's the unlawful killing of a being within the realms of the king with malice aforethought expressed or implied. Basically to say that if they charged him with murder, he was 100% not going to be found guilty because he had reasonable suspicion. Chris Kaba was a criminal, so he would never have been found guilty of the M charge or whatever it's called. However, he would have been found guilty of manslaughter because, again, there was probable cause that he could have taken a different direction, as some people said. Again, I don't think so the officer should have been charged. Instead, in my eyes, I think so he was a sergeant. I think so he should have been promoted and given a pay rise for the job that he's done. That's what I would have done if I was his boss. boss. But you're more than welcome to have a different opinion. But yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. I'm not going there.
Spiffing.
Yes.
Spiffing thing. Talk to me.
Hi guys. Thanks for having me on.
Welcome.
I just want to say, to be honest, like in that situation where the police is be called out, for that police to come out with a weapon, I think as a human being, we don't know what that police was thinking at the time. We know they said that they're trying to use the guy trying to use the car as a weapon to probably hurt the police. So I'm thinking maybe he was just trying to, in that situation, trying to stop the guy from doing what he's doing. When he used that force that he used, maybe he's trying to injure him or something like that, and he end up dying. But on another scale, when it comes to gang violence and people in gang, we got to talk about this. As a black community, we got to stop defending these people. We're making ourselves look bad. We're making ourselves look like we're trying to say, okay, it's okay to have black gangs and our boys into gangs. I'm a Jamaican. I came here when I was like 18 years old. I came from the ghettos. So when I came here and I heard people talking about places like ghetto, I was looking for the ghetto. I was like, where's the ghetto? Because I didn't see one. I'm coming from one. And when I came here, I saw it as an opportunity for me to start afresh, to do something good with myself. You get what I'm saying? I came here, enough people that I've been around, guys that I know from yard, they were out there selling whatever. You get what I'm saying? And I've been there with them. And then I say to myself, hold on, I don't want to go back to yard. You get what I'm saying? I don't want to go back there. So I took myself away from them, man, there. I made that decision. And people who tried to kill me were guys that I knew from yard. Guys that I knew from yard. No one else tried to hurt me, but guys that I knew from yard. So I made that decision that I'm not going back there. I'm not going to do nothing to go back there. So when I see these youths saying they have no opportunities, I came here and I made a career. I had two careers.
All right, but you realize, so you say there's a ghetto in Jamaica, yeah?
No, I'm from a ghetto in Jamaica.
Yeah. So you say there's a ghetto in Jamaica, right?
When I came to Britain, people said...
Wait 1 second, brother.
All right, go on.
You say there's a ghetto in Jamaica, right?
Well, that's obvious. Yeah, I'm saying that, yeah.
Okay, it's obvious to you, but you're stating that there's no ghetto in UK from what you're saying.
Bro, I ain't seen no ghetto.
But check this out. Check this out. You say there's no ghetto because there's opportunity here, right? So you don't have to live a certain life. But there's opportunity in Jamaica.
Where?
Not everybody born in the ghetto is in a gang. Wait 1 second. Not everybody born in the ghetto is in a gang. You're living experience. You're living proof of that. So what you're saying about the UK applies to Jamaica too.
Depends on where you're from.
The ghetto's in the mind, cuz.
Yeah, also.
Like you said, you found a way. You found opportunity. And there's other, you can't tell me you're the only Jamaican that escaped the ghetto and made something of their life.
No,
so there's opportunity,
like I said, it depends on where you're from. Because there are areas in where I'm from that you can't even leave where you're from, bro. Like literally.
But you made it out though. But you made it out.
I made it out because I managed to have a parent that didn't forget me.
I'm just saying, innit? I'm just saying, brother.
Like what I'm saying is your situation. It's your situation in your.
Okay, so
you can't compare Jamaica
because I don't know. I've not been to Jamaica, yeah.
You can't compare Jamaica to Britain. I'm just saying that I came here.
Wait, brother. I just want to see if there's any truth in what I'm thinking, right?
Okay.
Where you're from in Jamaica, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there any people that made it out from where you're from, apart from you? And by making it out, I don't mean flying over foreign, but actually making something of the life that they had there and becoming bigger and better.
No, I don't know.
Is there any people like that?
I don't know any.
Okay.
I can't pinpoint any.
So you're the only one.
No.
You're the only one.
I never said I'm the only one. I said I'm the one who made it.
The only way you made it.
But this is not about Jamaica. You what I'm saying? You're focusing on the wrong thing, bro. You're focusing on the wrong thing.
Wait, I'm just focusing on a thing.
Yeah, you're focusing on the wrong thing, bro.
1 second,
I'm talking about coming to Britain. I'm talking about coming to Britain If you're gonna let me speak.
Sorry about that, family. Who wanted to speak?
Lock that off, man. Man, don't want to listen.
Yeah. Don't ever think me and you gonna fight for microphone time. It's not gonna happen, cuz. Whether you think I'm right, whether you think I'm wrong, whether you think I'm right, whether you think I'm wrong, you're gonna rate the thing. Like, do you know what I mean? Go on.
I know. The host wouldn't. I mean, he wouldn't let you talk, host. But obviously, I completely agree with his point.
You're cutting up, sis.
Not about the Jamaica part, but I completely.
Yeah,
what he's trying to say is that it's all about your mind. Like, effed up things happen to everyone from childhood.
No, that's what I was trying to say. No, that's what I was trying to say.
But I think in Jamaica it's a little bit different.
That's
I'm not from Jamaica.
No. Queen Z. That was the point I was trying to do. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That it's in your mind. Yeah. And that wherever you are, you can find a way out. Because he found a way out. But he's trying to sound like he's the only one from his ends that got out. And the only way he got out is by coming to beautiful England. So anybody in England has no excuse to feel like they're in the ghetto. But we know that's not true. One man's floor is another man's ceiling. You can't tell me there's not people living beyond the poverty, below the poverty line in the UK. You can't tell me there's not people that don't have resources and are lost and forgotten in the UK. Yeah? You can live in the most affluent borough of the city and see tramps and cokeheads and crackheads and see food banks. Yeah? Poor education.
I think he was just trying to compare the two. I think that he's just trying to compare the two. And we obviously know that over there, like, obviously, we know that people from the UK go to Jamaica as a holiday, and there's a very anticlimax over there because you got the poor and they're differently poor, and then you got the wealthy and the way that they treat tourists. So I understood his point, but I think like what he's trying to say is that you see the kids here, right? Is that this ghetto that we have in this UK, yeah, it's not a proper. It's a ghetto. I understand, and I've seen kids go down, okay, for very serious things. But you've got to understand, okay, that we've got kids out here that they don't need to be in those situations. Do you understand? But they are all basically glorifying it. It's a very big thing in the UK. It's very glorified over here to be a bad man, okay? And a lot of these parents do allow social media. A lot of kids actually start getting, rude by older members through Snapchat.
Name the countries. I shouldn't say name a country, right? But I would say that there's a lot of countries that glorify gangsterism. But it's a global phenomenon.
Yeah, but you've got to understand that we've got a serious problem in the UK. We've got a serious problem here with the STAB-ings, yeah, in this country when it comes to 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds, where we didn't have this problem 10 years ago. That's just a reality. Like, we really didn't have it like this. When I was a kid, you use your fists. Now, if someone has a road rage with you, no matter how bad you are, you have to think.
Listen, sister, have you looked at the statistics? Have you looked at the numbers? You'd be surprised when the peak of violence, let's say youth violence, you'd be surprised when the peak of that was. So look at the statistics.
But youth violence is different. Wait, youth violence is much different to NAIFE crime, yeah? Like, there's a big difference there. Like I said, like, back in the day, there was a lot of...
I'm talking about the same thing. I just used a different word because we're avoiding saying.
And look, I've been listening. I've been listening, and when you're speaking on the so-called glorification of the bad man culture, that all stemmed from people believing or feeling like they're not accepted by society. So we're not going to the root of the actual tree. We want to continue to address the branches. The reason why these things came about, gangs in nature were rebellious to the establishment. That is a lot of the time why they were formed and how they came about. And a lot of the criminality was a sign of rebellion to an institution or an establishment that they felt they had no part of. So we're not addressing what actually is taking place. A lot of these young black males feel like they're not accepted by the wider spectrum of society. They feel like they have to conform to be something that they don't want to be. So this is where we're not addressing, but a lot of the time when we all came here as migrants, a lot of our parents they weren't fully prepared.
Just to add to your point, so people kind of come here and concentrate on the nice buildings and the road compared to their buildings and their road, and they say, well, there's no way that you can't just, but they don't understand. They don't understand the psychology, the social science that's going on in that community. They don't understand. They don't get it. That's why I always tell a man simply: one man's floor is another man's ceiling. Yeah, you're judging a fish based on how well a monkey can climb a tree. Do you know what I mean? Like you need to have a better understanding of the dynamics of the community before you make these judgments. Because I'm telling you for now, you can't tell me there's no ghetto in the UK just because it may not be this or that or rare. It's like it's not comparative. Yeah, it's subjective to the society that you're living in.
Yeah. Can I say something? I'm sure you guys have heard of this. I went to boarding school and a private school, and we've always had scholarship students, so young black men who'd come from the poorer areas of London or across Britain, came here on scholarships because they worked their asses off. And of course, they lived in bad communities. Of course, sometimes there was this young boy called Vic or Victor, I think that was his full name. He came from a certain borough in London which had high crime rates. He was nearly stabbed in a knife point robbery or mugging or whatever.
Saying these words, brother.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. So he was, of course, something was put towards him and he was threatened, blah, 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 blah. But he got out of that. He studied very hard and now he studies biomedical science at Oxford. So it isn't, I think so the issue is we have this victim.
How many children are from the impoverished communities, inner city communities, are offered the scholarship to boarding schools and private schools and that? It's not very regular. It's not very open. It's not a very open scheme. And just recently, our highest university was criticised for the very low intake of black students.
No, this,
so we can see
I totally,
from the top to the bottom. From the top to the bottom, if you're black, you can be put at a disadvantage. And what I don't like is when people who have found a cheat code, who found a way to get through, who may be an anomaly, who may be even a product of positive discrimination, who have been awarded a scholarship or whatever, they look back on the rest and say, well, I made it. No, you had a route out and it worked for you. They are found, there are millions of other people. Hold on.
Yeah.
This just shows, I tell you what it is. Yeah. When you're in boarding school and private school and you're mixing with certain echelons, you become detached from the common man, from their way of thinking. You just become detached. Maybe because your outlook is more aspirational because you can see another class that you want to aspire to kind of emulate. Or maybe because you're mixing with another class and their psychology, whatever it is, you become detached. And then you're now judgmental. You're like, I don't understand why people can't just make it out of here. And like, you know, your mum didn't have bipolar. Your dad wasn't a crackhead. Your dad wasn't a crackhead. Your mum didn't have bipolar. Your big brother wasn't killed by a rival gang, and you look just like him, and now they're after you. Exactly. You don't go through the things that everyone else. So it's so easy to stand on the peripheral and do this. Nose in the air, pinky finger up.
Yeah. Could I respond? I totally agree. I'm not coming here saying, oh, because I'm, well, it depends how you measure success, but because I've had the chance to be successful doesn't mean that applies to everybody. I come from a different background. Both my parents were extremely wealthy. So I'm not here saying, oh, why isn't everybody like me? I'm black, blah, blah. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about somebody else, Victor. He has lived in a very, very impoverished community himself. No, look, he's not an exception. You can be an exception if you want to.
How many victims were they? What school did you go to? What school did you go to?
I don't want to say for the reason being because I live near the school.
Okay, if you said the name of the school, would we know?
It's in one of the top 10. Yes, you would.
Okay, one of the top 10 schools. Okay, so 10. How many victors were in this top 10 school?
10, 15.
Of how many? Out of how many?
10, 15.
Up towards 1,000. Up towards 1,000.
10 to 15 out of 1,000. Okay.
You're doing your own maths.
I should tell you why. Let me tell you what. The reason why is because our school, you have to pay fees. The reason why there are 10, 15 victors is because those 10, 15 victors unfortunately cannot afford it, so they're here on a scholarship. And I'm not saying that you can't. Sorry?
That's a different type of lifestyle, though. You're talking on a thing where you was privileged to go to.
Brother, it's all delulu, bro. It's all delulu.
I'm telling you, and I think it's quite obnoxious.
Sorry to cut everyone.
Well, it's not his fault that he was rich or his people were balling.
I get it, but you know what it is here, host?
But what? No. Because listen, it's not his fault. I'm just trying to create an awareness that you know what. Some of your perspectives have been crafted from a perspective to attain. Recommendations to you, and when we are talking about the working class, poor people that can't afford the scholarship and don't get given a free scholarship like they're not one of the 10 people. We now need to kind of slow it down a bit when we're making judgments about their abilities to traverse the obstacles that they face on their level, in their world. You know what I mean? Because even though we all live on Earth, we're definitely from different worlds.
And you know, host, that's why I literally came up to piggyback off what Hammy's saying, because I never went to private school. I never got any of these opportunities. But that's when I came up here and said to you that I lived a lot of my life like a victim, because a lot of effed up things happened to me from when I was very young. I did. Even my adult life, when I was like 23, 24, not in a good place, I always felt like these are my opportunities. Why is, like, for example, I had cousins that had way better opportunities in life than me. But as soon as I started to read, about mindset, about a lot of things to do with mindset, my whole life changed, not just for me, but for my kids as well, because I did live in that mindset that I'm a single mom, this is not good. And when I finally let those things go and realize, you know what, it is just us three, and you know what, I'm going to smash this thing called life no matter what happens, and I never gave up, things went really, really well for me.
No, that's amazing.
I understand, because you're saying that Hammy, and I know that Hammy went to private school, but I never had none of that. I never got no private school. I actually got my education ripped away from me. Like I got my full-time, my basically what I was gonna go do for my degree, that was ripped away from me by someone else.
And Zed, just to back up your point, I totally agree with you, and I don't think so. The public state education system is adequate enough. Do you know the amount of opportunities we have? We have, we get to go to different countries, whenever we want. We get all the funding, all the money. But so there's a state school not so long ago, like 7 miles away from us, and they don't get the funding as nearly as us. So the issue is with the governments, they don't provide enough funding for schools. And if you look at it, compare our education system to what it was 100 years ago, it's still the same stuff. But if you look at countries like Finland, I've had the opportunity to go to different schools. Like if you look at the education system in Finland, the education system in Germany, are much better than in Britain. So the issue is our education system. The issue isn't always just parents. The issue isn't just always the community. It's the education system.
Did you get taught about mortgages in your private school?
Of course, we were talking about mortgages. We were talking about politics. We were talking about every single thing you could think of.
But you know what? Let me explain something. William, whether he learned that private school, right? Okay, my parents never sat down and taught me anything about finance. We're actually, me and my siblings are the ones that teach our parents about finance from educating ourselves. So I know what you're trying to say, like they don't teach us about finance at school, but we already know this information as grown adults that now have kids.
Who's we?
Like
when you're talking about grown-ups now.
Well,
you're now talking about grown-ups. We're talking about the youths. You keep going, but now listen. You keep talking about what you've done. And you think what I said
I'm telling you that there's no excuse. Realistically, there's no excuse. There isn't any excuse, is there, Jedi?
Sister, listen.
That
there's
now,
no
you're
difference
saying that
between-
now, Queen, because you're
There's
an
no
adult.
difference from what I said. You know,
Yeah, but if my
there's no
son
difference
comes-
from what I said to Hanny. Yeah, that should apply to you too, and anybody that has found a way up, educated themselves, and whatever. What you're
So you
doing
called
is
it a
from a
glitch.
position.
Oh no, you called
What
it a
you're
cheat
doing
code.
is from your I don't know what you're doing, man. What are you doing? Can I speak?
Also, sorry.
Let
Somebody
me
just
speak
said in
1
the
second,
chat-
man.
Oh, sorry
1
about that.
second, man. Like what I said to Hammy, yeah, where he's from a position where, fortunately, whatever cheat code, glitch, handout, opportunity that was given to him, we need to recognize that that's not the same options that everybody is faced with. And there's far more people that don't have the options that you found, yeah, and don't have the tools to find that just yet, that we need to consider when we're making our evaluations, right? Because you've now found a way out or found a way up or enlightened yourself. And with your enlightenment, you're like, why ain't everyone else doing it? It's doable, but that's not how everybody else sees it from their perspective. If you have empathy and you can see things from other people's perspective, then you'll see that your enlightenment isn't their enlightenment. And they didn't read the book that you read.
That's not a cheat
Right?
code.
So
though.
you know what I mean? So we
that's not a
have to
cheat
be
code,
mindful.
that's
So we're
double.
talking about
Let
people
him
like
finish.
we're talking about people that they want to just be down in the lower class. The system in itself is designed for not everyone to make it through that fucking sieve. You have to
But that's
recognize
not fair.
that.
To say that it's a cheat code, yeah, is not fair because you're saying that you found a way out. Okay, it's not about a way out. I'm gonna be straight, yeah. Like for example, Dean Forbes, yeah, signed like $1 billion deal, one of the most successful men in the country, and he's black. Okay, yeah. Where's the all the bigging up? Like, look at this man and what kind of businesses make you successful? What kind of businesses?
Queen, I'm gonna give.
People
Can I
like
give you a
that,
scenario?
when people like that come out to the forefront, they're not a glitch. That's not a glitch. When someone works hard to change their life, it is not a glitch.
Unfortunately, you think hard work is all it takes.
Yeah, but Dean
Listen,
Forbes is from
Hammy,
the South.
listen, let me tell you something.
Yeah?
Hammy, listen, let me tell you something. Hammy's dad,
men in this
let me tell you something. Hammy's dad right now is probably a mason.
A what, sorry?
What? That's not fair.
Sorry,
You know what?
How many?
Yeah,
Ask
can I
him.
just
You think
respond?
he's...
Yeah. I'll just
Jedi,
say-
can I just say one thing? Yeah, and then one thing I like. I'll give you an example with this whole victim mindset. Yeah, when Hammy was speaking earlier, when I wasn't on the box, you lot did not believe that he was black because he's well spoken. You had to make.
Who didn't believe?
No, not you. The comments, the panel. Hold on. You had to make him prove himself that he's a black man just because he is well spoken.
No, we didn't. No. I believed him.
Somali.
Listen. I believed him. I wanted him to speak Somali because I have a numerous Somali friends and listeners, especially on YouTube. So if you notice, I said for my YouTube family, can you please do it for me?
Yeah, could I?
These lot are cracking up. And I'll tell you what it was. It wasn't his voice or his accent that made us believe he's not Somali. Yeah, it was actually his perspective.
Yeah.
So people were shocked that he was even black, and they were scrambling not to claim him. So they were having an inside joke. That was really what's going on.
Yeah.
Most
But
people
then
are just like,
obviously
yo.
someone like Hammy is someone to look up to, no? Because
No, hold on, Queen. Hold on. You've been talking a lot.
Not at all.
It's not about. Hold on, bro. It's not about being well spoken. It's that he emulates a certain tone of a particular group of people.
And
in
what is that group? Sorry.
Successful people. That's what it is.
No. It's not successful.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? Yeah, you know what's crazy? Everyone would say,
people from all walks of life that are
hold on, just quickly.
Host, my name's
sorry, guys, just quickly, yeah.
It's about
Hammy, just 2 seconds.
Sorry, man. Sorry. We already said. I'm telling you right now, it was his mindset.
In the aristocracy.
It was his mindset. We don't need to remix. You see, sometimes things are said so simply. Yeah. It was his mindset that made people not believe that he was black or Somali. Or they was in doubt. One second. More importantly, not just not believe, they were in shock that he was. That's what it was, really. They were in shock when he said, "Oh, I'm Somali." Like, oh, rah. Because the way you're chatting, boy,
can I
you
speak
get me?
for just a second? Just a second,
Yeah.
because my name's been said quite a lot of times. First of all, Zed, thank you for backing me up. I don't think so. The host, what is your name? Sorry, I keep.
I don't think it was the host. I felt like
Zed,
it was the comment in the panel.
Zed, just 1 second, and I promise I'll let you in. I don't think so. There's a host that was putting this across. I actually found.
My name is Jedi, Hammy.
Jedi,
Nice
sorry,
to meet
yeah.
you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, love his meet, and I loved that Jedi asked that question. It was people actually in this chat who are still saying it, that I hate African people, blah 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 blah. My whole family's African. I'm proud to be African and British at the same time, and also nothing was ever handed to me. My parents put away every single cent of their money. We live in normal, modest homes.
What are you doing to help
We're not
Somalia?
given. Sorry, just a second. We're not given everything that we want. None of us are spoiled. We were told that if we want something, I work 2 jobs, by the way. I work for 2 different charities. I do community work every single weekend. I go out.
Wait. Do you get paid by the charities you work for?
You hear that, Jedi? Charity.
One second. Do you get paid by the charities you work for?
Yes, and I'm not allowed to use any of the money that my parents give me. So all the money that I get from my charity work, I use, and then that's when I buy my clothes. I don't even buy my clothes from high-end shops. I just get it from normal, like in
Right, because when you turn what age, the trust fund's kicking in.
I'm only 18, and that trust fund I don't have access to until I turn 21.
And
21.
then.
Okay, yeah, but no, that doesn't matter.
You're working in a charity shop for a bit of pocket change.
No, I don't work
pay
in a charity shop. I don't work in a charity shop. I'll explain to you what I do if you let me.
You work for a charity.
Yeah, and I do research into certain communities that are deprived and how we can support young people. So I live in Worcester, not far from Birmingham. So I go into areas like Handsworth, Lascelles, and Allen Rock and speak to young people who experience some of these situations. These are young Asian men, young black men, young white men, and they all have these kind of issues. And we support them. That's the work that me and my charity do. I love helping people that are in a working class community. Like my cousins are working class, even in my
well done to you, man. Well done.
Are working there. So I think this is. I know that I.
Like I said to you, my brother, listen, all jokes aside, like I said to you, don't ever feel like when you're around me, you need to feel away because your parents are successful and they've put you on a path that you're on now. That's your inheritance. That's what your parents worked hard or did whatever they needed to do to get there. And I'm just running some jokes with you. But what I am saying is, what I am saying in light-hearted way is, when you talk about, I work 2 jobs, really what you're saying is, it's a bit of pocket money, because I'm sure you're not paying for your rent for your job.
I do. Should I tell you how? I'll tell you everything that I do. I'll explain it to you, right?
I stand corrected, brother.
No, it's of course. So in total, in the month, I get around from both jobs around £1,600, which is not a lot of money that I can live in, especially living in Worcester when everything's so expensive. And I don't shop in high-end shops. I shop in an Aldi or a Co-op. I don't go to expensive places. And then my parents make me pay a portion of rent as soon as we turn 18. It's not because they hate me or whatever. They're trying to make me understand how life works. If I want to live with them, I have to pay rent. I have to pay a proportion of the groceries that we get in the week or the month. So I've always been given this.
Normal. That's normal. To be honest, that's normal. In every household, modern households, that's what's going on. If you're of a certain age, get yourself a job and you're chipping in for rent. That's normal. I commend you.
Yeah. All the money that I get, I have to pay the bills and all it comes to. So it's not like I'm living this life of luxury. And of course, I have friends who are wealthy, very wealthy. And I know they go to ski trips in France every week. And I can do that. I can ask my parents.
Not yet.
But I don't do so because, not until 21. But I don't do so because I don't want to waste money. I know how important money is to people, and I know that I shouldn't be throwing away everything because I'm given. The problem is religion. I think so. A lot of parents are obviously religious, but they don't have the time to put religion forward to their children. If you see certain communities, they forget about Christian values, they forget about Christian beliefs. That's one of community, love thy neighbour, don't go out committing crimes, all this kind of stuff. So if people are brought up by religion, or even if you're atheist and you're brought up by morals, then that's a good thing. But it involves the government, involves the parents, involves schools, everybody needs to come together. But I think Nope had a question for me or something like that. Or Nope was saying something.
Hammy, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you help your charity helps in deprived areas, yeah?
Yeah.
With regards to the help that you give, can you explain that just a little bit, please?
Okay. So there's loads of things that we get to do. So there's so currently we're commissioned by the government to lead a reports. So in order to lead that report, we have to run focus groups and sessions. And a lot of the things that a lot of charities do is they go into a random school, they say, give me your best behaved children and let me speak to them. We don't do that. We go into provincial schools, so where all the naughty kids are, we go there. All the kids with behavioural issues, we go there. We go into areas, I think somebody said they're from Birmingham, so they should know this place, like Hamlet and Lizelles. And we kind of hear people, what kind of experience. There was one kid.
Never go to Sparbrook.
Yeah. I haven't been to Sparbrook. I haven't, but my colleagues have been there. There was one kid who was talking about, he loved boxing. He would always go to lessons, but because of the cost of living crisis, parents couldn't afford it. So you know what he did? He joined a gang. He got some extra cash, and he said he'll leave the gang, but they wouldn't allow him. They wouldn't give him that avenue. So of course I understand that certain young people are not always in gangs because they want to be. So they're being trapped, and we need to allow them and give them the resources. So I hope I've answered your question. So that's the kind of stuff that we do.
My second question to follow that one then is: do you believe that?
You lot should big him up though.
Oh, of course, big you up. 100%.
He's such a well-spoken, intellectual young lad, man.
Can I ask my question? Please?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So my second question is this, which is a follow-up.
Yeah.
So you go and you ask these people about their lives and you find out about the things that they do.
Yeah.
But do you actually offer information like financial education? What's the bill of exchange? What is actually used in the real world that can help them truly instead of?
And I'll answer your question, Dave. And it might sound harsh, so don't everybody jump at me just yet. Just let me explain. That's unfortunately not our job to be teaching them how life works or any of that kind of stuff.
That was my question.
Yeah, I'll answer to you. Yeah. So we run on very finite resources that we're given. We're only given by independent investors. We're not given a lot of money. We only have a few £1 million to play around with. So we don't have money to teach them. This is the job of schools. This is the job of the education system. And William loves to talk about the government and Boris and everything like that. So I think we should direct our efforts to pushing the government to supporting people. Pushing the government to
okay, one second. Black Wall Street, you have a disgusting echo. I'll try to let you on that. We need to sort that echo, my brother. Otherwise, I can't have you on.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. And I'm going to ask it again. Do you think that when charities go out and do what they do, regardless of what you've gotten the money for, a couple of million, that's really nice, by the way, but do you think it is important for people in this life to have financial education, for children to have financial education? Do you think, because if we look at the caste system, it's provided for some, it's provided for some, and it isn't provided for all.
Agreed. And I'll agree with you. In private schools, in our schools, we were taught exactly what financial education was. Actually, it was involved in our mathematics classes. We were taught how that works. And not only that, we were also given additional classes on how that works. We'd always get investors and different businessmen and women coming in, all the students' parents coming in, explaining how money works. So it is done purposely to give education, certain education, to people at the top pay band. People who are
the rich
for the longest time.
Don't jump on him, because he's only telling you what he knows, where
he's
so he's saying what I've been saying from the jump.
He's saying what we all know, though.
Can I ask you lot a question?
You lot are doing this wrong. He's supposed to have finished saying what he was going to say, and then I've got new guests that I want to touch the mic, innit? So, Hammy, if you could wrap up what you were saying, your answer, because you've had to answer twice, and then I'm going to pass the mic.
Of course. So as I was saying, this is done purposely, again, in the education system. And what the government is doing purposely is trying to, first of all, split everybody up into different classes. I'm sure we've all learned about the feudal system in history classes. Split people into different classes, then to different genders, then to different sexualities, races, religions. This is purposely done. So instead of fighting each other, whites versus blacks or blacks versus whites, Asians, blah, 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 bound together, and look what they do in France. As soon as the French government tried to raise the minimum working age or retirement age, they all rioted. So if you have an issue, fight for it and be vocal. So that's where I respond to you, Note. Fight for whatever you believe, and that's what I do. But I'm going to go now, but thank you so much, Jedi, for having me and everybody else.
Thanks. Don't go yet, don't go. Don't go, don't go. Don't leave.
Big up. Let me go to Black Wall Street. Black Wall Street Radio, man.
Respect.
Big up, bro.
Respect, my brother. Thank you very much. I've been enjoying the show. Okay, and it's good to see that there's some dialogue amongst the young. Okay, and you know, across the board, you're opening barriers. Look, this is the reality. You have to deal with something called points of view and facts. Okay, now points of view, nobody can argue that because everyone has a right to their own point of view. Facts, nobody can argue that because it comes with proof and evidence. Let's get back to this young man that was shot. No doubt he's probably been a criminal, involved in some criminal activity. This tells me the police are fully aware of the criminal activity, which means they've had more than enough chances to take him off the road in a correct manner. He was definitely, and I say it lightly, but directly, and this is not the first time it's been done, and it's not the second time it's been done, and Mark Duggan was probably the only real time they spoke about it, okay? But he was definitely targeted and definitely shot because of racist behavior, okay? Yeah, and arrogance within the police force, ignorance within the police force, which is sad. What we need, to put that aside, we need to build something for our people, for the community, for the youth coming. We need to encourage Black excellence, okay? Just like I say, we need to build a new Africa, we need to build a new Black Britain, one that doesn't consist of social exclusion and feeling the only way to belong is to belong to the street or to the gang. And I have come from the street, okay? And I don't want to rabbit on, but I want to be very clear. You know, I have my children, okay? My oldest one's 31, my daughter's 26, and my son's 19. Now, my first child, he studies international business. He's never been in trouble with the police in his life. He grew up in Fort Anith and Handsworth and West Bromwich. He's never been to a private school, doesn't know what one looks like, okay? My daughter, she studied and graduated from law, okay? She, again, has never been to a private school. In fact, she's never been to a church, okay? But she graduated from law, and she's never even held a spliff of weed in her hands. Now, my last child, who's 19, he is in international business too. Again, never been in trouble with the police. My beautiful middle daughter, she's a teacher. The reason why I'm saying this is because what we've done to teach them, okay, and the middle one doesn't belong to, it did not grow in the same household. She's half Indian. But what it is that what we've done was teach them truth. We didn't hide it from them, but we didn't glorify it to them, okay? We made them understand it, and we made them have a sense of well-being. Firstly, teaching them that God is their best friend, okay? And they must understand that the pain that they inflict on others is also the pain that others will definitely inflict onto them. One way or another, it's called karma. Okay, so we need to kind of address this thing in a different way. Bring back bring back education, alternative education. Okay, bring back Black belief and confidence in these youth. You see, let's go back, please. Thank you for your time. Let's go back to why we're called Black Wall Street. We have to understand the history of this journey. Black Wall Street was established in Oklahoma in about 1907, and within that time frame, where you had nothing but Black excellence: doctors, medics, judges, lawyers, engineers, scientists. This was burnt down by racist intentions. This racist intention has never been moved. Now let me skip so we're not going on for no reason. Coming into the Windrush and bring the people here, our people, was never meant for us to be accepted or positioned correctly. And I don't completely blame the government, because like the Asian communities and other communities, it seems like they've had a better chance. It seems like they've done better in themselves. But everyone was brought on different bases. You see, some came from slavery, some came from colonialism. India didn't suffer colonialism, they suffered invasion, okay? So they had a lot of negotiation, especially the Sikh community. And the Muslim community held onto their religion, which kept them, their personal religion, from where they came from, their homeland, which allowed them to identify themselves independent. Now, the Black
British have suffered for one reason. Without Rastafari, we're only left with Christianity, which was embedded in and put onto us through, which is the cause of slavery. This is why slavery was introduced in the first place, to embrace Christianity from the white perspective, which was wrong, because we had our own Ethiopian black perspective of Christianity. Now, without our own religion and our own clothing, our own sense of identity, we have nothing. We can only teach it to our children by ourselves, but first we must recognize ourselves. We cannot blame the system alone, but we must blame the system for what they've done. They've created something that by the age of 13 deals with social exclusion. Okay, removes the black child from the community and makes him feel like there is no chance for him. When a lot of these young black youths in prison and that are dying, they're potential scientists, they're potential doctors. This is why me and my team, we plan to build what we call boot camps and academies in Africa. We bring Black Wall Street back to Africa. The reason why is because then it removes the colour issue and brings it back to class and allows the young black man to now identify himself as an excellent young black man with great potential. Black man and woman, okay, with great potential. If we don't call our kids queens and kings, if we don't call them princes and princesses,
you can't go Africa and turn Croft, yeah?
Yeah, then they have...
big at yourself. I love that. I'm going to send the microphone to Ginge. We're gonna come back to you. What? Gingray? Gingy?
Gingy.
What? Gingy.
Gingy, yeah. But I'm pale as shit.
What you gotta say?
I'm pale as shit and I'm ginger as fuck, innit? So
okay.
But I suppose my argument comes from both sides of the fence. So I grew up on a council estate in South London, just off Acre Lane. So I grew up in Brixton, and it's sort of difficult for me. So my father comes from a military background and then worked for the police for 20 odd years. But I grew up myself in an environment
where... He was a police officer?
So he wasn't a police officer, but he worked with the Metropolitan Police for over 20 years. And I come from an environment where we don't necessarily appreciate or... We don't like those sort of influences in our lives, and I grew up getting stopped and searched. I don't know, at least twice a week, maybe more. I'm pale as shit. I'm as white as they come, and while it's very much a racial issue, and I by no means discount the fact that it is a racial thing. Like, I feel like there's an element to it that says, do you know what, you're from a certain area, therefore you're a wrong'un. And I feel there's been a discrepancy in the fact that certain people are being treated a certain way because of race, creed, the colour of their skin, like where they grew up. It well, I'm wrong for saying it doesn't really matter, because it very much does. But at the end of the day, if you come from shit, you're going to get treated like shit by certain people. And I feel like I feel there's a certain discrepancy in how certain people are treated because of the environment they come from.
Okay. I hear you. Anyone want to talk to him?
What for you?
Anyone want to respond?
Fine this morning. No,
I mean, I don't agree with him.
Sorry. So
sorry. 1 second, host. Thank you for putting me on the podcast and that. But Ginger, what age group are you, bro?
I'm 30 now.
So you're 30, yeah. So you were from Acre Lane. I'm gonna speak my part now. I was born and bred in Mansfield Estate, yeah, which is obviously in Brixton, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just putting it this: the way that I got brought up, yeah. I was around a very cultured background. That's all I'm going to put it as, culture, because I don't see color. Color, you can mean anything to me. We can't see color.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
I completely agree.
So when it comes to being there, what have you experienced? As we're talking about, rest in peace, Chris, what have you experienced for the people to know as a white man growing up in a Brixton area? That's the question I want to ask.
So the experience that I've had, especially when it comes to police experience, but my experience in general, I grew up around the ALC, and like when I was going to school, it was all SUK and things like that. Like we didn't have no 6, 7. It was we were all Acre Lane campaign, this, that, and the other. Like it was all. It was ridiculous, to be honest, and like it was. I found myself being terrorized by the TSG. I'm sure many people can sort of relate to that, like being terrorized by the TSG and all that. And I've had a lot of negative experience with the police, bearing in mind that I come from a background where my family were police. It was ridiculous, and to be honest,
So, like again, I said thank you to the host and good evening, everyone, for keeping me on. So, I'm a white man. I was grown up and brought up in Mansfield Estate in Brixton. Yeah, I'm 35. So I went through the late 80s to the early 90s to the 2000s. Now, as a white man, yeah, growing up in the area, I felt like I was secluded from them. But do you know what I can give to the color of culture?
Did you grow up with the artists?
No, I went before that. I'm talking about SMS and all of that.
Now tell
Do you
us,
know what I mean?
now tell us that time when it went down with you and Devi and them man there, isn't it? Quite say that's my the artist.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like I'll tell you how it is. Like it was tough as a white man growing up in the area. It was tough. I'm not going to deny it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I never got looked at like you're white. You're an outcast. If anything, someone that suffered from ADHD went through something, and going back on your previous comments to whoever said whatever, I had one parent, my mum. It was tough for her, but I'll never look down on her. She tried to do what she could. But then when I'm going back to the SMS days, it was the man and the brothers, the brotherhood. And they wasn't the same color as me, but that never pennied me. Do you know what I'm saying? Like as a person, grown up in the hood, white guy, and it was peak back then. It wasn't how it is now, social media and all of that. It was more to do with...
No, it was real.
Where are you from? If you didn't answer, it was on site straight away. Like, that's the way that I got brought up on. Now, cultured people have always helped me. And I thank and I praise the Lord for that. Because I always ask my mom one question. Imagine if I was raised in Birmingham, how would I have been? How would I have been as a young white man growing up in a cultured area? Because I don't like to use the word black and white, because at the end of the day, we're all human. We all bleed the same. And unfortunately, our souls were put in a body that we was put in.
All right.
So,
brother, let me ask you a question. If I understand.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about what happened with this situation with Chris Kaba?
If I'm honest, 100% it was wrong. No, there's no right in taking anyone's life. No right in anyone taking anyone's life. But I think there could have been ways about it. Both sides. Like, he could have stopped the car. He could have got out. If he had nothing to hide, cool. Go about your business. I know of him. I'm not saying I know him personally, but at the same time, it doesn't give a man a right to take another man's life. They could have done a little more. At the end of the day, they T-packed him into the corner. They could have smashed the window and they could drag him out. They could have, if they really wanted to. Now, the white police officer that was there and put himself in front of the car, yeah, I'm sorry. You can't say that my life was in danger. You put yourself there. Now, as a white man,
I've got another question for you. I've got another question for you. And for you and Ginger. Is Ginger still here? Ginger's gone. But my question for you is, all the time running on the streets or whatever, did you ever notice at any point in time a difference between how you may have been treated or what you could have got away with versus your comrades that was on the roads with you?
100%. I'm not gonna lie to you. There was times where I was with my guys, like my brothers. I don't even want to put it black to white to Asians, whatever. There had been points where they pulled me up, they put me in handcuffs, but then they're smacking my brother in his face. So yeah, there is a racial thing to it. Back in the day, like I said, I was raised in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. So back then was even worse. They would TSG, when TSG was around, they didn't even want to hear your side of the story. They're punching man in their face. And I've had experience where it was a white police officer that jumped out the TSG van and pushed my mum over and she was pregnant. So in my hood, it was a thing where, all right, cool, they took it easy on me, but why ain't you doing that to my brother though? Why are you taking it to the extent to do more to him?
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
So another thing would be, not to incriminate yourself or nothing, but obviously the guys on the ground knowing that this may have been the attitude of the police may have tried to manipulate things so it went their way. So basically maybe you might be sent as a decoy or something, or get up, you do the talking, or do you know what I mean? Would you feel like
if
people use your whiteness?
I would say, if I'm taking it serious and how I see it, like when I was younger, I'm talking about when I was like 17, 18, I've heard the police, a white man telling a black man, bro, you're a black cunt. I heard that. And I don't know, like people might even hear, man, like back in the day.
So what do you say to the white folks? What do you say to the white folks in Hertfordshire and over there that say, this ain't about racism. This ain't to do with race.
You see, the thing is,
do you say to them though? How do you? Because obviously, you being white, speaking to the whites that are not in inner city London, didn't grow up in Whitesfield, they don't know about any of this stuff, right? How do you explain to them what your brothers face in terms of the racism from law enforcement? How do you explain to them? You talk to them for me, because they don't hear it from me, bro. Talk to them.
Well, 100%, as a white man, I can tell you this for a fact. It is about racism. It was always about racism. And as sad as it sounds, from the community that we live in, man shouldn't see a color of their skin. So I'm going to get that for one. Secondly, when man in Hertfordshire and all of these times there, man wasn't raised in the area that I was raised in. Man didn't see what was going on. Man politely putting the handcuffs on me and seeing my brother getting smacked in his face. So of course it's always been racism there, but you do get the percentage. Like maybe it might be a 5% or 10% of back then to how it is now. It's even worse. But back then it was a thing where like the racism was mad. You're a black guy. I'm sorry to say it in this way, and I always spoke to my brothers, and my brothers are the reason why I've made it today. And when I say brothers, I'm going to make it clearly for everyone that's watching, cultured background, not from England, cultured. Instead of them putting a firearm in my hand, they made me go to college. They made me get the degree. They're like, do you know what? Forget about color. We're going to make sure that one of us in the hood comes out with a degree. Now, some people on here might see it as, oh, you're only saying that because you're white. It's not even about being white. It's about like not having parents there. So I didn't have my mum and my father. I had my mum that was partly there. She understood partly, but it was my brothers that pursued me in doing what I'm doing. Certain man would ask me to go and move class A, class B, whatever you want to call it back then, because obviously times have changed now. Back then, fucking weed, for an example, sorry to say it like that, it was a class C back then. Them man are saying, no, mates, put yourself into it and do your thing. I don't care if people know my name. I don't care. I'm just saying from experience. My brothers made me say, do you know what? Be different to the hood. And if I respect my brothers of culture, no problem with it. You phone me tomorrow and you got a problem, not saying like if you got a problem like that, obviously that's a different story. But if you phone me and say, Mike, I got a tire flat or whatever, I'll be on the road and I'll come to you. Respect levels, like with the people in North and that, I get it that they feel it now, but we're talking about 10 years ago, 15 years ago. It was never up there like that. In South London, it was always mad, but people that have only just started over the last, 9 years, experience it, they want to act upon it or say something, but you was never saying something when it was happening in the very beginning. Now, I was hearing certain people's chats and that saying about the police officer that shot Chris, peace be upon him. Did they have to shoot him? No. Did they have to shoot his tires? No. They had enough chance to smash his window and grab him out. That's
Did you watch the video?
That. You don't take a man's life.
Did you watch the video?
Yeah, I watched the video. Yeah, but they have all right. So put it this way, yeah, and anyone in the comments can tell me this, yeah. So when he drove forward and he crashed the car and forward, why didn't the police car behind him move forward so he can't go nowhere? First and foremost, when they're doing T-packed, they T-pack, man. Like, yeah, when you go forward, I'm going forward. Secondly, the police officer that put himself in harm's way, he's trained shoot to kill. He knows that he should never have put himself in that position anyway. Thirdly, all the police officers that was around him, obviously, they were stunned on what he did. He didn't have to pull the trigger. I think I was here. I've been in so many podcasts today hearing what everyone's got to say, but there was another woman that said, they could have aimed at his lower chest and that. I hear that, but there are some police officers that are with taser guns, rubber bullets, doing whatever. Man didn't have to shoot him in between his eyes. Regardless of... Put it this way, yeah. I've been on the road. I've been through it. Lucky for me, I changed my mind with the help from my brothers that put me on the path that I am now. I'm a fully qualified mechanic. I'm happy for that. But I will never forget the people that put me on that path. But at the same time, you do not shoot anyone. What makes it right, because of what he's done throughout his life, that you take another man's life. You don't do that. Regardless whether man's Christian, Islamic, or anything like that, you don't do that. You can't take a man's life. What justifiability have you got to take a next man's life? You don't do it.
Okay.
Regardless of the path that he's got.
Stick a pin in that for a second. BRTV, what are you saying to me?
No, cheers for your time. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, man. What's your opinion?
So, obviously, I didn't know him. So, from outside looking in and what I've seen, obviously, bottom line is someone's lost their life. So, condolences to family. However, let me ask you a few questions. If the police officer was black, would that change anything?
See, now we're going back to the black.
Yes.
Why does it have to be back to the black?
This is my first question, right? Because obviously this is where
me personally, I would say no. It doesn't change anything because the issue is that the police force is racist. Not even the individuals, but the police force in itself is racist. As backed up by the McPherson report, as we all know.
Also, host, can I say one thing?
You being a black officer, you being a black component to a racist machine doesn't really change the fact. So the policies and the attitude vary based on race. So that's what's it's the racist policies and behavior,
Well,
not
host, can I
necessarily.
ask one thing to BRTV?
I hope,
It's
I hope that
another
answers your question, BRTV.
Well, my next question would be if Chris was a white gentleman, would we even be having this discussion right now?
Well, would you be having this discussion?
This is the thing, yeah. This is the thing. Sorry,
would
host.
you
This
be
is the
concerned?
second.
Would you be concerned about a white officer, a white young man being shot by a black officer, especially when a black officer had shot another white lad, maybe a couple of years prior to that, and there's like an air of police brutality towards the white community by black officers, and that there was a report. No, listen, because we got to do the full backdrop. There would have been a report stating that the Metropolitan Police was institutionally racist towards white people, in favor of black. That you'd have to have that whole backdrop for your scenario to make sense.
My next question, though, is that irrelevant of the race.
Sick, innit? I know.
Irrelevant of the race isn't the actions what's been done the issue. It wasn't the race. It's the fact that if you've been stopped by armed police.
You came on and mentioned the race, though. I just asked you what your point
No.
is.
I'm just going off by what I've just been listening to by Finest, going on about race and by about white officers and all this. My first two questions was the race, because obviously that seems to be the topic. But your
fellow white man is just saying that he's observed himself being from the same type of area as Chris Kaba and growing up in a similar lifestyle, that there is in fact racism, and all he's doing, he ain't saying no rocket science, Big man ain't coming to say nothing that we ain't already said. He's just using his experience to show you that this ain't just one-sided where the black man are like, poor me, rare. Even he sees the racist policies.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not saying racism does not exist.
And you know what? And he was also fair.
BRTV, can I ask you a question?
Wait, BRTV. He was also fair and said that aside, he believes that both the police and Chris Kaba could have made different actions to evoke a better reaction. So I don't know what more you want from us.
And the truth is, you're right.
So
BRTV,
can I ask you one question?
The truth is, the fact that the police officer stood in front of the car, he's broke police policy straight away, because he's not supposed to put yourself in danger like that.
Black Wall Street, let me ask you one question, please. All right, so BRTV, let me ask you this question, And forget about the color of Chris Kaba, peace be upon him, So if he was a white man, do you know why the white man would never be on TV? And why we wouldn't have this conversation about the white man?
He wouldn't get on TV.
Yeah, do you know? No, it would be on TV, because there's many a times that a white man's killed another white man and done whatever. But the thing is, white people don't speak upon it. And that's the truth. Regardless of the color, if it was a white man shot in a car and whatever else, the white people do not speak upon it. And that is the truth. So you can't say it's a racism thing, because it's never been that.
No. What my point was is the two questions I came on with was if the circumstances were different in race. What my point was here was race is irrelevant, and the action is what the issue was. So if
just for
an example,
BRTV, you know what you got to do? You got to do one thing. You've got to look at the historical makeup. How many times has this happened in the last 15, 20 years? How many times has it happened? How many times has it happened? And how many times can it happen and the policeman not be wrong? And you're dead right. Just by political structure. Yeah, just by political structure, they should have charged him for manslaughter, and he would have been convicted.
100%. I agree with
you. They knew this, which is why the reason why he couldn't be charged for murder, because murder is only based on premeditation. Okay.
So you're saying now every armed police officer that fires around?
When you generalize, you lose your focus. No. You got to do things logically. Let me just say in 2 seconds. For a police officer to be equipped with a gun, he must be trained to a certain standard, okay? We can't excuse there's not enough money, so they're not trained properly. For him to hold the gun, he has the life of the public in his hands, okay? Now, when he has that gun, he's trained to make sharp, forward decisions. So the first thing is, unless he's a really off the head. For me, he's a danger to society because before he's confirmed over that gentleman, if the young black man had a gun, the young man had a gun.
What makes him a danger to society? Sorry.
Can I please let me finish? If the young man had a gun, okay, and it was seen that he was being threatening towards the police, not using the car as a tool, that's a lie.
The
Not
car
using
was the tool. The car was the tool. The car was the weapon.
Let me finish, please. Please, no. You're just dealing with
One second. Blackwell's street. Yeah, let me correct him. Yeah, for 1 second. Yeah, you're saying
TikTok shop, man. One at a time. Let the brother finish, man. Please let him finish.
Thank you. Please let me finish. Listen, you see, us being where we come, we know that the police officer has to say that the guy wasn't being threatened with. Why would he? Let me ask you a question. Why would he see gun police? Okay. See gun police, have no gun on him, see gun police, okay, listen, see gun police, and then try to attack them with a car door. And top of that, how comes that where is the evidence that he's got gun residue on his clothing? And secondly, by DNA proof, that is just transferable. It doesn't mean he didn't have a gun there, and the fact he never had a gun, the fact he was shot without a weapon, means that that officer is unreliable.
Yeah, but the weapon was the vehicle.
No, that's a lie. No, you see, let me wait there. Let me explain something to you. You see, if the weapon was the vehicle, from the distance the police officer shot, the car moving quicker, the officer would have been hit by the vehicle. If the car wasn't moving, Have
you seen the video?
Please, no, wait, listen. Just wait a minute, listen. You have to understand, okay, when you're being faced with officers pointing a gun at you, every second move, every decision you make is split second like them. They're trained, you're not. The fact is, he never had a gun. Listen to me.
I've never said he had a weapon, but
I'm
the weapon
going to help
he
you.
has.
Let me wait there. You know you're not listening. You remember that white man the other day that killed that black boy with the sword? What happened?
Oh no. Let's like refine our language. Let's refine our language, please.
I apologize. Remember that got end life by the black boy with the attack in West London. Remember the one we're talking about? Now that guy was out. Please. He had an offensive weapon. He was out on the main street, broad daylight. Did they unlife him? Is he in custody right now, or is he unlife like that young black? Because he had a weapon, the black man never. I'm just trying to understand the justification, because this man has already done an horrific attack on more than a number of people, youngsters under the age, within that arena, and it took them hours to take him in.
I can only comment on what I've seen. What I've seen is that the weapon would have been the vehicle. The vehicle was moving.
Why wasn't his fate? Tell me, please. Let me be quiet. Why wasn't his fate the same fate as this young black man here today?
Again, I can't comment on something I haven't seen. What I'm commenting
on. You know what? Then why can you comment on what you're talking about?
Wait, Black.
Yeah, sorry. One last thing, Jose. Sorry. One last thing. You see, when people speculate certain things, regardless of whether he's got a past or not, does that give the right to anyone to shoot him dead?
We're not commenting on his past. We're commenting on the topic at hand. And that topic at hand is
it doesn't matter about your past. It doesn't matter. He was T-packed, yeah. Sorry, Blackwall's Street, yeah. He was T-packed. He couldn't go nowhere.
Have you seen the video?
Have you seen the video correctly? He couldn't go anywhere.
Have you seen the
Why
video?
did the man decide to shoot
seen the
him
video?
Everyone,
people.
If you've seen the video,
anyone on the panel? Let me ask. Has everybody on the panel? Has everyone on the panel seen the video?
I haven't seen the video.
I have.
You haven't seen the video. Watch the video, brother. No, wait. 1 second. Watch the video. Holler back and tell us what you think. Since you come back,
I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna watch it, but what I'd say to you is that the fact that he doesn't have a gun, and if I've got me, I'm looking at it from a logical point. I mean, listen,
brother, I'm gonna listen to you, but I want you to watch the video.
I think you take logical point out of this and watch the evidence.
Watch the video and come back.
Okay.
Yeah, Richie Rich, talk to me.
Yes, sir. Yeah, big up yourself. Big up the host.
Big up, broski.
Everybody, guys. I was on this chat yesterday, and it was really, really good. It's good to have a dialogue. I just want to talk about something because, man, I'm working, but I'm listening for the last maybe 5-6 hours. I've just been listening, and you know,
as you tap the screen,
I've got mixed messages.
There must have been a lot of tapping.
I kind of feel it's kind of like opens wounds to myself in the sense that I've experienced racism I've experienced all sorts of things going on in my life since I was growing up as a young man. So I can kind of relate to a lot of guys on here talking about the experience, especially the guy that lived in, I think he said he was from Cali Estate and Maxfield, right? I remember a time when I was probably about 18. I'm 57 now. I remember when I was about 18 and I went to go and visit my girlfriend, and I came out the house and I literally got chased by the police. They tried to run me off the pavement. They chased me all the way to my house. I think I must have been running for about a good 15 minutes, yeah? Anyway, I made it to my mum's house. I was banging down the door. I said, Mum, let me in the house. Eventually, when my mum opened up the door, she realized that I was sweating. I was out of breath. I said, Mum, they're trying to get me. She said, what's happening? I just got chased by the police. Anyway, the police turned up at their house, was robbing my mum's house. That's why they chased me, right? That was one incident. Another incident, I was on my way to work as a DJ. I used to work on the River Thames. I used to do boat parties. I was with my wife and my newborn child in my wife's car. As soon as I got to the pier, I got stopped by armed police and they put a gun in my head, right? I said, what the hell's going on here? They said, oh, there was if I can say the word, there was a terrorist attack. So they're stopping everybody. I was like, okay, fair enough. That shook me up, man. That caused me anxiety, depression, everything. Yeah. So my argument is this, yeah, it's all right for people to keep coming up here and saying the police this, the police that. If you haven't lived this lifestyle, if you haven't experienced police brutality and racism, you ain't got no chat for nobody, right? Because I grew up in Camberwell Green. I grew up in Brixton. I know Mitesfield. I know all them sides. My son used to live there, right? And I tell you, from the 80s when I was growing up, I suffered police brutality, racism, even from my own people as well. I'll be honest, even my own people used to try and bully me when I used to come up my house. Yeah, and I know a whole heap of bad man back in the days when they were doing badness. I have never, ever been in trouble with the police, but yet I suffered the hands of police brutality. So to turn around and say that racism doesn't exist is a total bloody blatant lie. Okay, it does exist in the black community. We do suffer from racism, discrimination, and all the rest of it put together. Okay.
Yeah.
And what happened to Chris Kaba? Okay, everybody keeps talking. I've been listening for the last 5-6 hours. Okay, yeah, he did some bad stuff. Okay, people do bad things. I saw the footage of the car. I also saw the footage of him with the gun running out of the club and everything. I thought, wow. Okay, so he put himself in a bad situation. The whole point is this: should the police have analysed him? That's the question. No, they shouldn't have. They could have used other tactics, which they didn't. I think that was, I'm just being honest, I think they just wanted to take him out because they knew of him, they knew what he was about, and they knew about his lifestyle. It's as simple as that. And if you've never ever grown up in the hoods or whatever you want to call it, you've never ever come from a rough upbringing, or you've never experienced racism or nothing, you ain't got no chat on here. You can't say nothing until you can turn around and tell me or anybody on this panel that I understand your pain, right? Because we are the ones that have to live with this brutality for the last over 400 bloody years, even longer than that. But right about now, people cannot come on here and try and say that, oh, it's not racism, it's not this. Yes, it is. It's got a lot to do with that as well. Why are they targeting young black men, profiling us, profiling our kids, profiling our daughters? Can somebody please tell me that?
I would say it was this Chris Kaba has more of a issue with Chris Kaba as in terms of he's got a history, and if he's known to police and he can cause danger to harm to the public, it separates it from being a racist issue.
No, so
well, can I say something? Sorry, miss. Can I just say something here? Sorry, miss. As a white man, yeah, you can't put it down to what you're saying. Like, it don't make no sense. Like, put it this way, yeah. If the whole world didn't see black or white or Asian or anything like that, so it was okay for him to get shot. That's what I'm putting it down to, because
the public.
Exactly.
No, well, that's only what you've heard. You don't know his lifestyle. You don't know his upbringing.
There was a
Right,
danger to
so,
life.
all right, so let me ask you a question here. What area you brought up in?
Hold up. BRTV Sports, yeah? You're here. You've come here to justify the police.
I'm not justifying anything. I'm not justifying nobody. What I'm saying is,
he's giving his opinion.
Okay. All right. So your opinion is that what the police officer. One second, please. So BRTV, your opinion is saying that what the police officer did was right.
But he said in his own words, it wasn't necessary. I didn't need to do it. So why?
What I'm saying is, this is the danger of life to colleagues, to the public. If he was to drive off, speed off, and go around the corner and hit somebody else's life,
you're not listening. Again,
yours, would you then be defending it?
No. You answered me. You answered me a question with a question, and I'm asking you for the answer. Please hear the question. I'm going to always take it back to this. The police officer said, "I didn't need to do it." So why do you say it's okay if he said he didn't need to do it? And the guy Hammy who was here, wait, the second part, the guy Hammy who was here said he was tried for murder and he could never be tried for murder. He would never go down for murder, but if it was manslaughter, he would have gone down. What do you have to say now on those 2 points?
Because I haven't seen his comments.
It's not. It's a professional law comment.
Officer is trained to protect the public, and he's doing his job by protecting the public and taking away the threat for further life. And when he gave the opportunity to get out of the car because there's armed police pointing weapons at them, but they do not, so he uses a weapon of his vehicle at police, they take out the threat to life. They are to protect.
If you put yourself in that position,
TV, can I say again? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, so